All right, so just so y'all know, this is part of another lecture that I was doing and I was working on, right? But Minister Carnes had asked me to present some information on the subject matter because he was teaching it here. So I decided to pull a huge portion of my original lecture and present this to y'all. So two-part, because this is an extremely comprehensive, complex subject. It's not settled in academia, it's still being discussed. So all I'm doing is giving you my insight in regards to this, which will complement what Minister Carnes also have shared. Now, what I want to do is this. Part one is just the teaser. So y'all gonna be a little bit mad when we get towards the end, but y'all be all right. So hopefully y'all come and make it to part two, because part two is really gonna go down, all right? But before we can get into that, I have to pretty much lay down a foundation, okay? And this is gonna be some good information, so please take notes. If you have questions, you can ask afterwards. Let me just get through it. I'm gonna try to be as quick as possible. It's only 26 slides. See, I'm doing better. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing better. It's 26 slides, all right? All right, so the name of the topic is El Shaddai, YHWH, Elyon. Three of a kind or one and the same, insight into the identity of ancient Israel's patron deity. All right, so before we begin, can anybody tell me what they think El Shaddai means? Anybody, raise your hand, just give me some insight. All right, somebody said something. Yes? You raise your hand. Look at that, the youth is beating y'all to it, come on. Yes, she said it means Almighty. Okay, that's good. Anybody else?
God of destruction.
Man, listen, don't mess up my message, man. Anybody else? You've been doing some studying, man. You play too much. Anybody else? No? Okay. So, what about YHWH? Because that has been a proper noun appellation, but can anybody tell me what YHWH means?
The one who exists.
He who exists? Okay, anybody else? Self-existent one, anybody else? Somebody said the Most High. Okay, anybody else? The internal one, okay, we're gonna get into it. Next one, what does Elyon mean?
The Most High.
The Most High. So wait, so this means Most High and this means Most High? Are y'all sure about that? So you said Elyon, somebody said it means the Most High. Anybody else? Going once? Twice? Sit? So, okay, so keep moving. All right. So what about these two? We're gonna get into this too. What does three of a kind mean? Anybody here play poker? Or have played poker? All right, what's three of a kind? Same soup or what else?
Trips.
What?
Trips.
Trips or triplets or triple what? Triple what? Go ahead. Come on, yo.
Three of the same.
Three of the same, but they're not the same card, but three of a kind, meaning that they are what? Same value, different soup, excuse me. Same value, different soup, correct? Okay, because I used to play poker a lot. Don't tell nobody. All right. And what does one and the same mean? Synonymous, that's good. Anything else? Equal. Okay, cool. All right, let's go. All right, part one, I'm gonna give you some background information, all right? You ready for this?
Sir.
All right. Now, if you want to live stream, that's fine. There's some people, because we don't have Wi-Fi here, I can't live stream it, so I'm recording it. So if you want to live stream, take pictures, I'm okay with that. All right. Just to do our best to keep the volume down so that way I can capture as much as I can. And if there's any question, like I said, hold it till later on, all right? All right, so it's slide one. All right, slide two. Let's go to defining the names of ancient Israel's patron deity. So names consist of a proper noun, consist of a common noun, consist of an epithet, etc. Okay? So the first one is El Shaddai. So some people said, what does El Shaddai mean? Somebody said war, somebody said destruction. Anything else? I know somebody said what? Almighty, right? Yeah. That's interesting. Let's get into it. So I pulled this from the Enhanced BDB, which is the Brown Driver Briggs, which is a lexicon. I was gonna get my other lexicons, but I'm like, you know what? This is easier to access because you can get this for free online to fact check and validate what I'm teaching. All right, I don't want to say or teach anything to you that I cannot give you a reference or a source to. So people out there saying divine don't show sources, that they say divine don't show sources, then they obviously have not watched the stuff that I put out. I source everything. All right, but this you can access for free online. That's why I'm using it, because you can go ahead and go back over what I'm saying. So Shaddai is a masculine noun of a deity. They said that the etymology is dubious, which means it can mean different things, right? One of the definitions they give it, or one of the semantic range values, range from sufficient, and there's other ones that say it means almighty, but it can also be an intensive noun, right? And it can also mean to deal violently, not simply mightily. Whoa, wait. Let's go back over that again. Because I know I was taught that Shaddai meant the Almighty. And that sounded great. And you can sell me on that. Like, oh, he's almighty. But when you go into the language a little deeper, you see it means something else. Y'all quiet in here. Whoa, okay. Listen, I'm not making this up. I'm showing you the reference. Any lexicon outside of this will also validate what I'm saying. So the question is, how come we don't see any translations that say that? You're really quiet in here. All right. It keeps going on. It says omnipotent. It could be a sovereign Lord. It says. All right. In Assyrian, it's Sadu, which means high. Elu Sadu Ah. And also give you a reference to Isaiah 2:14. I think that is. I don't know why it looks like that. Or Sadu, meaning a mountain, also a proper name. Now, this noun comes from a root verb. Okay? And the cow stem, that root verb, means to deal violently with, despoil, devastate, ruin, obstruct, arrest, make firm, and in the Ethiopic it means to expel, and sadadu in the Akkadian it means to draw or to drag. All right, let's go back over this again. It's deep. Because I was taught this meant the Almighty. Why are people teaching me this means the Almighty and it actually means something else? Why? Is it because they don't want people to see exactly what's going on? Because if you understood it culturally, it may not be appeasing. It may not be pleasant. Uh-oh. Y'all quiet.
Yeah, or just say again, the Ethiopian and the...
Oh, the Ethiopic is to expel, and the Assyrian sadadu means to draw or to drag. But late Hebrew in the Nephal stand, Arabic means to stop up, obstruct, arrest, make firm. But then we also see it means to deal violently. So we see that some kind of struggle, action, despoil, destruction, some kind of mighty force, something is going on, even to the point where something's being dragged. Now it's interesting because Abraham was in Haran when he got called by the Most High, right? And then he got taken from when he was at. People say, oh, he was asked to go. Okay? Well, if we go look at the epithet of deity, it literally can mean to drag or to draw. That's deep. Something's going on under the surface that they don't want you to see. So again, what kind of destruction or despoil or violence or some kind of might or obstruction, what is going on here? Why does this deity El have this epithet for Shaddai? Let's keep going. And you see, it's interesting because another rendering that I would like to say is that it comes from the root word shad, which means breast. It could be the sustainer of. You have your suffix there, your yod suffix. It'd be a possessive construct. And I was, trying to kind of work it out to mean something that sounds really nice, right? But then this is the reality. Let's move forward. Yod hey wav hey. All right. So if you look at the root verb, which is what? Hey wav hey. What does that root verb mean in a cow stem in Hebrew? You say he was. Okay, could it be a stative verb or is it an imperfect verb? Perfect verb, right? Perfect means what? It means completed. Or some people will say past tense, right? But when you add a yod prefix to a root verb, what does that indicate? Anybody here do their Hebrew studies? Mr. Hebrew's back there, so I know he's gonna answer all of this. Anybody else? When you affix a yod prefix to a perfect noun, what does that mean?
Imperfect.
Imperfect. Okay, what else? Third person, masculine, singular. Okay? Now this is interesting because that's how we would normally render it, right? So you have your perfect verb, which is hawa, which means to be, or like he said, was, because technically it is a perfect verb. And when you add yod, you make it in the imperfect tense, which means what? An incomplete action or something that will be done, or it be present, right? Third person, which is what? He, she, they. Masculine, so it can only be he or they. And singular, which means it's he. But let's read this, because there's other renderings of how Yod Hey Wav Hey can be interpreted based on how we discover in the text. On Literature of Interpretations, they say it could be, it says many recent scholars explain Yod Hey Wav Hey. So we have a Yod, we have our Patak underneath. Hey, we have a Shewa, we have a Wav, we have our Segol, and then we have our Hey at the end. Zere, and we have a Hey at the end. So if we look at it in the He-filled stem, which some people render it as, it could be the one bringing into being, or he that causes to exist. That's another popular rendering of this. Right? And again, this is another deep, comprehensive study I'm not going to get into, but I want you to understand something. It can also be rendered as a life giver, giver of existence, a creator, he who brings to pass, a performer of his promises, or from Hey Yod Hey, which means he who causes to fall, rain, or lightning. Keep that in mind. Let me say it again. I'm saying a lot of things because this stuff is important as we get through it. Another, I would say, semantic value could be he who causes to fall in regards to rain or lightning. This is deep once we start moving through. Compare with others, Fowler meaning destroying foes, but most take it as a cow stem, which is the one who is, the absolute, the unchangeable one, the existent, ever-living, as self-consistent and unchangeable, the one ever coming into manifestation as the power of redemption, all right? He will be it, i.e. all that his servants look for, and he will approve himself, giving evidence of being, assert his being. So I'm putting all this on record so you can go back and research this, because even the name itself is another, I would say, 3-hour lecture, 4-hour lecture. It's extremely comprehensive. But what I want you to focus on is not all the common things that we normally see, but I want you to focus on here, he who causes the fall in regards to rain or lightning. That sounds like a storm, right? It sounds like a storm, right? Interesting. Elyon. So here you have Elyon, that's here. It's an adjective, which means high, masculine singular, right? Now, Deuteronomy 26:19, Deuteronomy 28:1, 1 Kings 9:8. And then we have 2 Chronicles 7:21 of Psalm 97 and 9. It can also be a masculine noun for the highest or most high, probably equal foregoing. So keep this in mind that Elyon is really an adjective that describes something that is high or the highest, or what we say the most high. Okay? So El Elyon is El, we all know means what? All of us should know what El means in here. Power, mighty one, right? So it's the mighty one that's high. And Shaddai is the mighty one of destruction, dealing with violence, dealing with obstructing something, to drag, to draw. It's deep. Uh-oh. Look at y'all faces in here. All right. So let's get the idiom definitions that we pretty much laid down. Three of a kind can be the same or very similar. Of cards having the same face value, but of a different suit. Same. A hand consisting of cards having the same face value, but in different suits. This is really, really what it is. It seems to have the same face value, but it's really different things. Okay. One and the same is the same person or thing, used for emphasis. So three of a kind is three different things that on the surface looks the same, but in the background is different. Sounds almost like a trinity, almost, right? Yeah? Three distinct persons, all co-equal, co-eternal, but of the same substance, homoousia. I don't teach that, but I'm just saying, it sounds like that's what that is. Or one and the same, which means it is the same entity, no difference. So the question is, which one of these do you think applies to the patron deity of the ancient Israelites? Hold your answer. We're going to get to it. Let's move forward. All right, now, this is extremely important. I hope it plays. Don't play. I got to play this. All right, so what I want to show you is, what is my methodology? Because methodology is extremely important in order for you to ascertain an objective conclusion. Now, once you get that objective conclusion, then you got to interpret that. And that is what scholars debate and talk about. Is really, is really how you get towards your answer, right? There's a process to get towards your answer. So I'm not simply just giving you a doctrine or my belief. I'm explaining to you a methodology that's used in academia in order to ascertain this question of identity. Are you following me? How did this power come on the scene? What is it, etc. Okay?
Origins are something that for some reason seem to occupy our attention quite a lot in the world. We're always looking for the beginnings of things. And most of us are sophisticated enough to know that origins are complicated things and messy, and you usually can't find one source of anything. It's usually a big mishmash. So pretty much that's the conclusion that we'll arrive at today. So that's it. But still, I think I have a certain story to tell. That's what archaeologists do, if you didn't know it already. We take little bits of data, pieces of a puzzle, and then we connect dots and make a story. And then 10 years later, somebody comes along and creates a completely different story. And we all like stories, so including our politicians. So let's just go with it.
But pretty much what he's saying is, as an archaeologist, what he does is that he gets a whole bunch of data, he collects data, he peruses through the data, and from that data, they come towards a conclusion that they then turn into a narrative to kind of explain what's going on. So a lot of times, like if you read certain books like The Bible on Earth, how many of you have read that by Israel Finkelstein?
What's the name of it?
The Bible on Earth. Oh, it actually plays it. The Bible on Earth. Well, anyway, if you read that, Israel Finkelstein is an archaeologist, a Jewish archaeologist, and what he did was he did several excavations, right? Even though he wasn't on every excavation site, and it was some data that he overlooked in order to come to his conclusion, but pretty much he came to a conclusion, and if you read the book, he created a narrative based on the data that he was using as a point of reference. And that narrative was supposed to tell how Israel began, all right? So again, what I'm going to attempt to do is, after looking at the data, is to create a narrative, because I've looked through the text, and I've looked through the archaeological records, and sister cultures, which we're going to see, and I've created a narrative to try and help explain to you what's going on by looking at the big picture. Because if you look at it isolated, you're going to miss bits and pieces, all right? All right, so now we're going to go into the narrative by divine prospect, all right? Hopefully you enjoy it, okay? Nobody sounds excited, but it's okay. Let's keep going, all right? So let's start off in the beginning. Now, does anybody want to read for me? Anybody? Okay, you're gonna need one of these mics. It's not really working that well. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you the narrative up front, and then I'm gonna give you the text reference at the bottom. Don't worry if you can't read it. I will recite it so that way you guys can jot it down.
Is there a specific version you want me to read?
I'm gonna give you, go to Genesis 1 and 1. Got it?
What?
Genesis 1 and 1?
King James wrote on that.
Through ESV. Yeah. Genesis 1 and 1. All right, so the narrative is the divine counsel involved in the creation of heaven, earth, and the host therein. So this subject of what's called the divine council, the heavenly hosts, or however you want to, heavenly court, however you want to term it, is something that academia is now gradually leaning more towards. All right, when looking at the scriptures in this ancient Near Eastern context, they identified that this divine council or this heavenly court is something that is an actuality that the pre-Israelite culture or people actually believed. All right? So, you can go to Genesis 1 and 1.
In the beginning, God created heavens and the earth.
In the beginning, he said, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, the reason why we start to investigate this to try and identify what a divine council is because Hebrew grammar has specific rules. All right? Now, these rules apply most of the time, but there's some instances where certain things break the rules, all right? So the Hebrew clause normally goes from verb, subject, object, all right? There's places in the scriptures where that's broken, but it's very few and in between, right? Here, in this case, when you have a noun and a verb, they must agree in person, they must agree in number and gender. Okay? Person, gender, and number. PGN. All right? In this case, we have a situation where Elohim is rendered as a plural, a third person plural, masculine, right? Excuse me, not third person, masculine plural. And then the verb that we get there is in the singular, the third person masculine singular. Now in Hebrew, the number of the noun must match the number of the verb. And because Elohim is technically a plural noun, then the verb bara that's there should also be plural, but it's singular. Why is that? Now, some people try to explain this by saying it's the majestic plural, right? Majestic plural can talk about the immeasurability of the Most High, right, as an entity, right? But others would denote it as a collective noun. What is a collective noun? Sorry, my throat is a little bit dry. What is a collective noun? Anybody? Y'all can look it up. It's open book test. Give me an example of a collective noun.
There?
No.
Like a team.
There you go. Who said that?
Team, okay.
There you go. And give me another one. Team, which means that in a sentence, grammatically, it acts as a singular noun, but it denotes plurality.
Deer.
Family.
Family, good.
Deer.
You said dear.
Yeah. Like D-E-E-R.
Dear, it could be plural, you saying, or singular.
I think so. I don't think you
Yeah.
ever put an S.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Anything else? Crew? There you go, that's good. So now you're understanding this. So now, in order to best interpret this, it would be best interpreted as a collective noun. Now, in ancient pre-Israelite culture, they did not believe in what we deem to be called polytheism, right? What's polytheism?
Many gods.
Many powers, right? And any one of these powers can be served or worshipped at any given time, and everything will be all right, okay? You also have two other proposals, right? One could be henotheism, which it means what?
The belief in multiple gods or worship of one.
The acknowledgement of the existence of other deities, but you get into what's called monolatrism, which means you single one out for exclusive worship, but you identify that there's other entities that exist, okay? Monotheism, from the root word monos, which means one, which means there's only one power and everything else does not exist. This could be a figment of your imagination, it could be an idol, whatever the case may be. Now, I'm not here to tell you what to believe, but the reason why I'm interpreting as divine counsel is because it's going to work in the context of what we're about to get into, all right? So get Genesis 1:26.
Then God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over the livestock, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth.
So does it say, I'm going to make man in my image? So in Hebrew, you have what's called jussives, you have what's called cohoratives. Do y'all know what those terms mean in Hebrew? It could be, so a cohortative, jussive could be anything like a suggestive command or something like that, right? So in this case, it's in a cohortative, but it's in the plural. Let us make man. Well, how do you explain let us make man grammatically in Hebrew unless there was more than one entity there? Oh, thank you. Anybody? You're gonna be like, Divine, you bugging out. I don't know what you're talking about. So you read Genesis 1:1, right? It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Okay, it's giving you a summary and then it breaks everything down, right? So if you look at this and say, nah, I don't believe that's the case. So when you go to Genesis chapter 1 and 2, talk about the Spirit hovering over the waters, the primordial waters, right? And then it goes in further, where there's supposed to be a separation and then a population, separation, population. But let's get Job 38, verse 4.
Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth?
Where were you? Now, this is who speaking to who?
Y'all speaking.
Let's get context. So the Most High speaking to who? Job. Go ahead.
Tell me if you have understanding. Who determined its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it? On what were its bases sunk? Or who laid its cornerstone? When the morning...
Whoa, slow down. So now we see Yah just bragging, doing what he do, okay? But then he gets to something very peculiar. Go ahead, read that.
When the morning stars
sang together,
and all the sons of God...
Wait a second. And all who?
The sons of God.
Who?
Sons of God.
Wait a second. You said there were sons of God there that was watching while he's laying the foundation of the earth? Word? So he had an audience? He was just showing off for an audience. Is that, wait, did I write that? Does it have my name on it?
No.
I don't have the copyrights on that, right? I didn't make that.
No.
Finish reading that, what?
And all the sons of God shouted for joy.
Wow. Interesting. Again, trying to give you some background on what's called the divine counsel for a reason. We're getting somewhere. All right? Now, once this is laid down, now we have El. Never mind the YHWH that you see there. That's an anachronism. What's an anachronism? Anybody? We see a lot of these. Say it again.
Something that's out of place in time.
Correct. So, and people always use the example all the time. If I talk about New York, and I said, Joe, the Europeans, they went and they discovered New York. It wasn't called New York when they went to discover it. It had another name. The natives called it another name, and it first got a name called New Amsterdam, but later on it was called New York. When you see the takeover, the transition of ownership. So an anachronism is, if I'm telling you a story about something that happened a long time ago, And I'm using a word that you can recognize now, but at that time, it wouldn't have been recognized. You got it? But I'm using it to help tell a story to our audience who will be familiar with the terms that I'm using. Okay. So if you're looking at it in its historical context, El then has a relationship with man, right? Genesis 2, 16 and 17.
And I'm just reading what it said here.
That's fine, yeah, that's fine.
And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, you may surely eat of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. For in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die.
So we see that now the deity, after man was created, he is now speaking to the man. There's a relationship established, okay? Go to chapter 3, verse 9 to 13.
But the Lord God called to the man and said to him, where are you? And he said, I heard the sound of you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. He said, who told you you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree which I commanded you not to eat? The man said, the woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me the fruit of the tree, and I ate. Then the Lord God said to the woman.
What verse is that?
13.
Okay, finish up.
Then the Lord God said to the woman, what is this that you have done? The woman said, the serpent deceived me and I ate.
Okay, so what I'm simply trying to get to you here is not going to that particular story, but I'm showing you that El has a relationship where he's speaking with these mere mortals, or these humans. Okay? You following me? Okay. Get Genesis 4, 6 to 7, and it's continuous. Go ahead.
The Lord said to Cain, why are you angry? And why has your face fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is crouching at the door.
So now the Most High is speaking to another generation of people. After the first generation messed up, he speaks to the second generation and they mess up. You follow me? Get Genesis 4, 6 to 7.
Its desire is contrary to you, but you must rule over it.
Okay, that's Genesis 4, 6 to 7.
Yeah, that's
You finished it? Okay. Go to Genesis 5:22.
Enoch walked with God after he fathered Methuselah 300 years and had other sons and daughters.
Now slow down. Now that word there is halak in Hebrew, which means what? It's translated as walk, right? But it is a verb, and the verb tense is the hitpayo stem, which means that's in a reflective voice. Which simply means it's not talking that he physically walked side by side with the deity. But there's some kind of reflective action that's taking place as this act is being performed. But I'm going to let you look up the hitpayo stem. You can do some research and find out what that means. But established here, El has a relationship with man. That's deep. He didn't have to, but he decided to get personal. Okay? Now, get to Genesis 6:3. And we're moving along. We're flying through. Genesis 6:3.
Then the Lord said, my spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh. His days shall be 120 years.
So some people say mean abide in man, abide with man, or contend with man. You really have to bait preposition that's prefixed to it. Can mean in, with, at, whatever the case may be. But the bottom line is that El foreshadows he will distance himself from man by way of removing his spirit. That's deep. That means if he's removing the spirit must have been there prior. We say it again. If he's going to remove his spirit, that means it was there before in some form. Okay. Maybe I'm not hearing me. Get Genesis 6 through 11 to 12.
All right. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight, and the earth was filled with violence. And God saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, and all the flesh had corrupted their way on the earth.
So this is why he's removing that spirit. He's not going to be with man, in man. The spirit's going to be distant, right? This is important. So now because of this, El enacts judgment on man due to wickedness in the earth, which you just read, but go to Genesis 6 and 13.
And God said to Noah,
He chose Noah. Noah was just and righteous. He was a perfect man in his generation. So that means you can't be perfect within your generation. That's interesting. It's another subject matter. I touched on that before, but go ahead.
and God said to Noah,
What he said?
I have determined to make an end to all flesh, for the earth is filled with violence through them. Behold, I will destroy them with the earth.
Now, there's some people that will use the book of Enoch in order to explain what took place, right? Because Genesis 6, go all the way up, you'll see that it says the sons of who? Sons of Elohim, or Bene Elohim, sons of God, did what? And then did what? Came unto the daughters of men. Some people would say, well, no, that's talking about the lineage of Seth mixing in with the lineage of Cain, and because of that copulation of the two, now you have corrupted seed, because the righteous and unrighteous should not be together. There's different things that's debated in academia. I'm not going to tell you what to believe. Simply what I'm trying to show you is because of what happened, El decided to judge man because of the wickedness that came upon the earth, and he did so by what means? A flood, which required Noah's obedience, get in the ark, bringing one of every kind of animal, clean and unclean. Okay. Clean and unclean. How do Noah know what's clean and unclean? Where that language coming from? Indeed. Save that for another time. So after the flood, El divides. Somebody read that. No, read the screen. The narrative.
After the flood, El divides peoples and lands and assigns them to divine council members. Ben Elohim, however, Israel is reserved for Yah.
So this is interesting. After the flood, El divides peoples and lands and assigns them to who? Divine council members. However, Israel is reserved for YHWH. Now this right here is a later thing that's going on. But what I'm going to show you is this. Watch. Genesis 10 and 1.
These are the generations of the sons of Noah.
These are the generations of the sons of Noah. Go ahead.
Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Sons were born to them after the flood.
All right, go to verse 5.
From these, the coastland peoples spread in their lands, each with his own language by their clans and their nations.
And this has to do with who? Japheth, right? All right, go to verse 20.
These are the sons of Ham, by their clans, their languages, their lands, and their nations.
All right, let's go to verse 31 and 32.
These are the sons of Shem, by their clans, their languages, their lands, and their nations. These are the clans of the sons of Noah, according to their genealogies, in their nations, and from these the nations spread abroad on the earth after the flood.
So something took place that we see this event that the earth is being, that Noah and his sons are told to repopulate the earth, right? Replenish the earth. But now we see a dividing going on of lands, of people, of languages, etc. Let's see what's going on in the heavenly realm. Go to Deuteronomy 32 and 8.
When the Most High gave to the nations...
Whoa, hold on. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance. Go ahead.
When he divided mankind...
When he divided mankind, which we see going on right now. Keep going.
He fixed the borders of the people according to the numbers of the sons of God.
Whoa. Wow. Say it again.
When he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God.
According to the number of the sons of God. When you read verse 9, it says something interesting. Read verse 9.
But the Lord's portion...
Wait, but YHWH's portion...
is his people.
So now we see that the sons of El, which we get from a Dead Sea Scroll rendering, and then you get sons of Israel from the Masoretic text tradition. But here's the thing. He's dividing the peoples and the lands, and then you say according to the number of the sons of El, and you're going to be like, okay, that could just mean that whoever these sons of El is, he's just dividing the people according to their number. But when you go and you read the next verse, YHWH, which is a deity, he's choosing a people for himself, which means that Bene Elohim are actually being apportioned different groups of people for them to rule over. Damn, it's deep. Somebody got it. It's heavy. Because this is all going to make sense going on further. So now we see Elyon, we see the Most High, and then in verse 8, verse 9, then we see YHWH. Some people will say, whoa, that looks like two different deities there. Looks like the Most High is here, the council's here, and he's giving them, here you go, here you go, here you go. Then YHWH say, yo, I want to take Jacob. Let me get it. That's mine. And at that time, Jacob didn't exist yet. Right? Cain, Con. It's deep. It's going to get heavy. But we're going to try to reconcile that. So I see some people inching, get ready to leave lock the door. Let's make sure nobody get out of here. We're going to stay here and we're going to get through this. You can't run from this stuff. You got to deal with it. And we're going to confront it head on, all right? All right. So what I did was, I added a reference, and I'm going to read this. This is extremely important. The reference is called The God of the Patriarchs and the Ugaritic Text, A Shared Religious and Cultural Identity by Jed Robinson. All right? So me personally, if a source is giving good information, I may not subscribe to the theology of that person, but if they cite a source and they give you some background information based on their academic studies, then I can accept that. Because there's a lot of people, even these lexicons are written by Christians. I'm not a Christian, but does that mean that the data is bad? The information is bad? No, you got to do objective studies in academia. This is actually sourced from somebody from Brigham Young University. Do y'all know what BYU is?
Yes.
What theological sect is BYU?
Mormons.
The Mormons. I just wanted to put it out there because if I don't say it, somebody will see it and say, oh look, see Divine, see he's a Mormon. Undercover. You might as well call me a Christian there. I'm using lexicons. But let's read this. This is interesting. The word Elu is used over 500 times in the text of Ugarit. The most obvious usage of the word is the name of the divine patriarchal God who was the head of the pantheon. Now, we're not going to get into Mormon theology, but we're just looking at this data. El has a role as the father, Ab. So we see a symbol in Hebrew and in Ugaritic because they are what? West Semitic languages. They're more closely related Hebrew and Ugaritic and Hebrew and Aramaic than Hebrew and Greek or something else. All right? He is seated before the divine council, which is considered El's family. It's interesting. As its head, he is portrayed as being elderly and bearded and is often called the ageless one or father of years. Wait, I've seen this in the Bible before. Book of Daniel? That's interesting. Okay. He acts as a help to both the lesser deities and mankind. So he intervenes, right? Interestingly, El is also seen as the creator in the Hurrian Hittite text discovered in Anatolia. El sits on the throne with his consort and wife, Artharat, or biblical Asherah, progenitress of the gods. Now, this is another different subject matter. I don't know if I'm going to touch into it in part 2, but this is just from these cultures identifying this deity, okay? Now listen to this. El attributes as a kind father are expressed in the phrase, kind El, the compassionate. Also read that in the scriptures. Book of Exodus, Deuteronomy talks about his character being compassionate and kind, right? So maybe they all allude to the same deity, just from different vantage points. Because remember, they was all divided. Are you following? And now you have other divine council members that's over these people, who's also giving them the knowledge of El, and they know about El, and he's the father, the progenitor, the one created everything, but I'm the one in power right now, so you worship me. That's deep. Okay, let's keep going. Now watch this. The abode of El is described in the Baal myths as being at the source of the rivers amid the channels of 2 oceans. El is seen as dwelling on a remote mountain in the north, with which Cross sees direct biblical correlation in Isaiah 14:13, where the mount of the council of El is referenced to be in the distant north. El is said to dwell in a tent, a pavilion, or tabernacle similar to the biblical Ohel Moed. That's interesting. So I did a Sukkot message. Okay. So the abode of El is described in the Baal myths as being at the source of the rivers, amid the channels of the two oceans. El is seen as dwelling on a remote mountain in the north, with which cross sees direct biblical correlation in Isaiah 14:13, where the mount of the council of El is referenced to be in the distant north. El is also said to dwell in a tent, a pavilion or tabernacle, similar to the biblical Ohel Moed. And that's interesting. And there's a reason why I singled this out. I singled this out because now we see a situation where El is at a distance. But we're going to see something interesting coming up. So El is at a distance. So now he's stepping back. So he was dealing with man personally. Man kept messing up. So he stepped back, let man repopulate, set the borders and everything like that, and then gave ownership of certain peoples and groups and lands to the divine council members. So all right, I'm going to let y'all take over. I'm going to go sit in the background, and I'm going to see what y'all do. Because I tried to deal with man. I'm going to let y'all do your thing. Are y'all following me? This is the narrative. Now watch this. Read Genesis 11, 1-9. The narrative is, mankind, under the rule of the divine council members, resulted in more wickedness with El in the background, so he intervenes. That's deep. Read Genesis 11, verses 1-9.
Now the whole earth had one language.
Whole earth had one language.
And the same word.
Uh-huh.
And as people migrated from the east.
Wait. That's Genesis chapter 11, verse 1.
Genesis 11, 1. Now the whole earth had one.
Oh, okay, keep going. I'm sorry. Keep going.
And as people migrated from the east,
Uh-huh.
they found a plain in the land of
Shinar.
Shinar and settled there.
Mm-hmm.
And they said to one another, come, let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly. And they had bricks for stone and bitumen for mortar. Then they said, come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its tops in the heavens.
Wait, let's build a city and a tower with its tops where?
In the heavens.
Why did they want to build it that high? So you know, the council members, it said that they dwell on the mountaintops. Somebody got it, but I don't want to reveal this too. It's really juicy. But keep.
Let us build for ourselves a city and a tower with the top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be dispersed over the face of the whole earth. And the Lord came down.
Wait, and who came down?
And the Lord.
What's that word there in Hebrew? Somebody verify, look in your lexicon. So anybody can get it. He what?
Came down.
Wait, he came down. Wait, hold on, wait. What you mean he came down? Can't he see it from where he's at? Why he have to come down? I didn't say that. I'm just saying, why is he coming down? He's in the distant north. He's like, I'm gonna let them rock. I'm gonna see what they're gonna do with mankind, because mankind keep messing up. He ain't listening to me. Now look what mankind's doing without El intervening. I was like, well, hold on, let me go ahead and see what's going on. So they believed that he resided somewhere, and he actually came to see what was going on and intervene, because the council members are not doing their due diligence to ensure that mankind is upholding the degree of righteousness. It's the narrative. Okay, read it.
And came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of man had built. And the Lord said, behold, they are one people, and they have all one language. And this is only the beginning of what they will do.
Now slow down. So to remember, what was the directive in Genesis chapter 10? The scripture says that this is Japheth, this is his lineage, and they are divided according to their language, their clan, their land. So a distinction that Yah made was he divided them purposely to have their own language, their own land. But now when he steps away, gives it to the divine council members, something's going on that's causing the people to say, yo, forget that. Let's do our own thing. That wasn't his intention. That wasn't El's intention for man. But when you leave it to somebody else to do it, this is deep. Listen, we got to confront this stuff. It's deep. I'm not telling you how to interpret it. I'm just giving you the information. Y'all do with it what you want. Okay, what verse you at?
6.
Okay, go to 9. From 6 and
Therefore, its name was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of all the earth.
So he confused the language so the people can go back to the initial directive. Are you following me? Yes. So they wasn't supposed to all have one language. And this was something else that was going on. They was doing outside of the objective that Yah gave them. Right? So Yah had to go back and put things right again. It's deep. Okay, keep going.
And from there, the Lord dispersed them over the face of all the earth.
Awesome. Let's go to the next one. Look at this. There's some people that would say, oh man, that story is fake. And you have anybody ever tell you that the Tower of Babel was fake? Raise your hand. Anybody? Yeah. Yeah. Did you know that there's something called the Tower of Babel Stele? Did you know that existed? Where the Tower of Babel was actually an actual architectural building that existed. And we have an outside source, outside of the Bible, that validates that. You can look this up. Here it is right here. Here's a reconstruction of it. And now I'm going to read to you what it says. The Etem and Nanki, Ziggurat, Babibli. The house, the foundation of heaven and earth, Ziggurat in Babylon. Caption identifying the great ziggurat of Babylon, the Tower of Babel. The royal inscription of Nebuchadnezzar continues. Nebuchadnezzar, there's some kind of time difference situation going on here. But that's reconciled when we get to the commentary. King of Babylon, I am in order to complete the Entamanaki and the E-Ur Men-Imi Anki. I mobilize all countries everywhere. Mobilize all the countries everywhere. Each and every ruler who had been raised to prominence over all the people of the world. So he's gathering all the people together to work on a project. So he's continuing an effort that initially was thwarted. Are y'all following me? Okay. Loved by Marduk, which is his patron deity, from the upper sea to the lower sea, the distant nations, the teeming people of the world, kings of remote mountains and far-flung islands, the base I filled in to make a high terrace. I built their structures with bitumen and baked brick. Isn't that what you read from the okay. Throughout, I completed it, raising its top to where? The heaven, making it gleam bright as the sun. This is the hubris of Babylon. This is interesting because there's a huge time difference here, right? But remember, the Israelites, they went into Babylonian captivity under who? What king? Nebuchadnezzar. Interesting. So now you're saying that they're reconstructing this edifice to defy the Most High? And the Israelites in captivity and they see this going on while they're in Mesopotamia? It's deep. Okay, let's get a little bit back now. The ziggurat in Babylon was originally built around the time of Hammurabi. This is what they say, from 1792 to 1750. But other scholars believe that it was erected way before Hammurabi, and he just worked on the project and made it greater. So if that's the case, this would have been contemporary with who? Abraham. No. Nebuchadnezzar wasn't around during this time, or earlier than this, but Abraham was. Do you understand? Because right after, not even right after, in the same chapter, at the bottom, we get Abram coming on the scene, right? Yeah. So the restoration and enlargement began under Nabopolassar and was finished after 43 years of work under Nebuchadnezzar II, 604 to 562. It has been calculated that at least 17 million bricks had to be made and fired. Babylon with the ziggurat was captured by Kairos, 538 BC, who pulled down the 3-stair ramp so the tower could not be used as a fortress. Darius I, 519 BC, Cyrus, 483 BC, and entirely taken down by Alexander the Great, 331 BC, due to the structural water damage caused by the removed ramps, but his rebuilding plans failed. It's interesting. So this item was up there as a showcase of the hubris of Babylon, and as a result of that, over time, it got damaged, and the Greeks brought it down. They tried to build it back up, but they couldn't. And the reason why they couldn't is because initially, when this thing was being built, Y'all had to come down and confound it. It's interesting why it still doesn't exist today.
Say that again, Ron.
Yeah.
Repeat what you just said.
Okay.
Repeat what you just said.
Okay, you said the timeline.
Yeah, she wants you to repeat what you just said.
All right.
I'm trying to get who started, well, we get.
Correct.
But then the various.
Correct. So it's believed that it pre-existed Hammurabi, but the earliest mention we have it is during the time of Hammurabi. Okay. So what I was saying was, it's interesting that what happened to this edifice over time, because initially, when the attempts were made, now this was like several attempts to keep rebuilding this thing, and it stopped working every time something happened. It's because initially this was not what Yah intended for mankind to do, because it brings man into what's called the ecumenical state of mind. What is the ecumenical state of mind? Some people believe the Catholic Church is doing this today. What's the ecumenical council that the Catholic Church had called, the Pope had called some time ago? What does that mean, ecumenical council? What does the word Catholic mean? Universal. So what Pope, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Pope John Paul? Second? I think it was him. Had called a council where all the religious world leaders came together and prayed together. So you saying this? Come on over, man. You a Hindu? You a Buddhist? Come on over. Muslim, Christian, let's go pray together. And let's show the world that we are all one, praying to the same deity, that we mistaken as something other because of religion and stuff like that. Okay. So, when we see the layout where Nebuchadnezzar was trying to do, bring all the world together to work on this one project to defy the powers that be above him, we see that this same kind of thing is going on today, with all these skyscrapers and stuff like that. That's another deep lecture. I'm not going to get into it. I'm showing this to you to let you know that this thing is real. Don't let nobody tell you it's a myth. Give them the source. It's called the Tower of Babel Stele. Until now, our knowledge of the Tower of Babel has been based on the account in Genesis 11 and 1:9 and of Herodotus only, and is the history's work, with the measurement of the first two stages in a Seleucid tablet of 229 BC, given the sizes of the stages. However, no contemporary illustrations have been known, resulting in a long series of fanciful paintings throughout art history until the present. Here we have the first time an illustration contemporary with Nebuchadnezzar II's restoration and enlargement. That means he didn't create it, he just restored it, an enlargement of the Tower of Babel, and with the capture making the identity absolutely sure. We also have the building plans as well as a short account of the reconstruction process. So before this was recovered, the only thing we had of it was Herodotus, some Seleucid source, and the Bible. People say, oh, that's a fanciful story, it's not real. And then archaeology exhumed this. So now what you say? Oh, I guess that was real. I don't know if this is self-strengthening your faith, I'm just giving you some information. Okay. So now we get to a situation where after the Tower of Babel is done, El has to intervene again because man is doing whatever he wants and the deities are doing whatever they want. So now we have a situation, we have a parenthetical, a parentheses. What's a parentheses? What does that indicate when you're reading something?
It emphasizes.
A what?
It emphasizes something.
Yes, but what else?
An optional alternative name or something.
Or information that it inserts that you need to know before you proceed with the rest, right? Okay. How many of you are familiar with the Epic of Baal and the Baal cycle? 1, 2, anybody else? Okay, I'm gonna give you a summary. But your text reference for this is KTU 1.1 to 1.6. This is the nomenclature that they utilize in order for you to understand which Ugaritic tablets that we're referring to. Okay? Kane Khan? All right. Here's a reference that you can get for free online. It's called Religious Text from Ugarit. Okay? NY. See reference Religious Text from Ugarit by NY, pages 34 to 115. All right, now, I'm not going to go over a lot of this. I'm going to make it short so I can stay within time constraints. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to read maybe couple of pages for you, and it's really like this much on each page, and the rest of it is really like commentary. But I want you to get an idea of what this is. Okay, I'm gonna give you the summary of it so you can see what this is. It's gonna be a real quick summary. All right, you ready? Yes. All right, let me give this to you. So here's the synopsis of the narrative, so we don't have to go through all of it, right? So it starts off with an embassy from El to Anat, who's another deity. Embassy from El to Cathar, who comes from Crete. Summoning deities to Yam's coronation. What does the word Yam mean in Hebrew? What? Yam. Thank you. See. Yes. But in this case, yeah, S-E-A. It's the personification of the sea into a deity. Declaration of El, of Yam's royal status and his coronation. Baal arrives and complains. Kothar is instructed by El to build a palace for Yam. Athar's claim that he has no palace or temple is dismissed. So you're going to be like, what's going on here? I'm going to summarize it after I read the synopsis. Yam sends messengers to the divine assembly to demand Baal's surrender. Baal reacts violently and is restrained. Kothar supplies Baal with maces with which he kills Yam. He strikes him right to the temple, to his head with it. After that's done, a feast in honor of Baal is done. Anat, which is another deity, is at war, and we also see a theophoric name with the word Anat in the scriptures. She fights in the valley between two towns and wades through gore before going to a temple to perform bloody rites. She then washes. Now, after Baal wins this fight with Yam, he demands a palace to be made for him. Keep this in mind. Conflict, then you have the palace, and then you have the banquet. That's interesting. When messages come from Baal, Anat is perturbed, fearing danger to him, and insists that she has already killed Yam and his associates. So they believe Yam is already dead. Why are y'all coming to me? Anat goes to meet Baal and says she will demand a palace and temple for him from El with threats. So now Anat's going to go threaten El to say, yo, now you need to make a temple or a palace for Baal like you was going to make for Yam. This is interesting. Because Yam, Anat, Baal is also to be the Bene Elohim. This is the narrative from Ugarit. But there's some value in this narrative. Now, we may not subscribe to all of it, but there's some value in the narrative, and I have to show it to you. Otherwise, you're not going to understand who El Shaddai is, YHWH is, and El Elyon. Atharat's assistant is sent to fetch Kothar. Kothar receives instructions and sets to work in his forge, making gifts for Atharat. Anat and Baal come to Atharat with them. She is perturbed until she sees the gifts. Anat and Baal asks her to intercede with El. Atharat goes to El with Anat attending and complains that Baal is a king without a palace. That is, a god without a temple. This is really deep as we're going to get into this. Really deep. And this is why I had to stop in the next couple of slides because it's going to get really heavy, right? El accedes to her request. Anat takes Baal the news. Kothar sets to work. Baal's palace or his temple is completed and an inaugural banquet is held. Baal tours his kingdom. Baal sends a message to Mot. In Hebrew, what does Mot or Mut mean? Death, right? But it's now the personification of death, and it's personified as a deity. Now this is interesting because now it goes to show how Baal got his kingdom. It's deep. Some background information according to the narrative of a sister culture. Does not mean it agrees 100% with the biblical narrative, but there are some similarities. Now as we go on, it says, who replies that since he has not been invited to the banquet, he will feast on Baal. So now Mut is saying, well, y'all didn't invite me to the party. So now I'm going to beef with Baal and I'm going to kill him. I'm going to eat his body. Baal behaves abjectly and sends an obsequious reply. Baal is told to enter the underworld. En route, he copulates with the heifer, which bears him a son. Now that sounds kind of crazy. But we see now he was coaxed or he was deceived in going to the underworld. This is interesting. Baal's body is found. El and Anat mourn for him. So now Baal is killed by Mut. And Anat, who's supposed to be his sister, consort, and El, who's the father of the deities or whatever, they mourn for Baal. This is deep. Okay. Shapsh helps Anat recover Baal's corpse. Athar is enthroned on Baal's throne, but comes down from it to rule. So now somebody has to sit in that place since he's dead. And this person, Athar, is enthroned, but comes down from it to rule. Anat encounters Mut and ritually destroys him. El has a vision of Baal's restoration. Obscure conversation between Anat and Shapsh. A restored Baal fights a restored Mut. The struggle unresolved. Shapsh intervenes and restrains Mut. The tablet ends with a hymn to Shapsh and an extended colophon. Now you're going to be like, Divine, why are you reading this stuff to me? That sounds crazy. Are you saying that this is what was going on during that time period? According to the biblical narrative, I'm not saying that this is fully representative of the biblical narrative. What I'm trying to simply show you is that the biblical narrative is not the only narrative with certain characters in it and certain explanations of what's going on in the heavenly realm to justify what goes on in the earthly realm. Are you following me? Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to read the rest of this, but you can get this book for free. I'm going to show it to you again. You can get it for free. If you want me to get it for you, I can do that as well. But what I want people to do is actually read the actual narrative. What we read was just a synopsis, but what we're about to see here is the actual text itself, translated. All right? So let me get out of that. Let me get out of this. So let's go back to the lesson. Let's move forward. Now let me show you something that's really interesting as we go forward. Okay? The book again, Religious Text from Ugarit, 2nd edition by N.Y.I. All right? You got it? Yes? Come on, let me finish. I'm gonna finish up. All right. So the next, why is it not moving? Hold on. Let me do this. All right, hold on. Yeah. Okay, so we're almost done. Almost done. All right, I think we are right here. Okay. All right, yeah, we only got a couple more slides and we're done. Yeah, I know. Huh? She said thank you. All right. Now, Baal is enthroned on where? And rules over Canaan. Transjordan region in Canaan. Because Baal, so let me give you the explanation of what's going on. So in the heavenly realm, El is the chief deity. He's responsible for putting certain deities on certain thrones to rule over certain kingdoms. Are you following me? Yes. Okay. So he decides that a particular area he wants to give to Yam, which is one of the sons of El. Baal finds out about this and said, whoa, nah, I want to be the man. So he comes in and starts complaining like, yo, why are you giving him this throne? It should go to me. Follow what I'm saying? This is the storm god against the sea god. So what winds up happening is Baal says, yo, I'm going to fight Yah. We're going to fight. So then he gets assistance from the other deities. They equip him with a mace. And with that mace, he strikes Yam and kills Yam. It's interesting because we don't have anything there that says El actually mourned over Yam. But because he rightfully killed Yam, now mind you, nobody's competing for El's throne. Nobody's competing for his position. But there's something that's up for grabs for the deities. You're going to be like, yo, Divine, that sounds crazy. I don't believe that until I show you in the Bible. I'm going to show you this stuff going on in the Bible. You're going to be like, what are you talking about? Yeah. What you see in here, terrestrial, something celestial taking place for this stuff to happen down here. Yeah. At least according to these cultures. Are you following me? So after he does that, Anat Again, a theophoric name of Anat is in the scriptures. Anat, she comes and she gets on the scene, and her thing is like, oh, Baal don't have a palace. He's on a throne, but he ain't got no palace. So she beefs, and they try to get other deities involved to try and get El to intercede. So finally they agree. They create a palace for Baal around his throne, and then there's a banquet or a feast. So now during this period of time, Mot is in the underground somewhere. He gets the news. He's like, yo, ain't nobody invited me. So he decides to come to crash the party, and he threatens Baal, say, yo, I'm gonna take your throne now. So now we see things going on here. Now, this can be indicative of how certain groups are fighting, because if Mot is my deity, Baal is your deity, Yam is your deity, well, Yam, y'all may control this area, we worship Baal, we come in and we beat y'all up, we take over. Now Mut, his followers, to say, nah, we want that land, they come and they fight you and put Mut in place, because now remember, Baal is the seed to go into the underworld, so he gets off his throne. Somebody else tries to sit in his place, but Mut is trying to get that throne. These are groups of people that are fighting amongst each other, represented by different deities that we saw divided in Genesis chapter 10. And whenever fights happen, one group wins, then that deity is enthroned. It's deep. It's deep. And then that deity, something happens, and they try to explain, well, why is this group worships him is able to overcome us? They got to give you a narrative to explain what's going on, because they believe something's going on up there that's allowing these actions to take place in the earth. And when you don't understand this background information, then you can't really explain, well, why are these things happening in the Bible? Are you following me? So eventually, Mut gets Baal to get off his throne. Anat, she's like responsive, like, okay, we got to find out what's going on. And what happens to Baal? He's killed. So Baal's dead. And then they send his body back to El. So El is mourning over Baal. That's deep. That's interesting. But wind up, later on in the story, he gets restored. Mut is actually killed, and he resurrects. And then they fight to the death. Baal defeats Mut, and now he's the rightful ruler. Now, you're going to see a story from King Karet, who's one of the rulers, they don't know if he's mythical or historical, that was ruling Ugarit. And he represents the throne of Baal on the earth. That's deep. He represents the throne of Baal on the earth. And guess what he calls Baal once he's sitting on the throne ruling, and Baal is his patron deity, he calls Baal Elyon. Okay, let's keep moving. Let me move. So go to Exodus chapter 14, verse 2.
Tell the people of Israel to turn back and encamp in front of what's that?
Keep going.
Between Migdol and the sea. In front of Baal Zephon.
Wait, between Migdol and the sea. So if you're looking at a map, there we go, I got a map. Where's Migdol at and where's the sea? If anybody can recognize by looking at this map of Sinai in northwest Arabia. It's going to be in this region over here somewhere. Okay? No. Jerusalem is up here. It's going to be over here. It's going to be over here. You see where my hand is at? This sea is called what? The Gulf of what? The Gulf of Aqaba. Gulf of Aqaba is right here. The Gulf of Suez is right here. Gulf of Suez, Gulf of Aqaba. So this is taking place over here somewhere. Now some scholars say the route is this way. Some say the route was down here and across. I can tell you what I subscribe to, but you could go back and watch my videos. The bottom line is that Mount Zephon, who's there? Who's on that mountain? Baal. That's where his throne is at, on this mountain. And from there, he's ruling that region and the region of Canaan. So anybody that worships Baal, they know, oh, we know he's on Mount Zephon, but he's giving me the right to rule on his behalf in the earth. And because he's on the throne, and he's ruling over us, he's the Most High. That's deep. It's deep. Okay. I just gave you Exodus. It's telling you Mount Zephon, Baal Zephon. That's where he rules. That's where he's at. This is what the people believed. But it's interesting because when we go to meet YHWH later on, he comes from a mountain too. Oh, y'all like, what? He comes from a mountain too. I make this up. It's in the text. We're going to get to that. It's part 2. So if you want to see a reference, if you go to the same book, Religious Text from Ugarit, pages 388 to 390, you'll get a reference to him being enthroned on Mount Zaphon. It's there in the text. Page 388 to page 390. And I would read it, but I want to save some time, all right? Now look at this. In the Ugaritic tablets, there's another narrative about a king correct who acknowledges El and asks El for intercession and assistance as the head of the divine council, but he sacrifices to and worships Baal. And he's the earthly king that represents whatever power on behalf that he's ruling on in the heavenly realm, which at this time is Baal. This is all going on that's causing a lot of confusion and stuff, and this is when El takes his back seat, tries to intercede, things are going on, so now El has to say, okay, now I gotta really step in and do something about this. This is really deep stuff, man. Text reference, KTU 1.14 to 1.16. And I'm not gonna read it, I'll probably do it on a live stream or something like that, but I just wanna get through this since we only got a few more slides, all right? Go see the reference in the religious text. Actually, let me just read for you these footnotes real quick. And the reason why I want to read is because you're going to see something that's really deep, that's going to make sense later on. Okay? This is pages 176 to page 243. It explains this part for you about King Correct, right? But the emphasis is on these 4 pages, and it's only like small little footnotes I want to read for you. It's really deep. Okay? Y'all want me to read it or skip past it? Okay. It says, lift up your hands to heaven, sacrifice to bull your father El, because he's entreating El for assistance on something. But it says, serve Baal with your sacrifice, listen to this, the son of Dagon, with your food. Whoa. Baal is the son of Dagon? Do y'all know who Dagon is? No. Somebody tell somebody that know and don't know what's going on here. But Dagon is the deity of what people? The Philistines. Wow, this is deep. There's a connection there. So when you see the stuff going on, like in the text, there's something going on in the heavenly realm, some stuff is going on. Then come down correct from the roof, prepare food for the city, wheat for the house of Kabur, right? So the next page I'm going to get, it's only 2 more pages. The next page I'm going to get is, which one? 198. 198. Thank you so much for y'all paying attention. I appreciate that. This makes it much easier for me. Okay, you said 198, right? All right, 198. 189. 191.
So Baal is the son of Dagon.
That's what the text says. There's some kind of connection going on there, and we're going to find out.
It's a god with a fish head.
Yes, Dagon's supposed to be the fish god. Dag can also mean grain, or it can also mean fish. Depends upon what context you're looking at it in. But it's the fish god deity of the Philistines. So now the Philistines, they have a deity that they worship. And that deity was at odds with YHWH. Yay? Okay, I'm just saying, I don't know if y'all understood that, but just wanted to pull it out there. All right, this is, again, he lifted up his hands to heaven. He sacrificed the bull, his father El. He served Baal with his sacrifice, the son of Dagon with his food. More emphasis. Next page is 206. And I'm going to show you the footnote at 136 real quick.
And he is who?
That's King Correct.
King Correct.
Yes. All right, so watch this. I'm going to read this for you. It says here, the sons of Ramai, Prince Resheph, and the assembly of the gods in threes. Now, there's a footnote, 136. And what you're going to see here is something really interesting. Because in the Bible, you see like the sons of Elohim, you see angels, you see the Most High. The question is, what does any of that mean? Is there a hierarchy? Are there different levels to this? Footnote 136 says, the assembly of the gods translates the 3 categories thereof. So there's 3 categories of powers that's in the heavenly realm. You have your lesser deities, which is your Malakim, your messengers, right? The border crosses, that's another subject matter. You have your divine council members, that we see here, and then you have El at the top. 1, 2, 3. Those messengers, they work for one of the divine council members. Are y'all feeling me? And then you have El at the top. 3 different categories. So when you read sister cultures and you read their tablets and their literature, they give you a little bit more data that you can utilize to understand some form of context in the biblical narrative.
What was the bottom tier again?
Is the lesser deities, the messengers, or the border crossers. The ones that really go from the heavenly realm, where the first 2 layers is, to the earthly realm. They're the ones that go forth and bring messages that work on behalf of the deity and take the name of the deity when they go to deliver a message. In some cases. That's deep. Because you're going to see some character called the angel of the Lord. What is that? Who is he? Who does he represent? All right. The last reference, I'm going to leave alone. I really just wanted to point that out for y'all to see what's going on here. Because some people will say, oh no, the Elohim in the scriptures, those are all angels. Well, when you read sister cultures, it kind of like eliminates that. I know it's a lot. Oh, you got a question? Okay, let me wrap up so I can get your question. I don't know where my cursor is at.
So there are 3 categories of heavenly powers,
Correct.
and these are considered the assembly of God.
Correct. Or the divine council. Now, again, I'm just giving you the data. What you want to believe from here is on you. You can disagree with it, that's fine. I'm just trying to give you a narrative. Okay.
The sons of God, appear before God.
You're talking about Job chapter 2, verse 1? Uh-oh. Those are the messengers that go to the earth and do their business and have to come back and report to the council. That's deep.
How does devil relate to that?
That's a good question. Uh-oh.
How does that relate to what?
That's a great question. I wish I could answer it. Let me just finish this. That's deep. Because once I start showing you anything, I'm like, well, what is Shaddai? What is he coming? Who is he? Who does he represent? What adversary is he? Okay.
And then you got
So this reference just goes into the Baal is the son of Dagon. And this could be a rendering that Baal could be believed he was fathered by either El or Dagon. There's some kind of discussion in academia. I just want to give you a reference for it by Noga Ayali Darshan of the Hebrew University. It's called Baal, son of Dagon, in search of Baal's double paternity. And I try to use sources that you can go and find yourself online. I don't want to have some book that I'm hiding somewhere and I'm getting information out and y'all can't get access to it to see if Divine's telling the truth. I'm giving you free sources, you can go and find these things yourself, all right? So we almost done. Now here's the final part. We get into the end. El initiates a covenant. Now mind you, El stepped back. Baal and them doing their thing. So when El steps back, he's giving the rule back to the deities because they keep messing up. So we saw the epic of Baal, right? He's giving Yam the throne. Baal gets mad, fights, kills Yam. He sits on the throne. He's deceived to come off the throne by Mut. Mut kills him. He's restored or resurrected. Mut is restored. They fight. He kills Mut and he's back on the throne. Baal is on the throne. But something is very interesting here. When this narrative was written, it was written by the people of Ugarit. But there was another group of people that influenced this narrative in support of their chief deity, Baal. Now, see, when you understand this stuff, you get some patches in the scriptures and be like, man, I don't understand why this is written here. You got to understand ancient Near Eastern context. El initiates a covenant with Abraham as who? El Shaddai. The one that's destructive. Remember that? Drag, to draw, to obstruct, deal violently with. That's deep. He's trying to make a point. There's a reason why he's getting that epithet. Somebody's mad. Did y'all hear what I said? Somebody's mad and wants to deal violently about a situation. There's some power that wants to deal violently or obstruct or intervene and do something. because some kind of madness is going on. Are you following me? So his descendants can judge who? For exalting Baal, demoting El, and plaguing the land. This is heavy. This is really deep. Y'all need to look up the Amorite kingdom, which is the Amorite kingdom, and see how the other indigenous people felt about the Amorites. They was not very liked. But they were the ones that represented Baal. Are you following me? Let's get Genesis chapter 15, verse 7.
All right. Genesis chapter 15, starting at
Because when you read this at first, you're going to be like, what does that mean? I don't understand that. Read it.
And he said to him, I am the Lord who brought you out from Ur.
So this is El Shaddai talking to who? Abraham, right? Read.
Of the Chaldeans, to give you this land to possess. But he said, O Lord God, how am I to know that I shall possess it? He said to him, bring me a heifer 3 years old, a female goat 3 years old, a ram 3 years old, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he brought him all these.
Now he brought these out of clean animals now. I don't know how no one knows this. I'm assuming Abraham knows this, but maybe somebody explain it to him. But keep going.
And he brought him all these, cut them in half, and laid each half over against the other. But he did not cut the bird in half. And when birds of prey came down on the carcasses, Abraham drove them away.
Okay, keep going.
As the sun was going down.
Now I explained this in a lecture I did before, so I'm not going to really get into that part. But this is how covenants are consummated between two parties. If it's a deity and if it's a man. You got to cut the man. The deity says, look, this is what I want to do for you. The man's like, okay. In order for that to take place, you got to have a contract. So back then, a deity and a man, how do they officiate the contract? Well, the man gets certain animals requested by the deity. He cuts the animals in half, separates them like this. He goes away somewhere, comes back, and then he sees the deity passing through the sacrifice. That word berit, look it up. This is what's going on here. This is saying, okay, now I've accepted your sacrifice. You've agreed by means of killing this animal, which means you could die too. You're giving up your life and as a vow to the deity, to obey the deity. And the deity is saying, okay, I've accepted the sacrifice. I'm passing through. Now the contract is complete. Let's start. Let's get it going. Keep reading.
As the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell on Abram, and behold, dreadful and great darkness fell upon him. Then the Lord said to Abram, know for certain that your offspring will be sojourners in the land.
Listen to this.
That is not theirs, and will be servants.
Now slow down. A land that's not theirs, there'll be servants there because there's already a people there. There's already deities that's ruling there. Keep going.
And they will be afflicted for 400 years. But I will bring judgment on the nation that they serve.
Judgment. Wait. Remember reading the text where it says that El's judging the gods of Egypt? There's some beef going on in the heavenly realm. And this text that actually explains that. But I'm not going to get into that today. Keep going.
But I will bring judgment on the nation that they serve.
Okay.
And afterwards they shall come out with great possession. And for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace.
Now listen to this part.
You shall be buried in a good old age.
Keep going.
And they shall come back here in the fourth generation. For the iniquity.
Wait, for what?
The iniquity.
The iniquity
of the Amorites
is
not yet complete.
Is not yet complete. So something is going on. What you mean the iniquity of the Amorites? What are the Amorites doing that is defiling the land that they had to be judged for? The Amorites was the ethnic group of people that inspired and influenced the whole region of the Levant to serve and worship the great deity Baal. And as a result, there are things that they're doing in that land that's deemed unrighteous by El that they have to be judged for. Again, another background for El having to step in and take care of some business. Because the divine council members are not doing what they're supposed to do, and as a result, the people following them are also not doing what they're supposed to do. Are y'all following? Okay. Maybe you need some kind of background on this. Vine offers a more precise historical view of the cycle. Distancing his position from the early historical interpretations of Viro, Elyon, and Obermann, Vine argues that the Baal cycle reflects the rise of the Amorites at Ugarit in the 21st or 20th century BC. With the emergence of the Amorites, Baal, the new god of the Amorites, you heard what I said? The new god of the Amorites replaced El, the local god. So now the people worship El, but for some reason El was distant, and in the process, another people brought their deity in, and now the scribes of Ugarit had to pay homage to this deity. This is why the Amorites is charged with iniquity and the sight of El Shaddai, and he has to destroy, obstruct, deal violently with the Amorites. This is a foreshadowing of El doing something in the future to deal with this situation, this problem that's happening. But he can't act at that point. There's some rules of engagement in the heavenly realm that first need to be satisfied, which means the people need to be given a chance to repent. You see this? Yes. So he dealt with Israel. He gave them hundreds of years to repent. And then after a certain period of time, then he has to judge. Are y'all following me? Yeah. It's kind of heavy, I know. So now they come in ages. In a similar vein, Oldenburg suggests that the rivalry between Baal and the family of El and Ashtaroth reflects a tension in their cults at Ugarit during the second millennium. Remember, different groups of people are here, but they're different deities. They fight amongst each other. This group is ruling for a period of time. They lose to another group because something's going on up there that's reflecting on the earth. That's what they believed during that time. Could be similar today. All the action, political stuff that we see going on, could be some deities that's fighting up there. Some kind of action in the heavenly realm. You're going to be like, yo, Divine, you making that up. That's not in the Bible. Okay. Like Vine, Oldenburg views Baal Hadu as an Amorite god. So Hadad or Hadu is another, really the personal name of which Baal we're talking about. There's more than one Baal. Baal just means Lord, Master, you know what I'm saying, ruler, husband. Baal also means husband. But it's different Baals. But in this case, the particular one that they're talking about is Hadad or Hadu, the one that's enthroned where? Where's his throne at? Mount Zebon. So the Amorites brought Baal in, and we see that Baal's a little unstable in the narrative. He's doing things the way he wants to do things. He becomes their storm deity. Because if they're in a drought, you pray to this deity, he brings rain. The lightning is representative of his power, his authority. But then later on, YHWH is considered the storm god. With lightning. How does that happen? Is there a fight? Does something occur? Is this really El doing this? Is this a separate deity doing this? Stay tuned next time on I'm just playing with y'all. So let me give you a summary of part 2, because we're done here, and then I'll take it up some other time. So what did we learn today? Tell me what you learned today. I'm going to give you some insight into part 2, and then if you have a few questions, not too many, if you want to eat, then I'll let you go. What did you learn today so far? Anybody?
There's a council.
Okay, council, according to what?
Sister cultures.
Sister cultures and grammar rules in Hebrew. Because remember, Elohim doesn't always mean a council, but we'll see in certain contexts, like Psalm 82 is a good example of that. It depends on how the syntax of the sentence is, right? So divine council, what else? Three categories. El, who else? It's El, one category. Divine council. And then the messengers or the border crosses. Excellent. Anything else?
What? With the El, divine council, and what was the other one?
The messengers.
Messengers.
Correct. There's always a distinction between sons of El and Malachim. There's a reason for that.
And these three things are what?
These different categories
Categories
of entities in the heavenly realm. Yeah, in the heavenly realm. Correct.
Malachim are the border.
Correct. They're the messengers that go and actually interface. So you'll see in the text where like angels is killing people, wiping people out, stuff like that. They work on behalf of one of these divine council. And then El is the one that proceeds over the council and he's the one that oversees what's going on. But we want to find out what's his connection with YHWH. Remember what El Shaddai means. We're going to see that. We're going to see destruction going on to these people that are going to get judged called the Amorites. It's deep. Anything else? Anything else you learned? Methodology is important.
Based on origin stories,
Uh-huh.
and so that we can attain the concept of the identity and where it came.
Correct. By looking at data, stringing the data together, giving a conclusion from the data, and then interpreting that conclusion to the people. Anything else? One last point. Y'all learned something today?
That each group of people went to war, and who won, their God represents them.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Anybody younger? Because the elders is turning up. That's deep.
I said there are a group of people who go to war, fighting each other, and whoever wins, their God takes over. Right. Yes. Right.
And remember, also, the Tower of Babel is real. Y'all forgot that. That's a good one right there. All right, so let me give you some insight to part 2, and we're done. So I know this wasn't really the juiciest information, but there's a lot of background information. In part 2, we're going to go into Moshe encountering YHWH because he met him somewhere. He didn't meet him in Egypt. Okay, wait. So Moshe encountered a deity called YHWH in Midian, not in Egypt. YHWH has to explain to Abraham, hey, I'm really El Shaddai, the power of destruction. Oh, y'all missed that. Wait a second. Hey, so look. See, this is part 2. Come on, man. You gotta let me say this part 2. Moses encountered some deity called YHWH. Moses don't know who this deity is. The deity has to assert himself to Moses and explain, I'm El Shaddai that your forefathers knew. I'm El Shaddai. And Shaddai, we think it means, oh, this means almighty. No, no, no. To deal violently, destruction, to despoil, to drag. Oh, so something about to go down. Because we see YHWH take them to war, to take spoil, to wipe and slave groups of people. That's El Shaddai. It's a covenant he made because of the Amorites and their iniquity, serving Baal and allowing corruption to happen in the land. Hence why Yah told the people, do not follow the ways, do not imitate what the other nations do. It's a standard that if you keep it, I'll keep you. Then we get to the Exodus, a period of the Judges, which is some really interesting stuff about the heavenly realm. That's when we find out that the stars of heaven, they are doing something that then reflects on the earth. It's deep. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about. You heard of the Song of Deborah? Read that. Caesarea, who's that? Sisera, who's that? I think Sisera, I'm saying right. Who's that?
He's the guy who got him killed.
By who? Yael, right? Because Barak initially was too scared to go to war, so Deborah had to get him to man up. So Barak said, I'm going to go kill this guy. Deborah said, no, 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 it's going to happen at the hands of a woman. Yael drives a tent peg in his head, but what happens is, before that had to take place, in the song they identify that the stars of heaven, things are going on up here, that's then reflected on the earth. It's deep. YHWH defeats Yah. Oh, we have that? In the Bible? Yeah, it's there. Dagon and Baal. Did you know this is in the Bible? Did you know that YHWH defeats Yah? The same thing that Baal had to do? Yeah, the whole battle and everything is in the Bible. You're going to be like, what? We're going to get into it. Read the book of Psalms. It's deep. Because if you don't understand ancient Near Eastern culture and literature, then you're not going to know what is going on. Why is David singing about this happening? What is he talking about? David's war campaigns enthrones YHWH in the region of Levant. Now this is deep. Because remember, King Keret and the Amorites, King and Ugaritic kings, when they was ruling, they ruled on behalf of a deity that empowered them to do that. They were just a reflection of the deity's rule in the heavenly realm. Baal has been given a throne for a certain period of time, ruling over a certain group of people. But now, because he wasn't able to do what he's supposed to do, time's up. So somebody else gets to move on in. It's deep. But when David wins and subdues the nations, all the nations' deities now are subservient to the deity that David worships. Because now, the only one that can sit on that throne has to be YHWH. But who is YHWH? Is he a separate deity? Is he an extension of El? Or who's this? It's deep. And then we're going to see the YHWH epic, and we're going to see how it compares with the Baal epic. It's interesting. And the really good piece is the holy arm of El is revealed as YHWH. Damn, I just gave it up. That's okay. It's like El is the puppet master, and YHWH is the puppet.
Well, when is he not the puppet?
It's deep. Huh? I'm not gonna get into. No, don't ask no question about that. Wait, part two. And now, mind you, so YHWH is enthroned legally because they fighting everything. This is how it's the rules of engagement. Israelites are tempted to betray YHWH and worship Baal. So now what you're doing is you're removing YHWH off his throne, and you're giving that rule and reign back to Baal. When that happens, then YHWH has to succeed the land and kick the people out so the new owners or the new deity can move on in. It's deep. But the deeper thing is that YHWH did not just claim a land, he claimed the people. This is different than what the other is deep. It's deep. And then you get to exile, and then I give you a conclusion that will blow your mind. So whenever Minister Carnes wants to schedule it, I'll do part two.
Next week.
He said next week, tomorrow. There's a lot of deep stuff here, but this will help me giving you this narrative will help to kind of harmonize and make sense of what's going on in the scriptures when you read it. Okay, so now questions.
Ron,
Yes.
I want to know, okay, what the ones going to be fighting in heaven and throwing out?
I'm not going to reveal that yet. That's deep. Say that again, Mom. That's deep.
Fighting in heaven, and who are they going to throw out of heaven?
You don't remember reading the Bible where there's some war in heaven? Y'all be like, no, that stuff ain't real. Ain't nobody fighting in heaven. The rest of the text says there's a war in heaven. And somebody gets kicked out. I'm trying to give you some background information. Okay, yes.
The Amorites. And the Amorites in the scripture that said to the time of the Gentile has been, how those two relate?
Well, that's not the Amorites at that point, but the Gentiles now, because the land has been given over into the hands of the Gentiles, because the Israelites keep disobeying, the Gentiles and their deities get a time period to rule until YHWH, who's also, or maybe also, I can't really reveal it, El Shaddai has to come back and destroy the nations for their iniquity and what they did to the people that YHWH possessed. So it's not just what they're doing in the land, it's what you did to my people. Yes.
Because Moshe was going back and forth, considered another king.
Who, Moshe?
Moshe, yes. I mean, I know it said it's in the heavenly realm.
Well, the Most High said, I'm going to make you as a god unto who?
Yeah.
To Pharaoh.
Yeah.
That's representative of something that's going on. Okay. We'll leave that open-ended, yes.
How does this relate to the first commandment?
The first commandment? Okay.
Okay. And then the next question is, yeah, that we'll just stop there.
How does this relate to the first commandment in regards to the Israelites? Because the first commandment was given to the Israelites and the sojourning strangers with them. It wasn't given to the other peoples in the land, just to the Israelites.
Right.
Okay. So this is not a violation of that, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so it's not a violation?
No.
Okay, because these are lesser gods.
Correct. These are other deities that are not the patron deity of Israel. They did not contract with Israel. See, what happens is when Israel tries to breach a contract and get another deity to represent them, that other deity can't act on their behalf because that other deity is not allowed to make a new contract when there's already a pre-existing contract. This is why when Elijah is fighting against the prophets of Baal, the prophets of Baal can't fight on their behalf because those Israelites are still in contract with YHWH. It's deep.
That's deep.
is, and maybe you'll answer this in part two, so YHWH, is he in?
I'm not saying that now. I don't know. Stay tuned. Yes.
Okay, so firstly, thank you for the lesson. A lot of important information here for sure. I'm looking forward to part two. So at the beginning of the lesson, you mentioned El Shaddai, meaning to deal with violently.
Correct.
Right? And so we went into actually what El Shaddai means.
Correct.
And so El Shaddai is actually a title.
Correct.
And so similar to you're a husband.
Correct.
Also a father.
Correct.
But your name is wrong, right?
Correct.
When we look at Exodus 6, verse 3,
Correct.
the Most High himself, actually, and you cited this earlier as well, the Most High actually mentioned this verse where he tells the Israelites, to Moses, I revealed myself to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as the
Correct.
destroyer, as the one that drags
Correct.
all these different meanings, but I didn't give them my name.
Personal
which is
name.
my personal name. So,
Correct.
and I can hurry up and wait, or you can tell me to hush a little bit because this is really
Yeah, we'll reserve that.
But-
We're gonna get to Moses in part
so
two.
this is my point then. So
Yes.
if El Shaddai is a title, Elyon as well is a title,
Correct.
but the actual name is Yahweh or Yahuwah, then these other deities are not necessarily, I would call them deities. They're somehow in, you mentioned some 3 levels stuff.
Correct.
They're somehow existing in these levels, but they actually don't have the creative power or
course.
any kind of power
As El.
okay.
Correct. You're 100% right. But the connection, I can't talk on that yet, but I will. I got you.
Okay.
Yes.
Judges chapter 2, verse 1. Who is that?
Can you read it? I mean, I know a lot of stuff, but I don't know everything about time. All right, so while he grabs that, yes, sis.
I wanted to know the source of the KTU or the inspiration. How is this information about these other deities? We know who wrote what books of the scripture, who wrote this KTU.
So this was done by the scribes at Ugarit, and you can look up Ugarit itself. Its current site is called Rosh Shamra. That's the site. That's what it's called today. And they uncovered a repository of tablets there that was written by scribes. And it wasn't just these kind of epics. It's a lot of other legal things and stuff like that. But that book that you see, it goes to the corpus of all those things, and you can get it for free online. You can read it, and it'll give you the preface. It'll explain all that for you.
So these were witnesses to these things, or
Well, they
inspired?
correct. They were inspired to write this narrative to explain what's going on in the earthly realm from things that are taking place in the heavenly realm. You got it? Okay, what is it?
It say the angel of Yah came up from Gilgal to Bochim. He said, I made you to go up out of Egypt and have brought you to the land which I swore to your fathers. And I said, will never break my covenant with you, and you shall make no covenant with the inhabitants of the land. You shall break down.
What you said, they should not make no covenant with them
Right.
because it's not going to work. I already own you. Until I abdicate or change or remove that contract, it's still existing.
But my whole thing is, who is it?
Who is who? The angel?
The angel of Yah.
That's part 2.
And my whole thing was, if it was him that made the covenant, that means, are you trying
You think so? Who spoke to Moses?
That's what I'm saying.
We're going to find out. Because Moses had to go to a mountaintop to see the council. That's deep. Oh, wait. Isaiah in chapter 6, he saw the council too. And then Moses, I said, look, Moses, you see what's up here? I need you to create this tabernacle, this ark, according to what you see up here. That's why he came down, his face was glowing, because it's believed that he went up to another portal, another realm, and he was able to see things on the mountaintop. This is what they believe, mountaintop theology. They believe that the deities resided on the top of the mountains, because the mountains go all the way up, pierce through the clouds. And mind you see in the scriptures, the cloud rider, YHWH is the cloud rider, Baal's called the cloud riders, because they believe that they actually was on top of the clouds and it was riding around when things were taking place in the heavenly realm. Now, Moses was brought all the way up to the mountain peak to see these things, and as a reflection of what he saw, his face glowed so much that the people couldn't even look upon Moses. But the question is, who actually gave Moses the commandments? Who was he speaking to? When a burning bush was burning, what did the text say? Who was that? Text is clear.
Part 2.
Yeah, part 2.
Okay, so you know that Israel is scattered.
Correct.
So YHWH still has we still, even though, we build whatever, we still in covenant.
Yeah, because he said in Deuteronomy 32:9 that his YHWH portion is Jacob. Not just the land, because he knew in advance they may not stay in the land. But wherever Jacob's seed is at, YHWH will be there.
Okay, the second part to the question is, what about the Israelites who don't know who they are,
Okay.
in covenant with
Other deities?
Yeah, how that work? Can't do that.
So, and that's why when you try to covenant with another deity, when it's already a pre-existing contract, I wish Frank was here. Frank is a lawyer. Brian is there too. I don't know if Brian deals with contract law. Nah. But the point I'm trying to make is it's already a pre-existing contract that goes for the beneficiaries and the benefactors, whether they know it or not. If I write a will and I have my daughter and my son and I put them in my will and I die, whether they know about the will or not, they're still the benefactors of my estate, right? Unless they violate whatever clause is in there and they abdicate over to the state or another entity. But whether they know or not, a pre-existing contract already exists where they're already contracted into my will, therefore they're still benefactors of. But now, they may not enjoy the benefits because they don't know, but the moment that they wake up and say, wow, I have an estate, it's a lot of movies made on stuff like this. They go back and say, whoa, my dad left this, my name, left the video recording, say, hey, my son, I know I've been in your life for a long time, but I'm leaving this for you because I love you. I had to go because something happened or whatever the case may be, and now when they wake up, now we can take on these blessings. But the consequences of abandoning the contract is now you're going to be subject to whatever the other deities or other nations is going on, and the only way for us to get any kind of solace is to call on the Most High.
Ron, I think I can clear something up when they talk about the angels.
Go ahead.
I used to work for the Solicitor General in Fulton County. Keith Gammage
Okay.
is the Solicitor General. Like Keith Gammage, he's not L, but he's L. I was an assistant Solicitor General, so I would be an angel. So when you come to court and I'm dealing and I give you this indictment, it's not me. You're speaking on behalf of the person.
There you go.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Stop messing up my lesson, bro.
So I guess to ask who was the angel, well, actually, when I left the office, it doesn't matter. It's another one put the company. So trying to figure out who's the angel is kind of pointless.
It's just who it represents, because they're coming with the same authority and power of whoever they're representing, like a diplomat.
My signature can dismiss your case. Even
On behalf of.
Even on my signature, it's not key.
There you
It's a
go.
valid point because it's the same thing we see happening in Daniel when there was a message coming delivered from him. And that messenger said, hey, I was held up a little bit.
Wait, don't get into this juicy stuff. Let's wait. Okay.
You mentioned before.
We're gonna talk about it afterwards because Minister wants to wrap it up. So come out to me afterwards. But what I want to say, thank you everybody for coming out. I hope this was an engaging, very interesting and intriguing lecture. Remember, I'm just giving you my narrative based on the data that I'm looking at and trying to explain some things that otherwise you wouldn't understand by reading the text from surface value. So please stay tuned for part 2. Thank you for watching. I love you all, and shalom, family. All right, so there was a lot of feedback from part 1. I know a lot of people enjoyed part 1, so thank y'all for coming here and seeing it live, and for the people at home for checking it out as well. I know this is a very complex topic or subject matter. I try to do my best to make it accessible, right? So that way you can pick it up. Sometimes you have to go over the video maybe once or twice, maybe even 3 times to catch all the data and do the research. I don't want to just tell you what it is. I want to give you breadcrumbs, all right? So you can make it up to the mountain yourself and have your own experience with the Most High. When you come down, your face will be gleaming and glowing like Moshe. King Khan? That's the type of revelation, epiphany that we want to get. That's how you know you got to a point where you're at the pinnacle of worship. When the Most High's countenance is shining upon you and then you reflect that on other people. Sometimes that's the only part of Yah that people will see. Is your reflection of Him. Ponder on that for a little bit. All right? So with part 1, I've left y'all off right after what? Where did we stop at part 1? Anybody? Anybody? Where did we stop from part 1? Let me help y'all. Right here, what does this say? Right, so we know El initiates a covenant with Abraham as El Shaddai. Shaddai, he said, means what?
Almighty?
No.
God of destruction.
Destruction, deal violently with, to obstruct, to drag. Yeah, it's deep. So we see that El, the chief of the pantheon, the one that created everything, the one whose position can never be taken away. Make sure you remember that, because we're not teaching polytheism here. Okay, Khan? We don't teach that. That's not what we teach. But simply what we want to understand is that because of what the Amorites were doing, and the divine power behind the Amorites, they had to be judged. But they were giving a period of time to get it right. And that period of time, if you look at it, was similar almost to the period of time that Israel had before the northern tribes was kicked out. It's deep. When you look at the parallels, it's deep. All right? But we're going to run through this. All right? Let's go. So before I jump into part 2, there's some side notes from part 1 I want to get into real quick because I had took them out because, again, this was a pretty long lecture and I had to break it up. So last night I was up editing and taking stuff out or whatever. But there were some pieces that we missed that you need to know that should have been explained in part 1, but I'm going to go over it real quick because this is going to give you the best lens to view part 2, all right? Now, mind you, strap up your seatbelts. It's going to be a really deep ride. There's a lot of deep information in here. Some stuff that you'll probably never even seen in the text before because a lot of times we just run and read through the text. We don't slow down, take our time and say, whoa, what's this? Man, I didn't see that before. A lot of deep stuff. People say, Divine, what you talking about? They fighting in heaven and all of that. Okay, cool, slow down. I got you. All right, so because this is a lot, there's a part 3. Okay? It's a part 3. So I want to let you know in advance. All right, so that's up to Minister Carnes. Whenever you want to schedule it, it's good because I get to give him a break because he labors all the time for you on the Sabbath, so I don't mind taking that burden. All right? Can Khan? Listen, I can't go if you're not awake. Are y'all awake? Y'all here with me? Ready to rock? All right, let's go. All right, so I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, all right? The first one. All right, right here. Anybody can read that, whoever can see that. Yeah, anybody read that? Do I need to read that? You want to come up here and read for me? You gotta say it loud. You need a mic?
Past proclaims that El puts no trust in his holy ones, divine counsel, and that the heavens are not pure. Divine counsel of El.
Now this is deep. Where's the other mic at? I want you to get a mic. Where's it? Oh, I got it. There you go. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, so Eliphaz, Job's friend, proclaims that El puts no trust in his holy ones? What? Divine counsel? Okay, and that the heavens are not pure. Whoa. Let's get Job. Let's get Job 15:11-16. It's deep. Yeah. It's deep. Okay? Now, mind you, I didn't write the text. I'm just showing you what's in there. A lot of stuff we skip over. You got it? Job 15:11. Did it die on you? Look at it.
Are the comforts of El too small for you? Or the word that deals gently with you? Why does your heart carry you away? And why does your eyes flash?
Keep going.
That you turn your spirit against El and bring such words out of your mouth. What is man that he can be pure, or he whom is born of a woman that he can be righteous?
You hear this?
Behold, El puts no trust in his holy ones.
Slow down. Behold what?
El puts no trust in his holy ones.
He don't put no trust in his holy ones.
And the heavens are not pure in his sight.
Whoa. That's deep. That's deep. Wait a second, wait, slow down for a second. So you remember when we was in Genesis chapter 10 and the nations were being divided and it was being delegated to the sons of El? Remember that? And remember I told you that the holy ones, they went off because the mankind decided in Genesis chapter 11 they're going to build a tower all the way up to the heavens and they're going to defy the Elohim to the point where one of them had to come down and see what's going on. And so, oh, we gotta stop this. Because whenever El takes a back seat to allow things to take care of themselves, things always get corrupted. Same thing in our lives. Because we be doing things sometimes, and the Most High's like, okay, I must take a step back to see what my student does. And be quiet while the test is going on, see how he performs. Sometimes we are a wreck. We mess up. But it's his hand too short that he cannot save. All right, so look, let's keep going. Go to Job 15 and 8.
15, 18?
15 and 8.
All right. Have you listened in the council of El?
Wait. Have you listened where?
In the council of El.
In the what?
Council of El.
They said there's no divine counsel though. That's what they tell me. But read that again. What does that say?
Have you listened in the council of El?
Have you listened in the council of El? Keep going.
And do you limit wisdom to yourself?
And do you limit wisdom to yourself? So now we see a situation where the Most High, or El, puts no trust in his Holy One, so something is going on. That's why I was reading you some context by doing a parallel cultural study with Ugarit. And I was showing you their mythology. And that mythology gives us some information that can plug up some of the holes in the Bible. But everything that was subscribed to by the Ugaritic culture is not exactly what the Israelites subscribe to. Make sure we understand that. But it does provide some context. So when we see certain things like he don't trust his holy ones, but they rocking with him all the time. They up there in the heavenly realm. He don't trust them. And because he don't trust them, the heavens are not pure in his sight. That's deep. That means we got to do some renovation up there. Oh yeah, y'all getting it. And it's a divine counsel of El. Now, I didn't make that up. Do y'all think I made that up? Y'all think I snuck that in all your Bibles and updated them from a remote server somewhere? So when y'all pull it up, you're like, oh, that's what it says. I didn't write that. Hey, don't get mad at the messenger. I'm just conveying information. So, let's do this. Because while I'm doing this, I need y'all to pull out your phones, right, and go to your Bible app, because there's going to be a couple of words we're going to look at that's really going to change the course of what we know of the text. I'm telling you, this is deep stuff. All right? So let me move past this. So I just want to give you this some context. We're going to run through them. Now read this. What does this say?
Yodewave fights against Yam and Baal.
He fights them? That's interesting. Let's go to Job 26 and 12. Because now you're going to understand the symbolism and what everything represents within this ancient Near Eastern context. Read that.
By his power, he stilled the sea.
Wait, by his power, he what?
Stilled the sea.
Okay, keep going.
By his understanding, he shattered Rahab.
So, by his what?
Power.
He did what?
Stilled the sea.
Now, what's that word for sea there? Y'all should know this.
There you go.
Somebody said it. No. You can look it up. That's what I told you. It's an open book test. So we on Job chapter 26 and verse 12. Yam. Now remember, Yam was personified as what? The deity of the sea? So the sea was known to be chaotic and, tumultuous, where things would just be cast to and fro. And it's like, who can control the sea? And you remember, Baal fought Yam, because Baal challenged Yam because he was enthroned. And now you have a picture. Just think about it. If you ever look out in the sea and it's a stormy day, that's Baal fighting Yam. Deep. See the lightning striking and the rain's coming down and the sea's getting crazy. This is what they saw. So they personified these elements into a myth in order to explain what's going on in the earthly realm that's been reflected from the heavenly realm. It's deep. It's deep. So you said that he did what? Let's go through this again real quick.
By his powers, he stilled the sea.
By his powers, he still. So what's that word for still there in Hebrew? Somebody just said calm. Now you gotta look it up.
Yeah, 12, 26 and 12.
The word therefore, you said still. What is that word? Raga. What does that mean? To disturb. To stir up, to disturb something, right? So there's some kind of interaction.
To toss violently and suddenly.
Whoa! To do what?
Toss violently and suddenly.
To toss violently and suddenly. I'm trying to give y'all some visualization here.
The word Raga.
Raga, Raga, and it means to disturb, to do what? So in order for you to get the rest, there has to be some kind of, what was that you said? Disturbance. Okay, and then what about the second part? About the storm. That word there for storm is what? The word rahab. Means storm. But then it's the word that's come prior to that is mahas, which means to do what? You said break up? It really means to wound severely. So how do you wound the storm severely? Unless there's some kind of battle going on and the storm represents one thing and something else is going on. Wow. Deep. I didn't write that. Move forward. Now read this.
First time Elyon is mentioned is in connection to Melchizedek.
So the first time that phrase, the epithet Elyon is mentioned is in reference to who?
Melchizedek.
Melchizedek. Now that's interesting because remember, Melchizedek went and interfaced with who? Abraham, right?
Yes.
Okay, get Genesis chapter 14.
Yes, he did.
So there's something called a law of first reference when it comes to your exegetical studies, and sometimes you get a precedent that's set based on your first time encountering a word, an idiom, a character, whatever, okay? So read Genesis 14:18.
And Melchizedek, king of Salem.
Now mind you, this happened after what? What did Abraham do prior to this? He went to war, right?
Yes, to get Lot and everybody else.
Okay. So now we have a situation where Abraham just went to war because he was trying to do what?
Rescue.
Get low, right?
Right.
And he went to war with kings.
Right.
And then now we got a situation where now Melchizedek comes on the scene and encounters him. Keep going.
King of Salem brought out bread and wine.
Well, that's deep, but we're not going to get into that today. Keep going.
And he blessed him and said.
He blessed him and said, bless who? Abram.
Blessed be Abram by El Most High.
Wait, so he gave him a blessing.
Yes.
He had to be purified and cleansed.
Yes.
On behalf of Elyon. But who's the Elyon at this time? Is it El? Must be El Shaddai.
Yes.
Because that's who encountered or who Abraham interacted with, correct?
Right.
So keep going.
Blessed be Abram by El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be El Elyon, who has delivered your enemies into your hand.
Deep. Already foreshadowing something that's about to come. So now El did interact at some point. It's deep. And then he gave the enemies into his hand. This is something that we're going to see a theme that happens constantly. So Abraham was blessed. And now if you look at this, after this is Genesis 14, then the Most High says him to walk uprightly before me.
Yes.
Then he tells him to do circumcision. All this other stuff starts coming after he gets blessed by Melchizedek. That's deep because that's the priest that interacted with him, showed him the game, and now Abraham took that information and he passed it down. That's deep. Because remember I read for you before that his son Isaac, the Most High said to him, I want you to keep the statutes, laws, and commandments like your father did. Where did he learn it from? Oh, the high priest of El Elyon schooled him, put him on the game. And that's when the sacrifice was done, and it's deep, man. All of that happened after his interaction with Melchizedek. But now we see that Melchizedek is the first time El Elyon is mentioned. So it's interesting when we look at David, and I'm going further along, read Psalm 110 and 46.
46 or 4 through 6?
4 to 6.
All right. YHWH has sworn and will not change his mind.
Okay, so now, Psalm 110 is being written by who? David. No, we think it's David. It's not David. That's what Christianity teaches you.
Who is it?
It may be Asaph, or maybe somebody's a choir director, or whatever. That's the background. That's what it says, the Lord said to my Lord. But keep going, because now he's talking about, this person is talking about David. Keep going.
YHWH has sworn and will not change his mind. You are a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek.
You are a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. So now an induction is taking place. David is now being inducted into the order of Melchizedek. That's deep because prior to him, Abraham went to war, and a priest came and blessed Abraham because he was given victory over his enemies, and the Most High, at that time, El Shaddai, was working through him. That's interesting. Now we get to Dawid, and now he's a priest after the order of Melchizedek. That's interesting because then in the text it said David's sons was Kohanim. His sons were also priests. This is deep. I ain't making this stuff up. You can go back and fact check me. And then keep reading.
The master is at your right hand.
The master is at your right hand. That's interesting. Right hand in Hebrew means what? As far as the Indian is concerned. Power, right? Authority, right? Keep going.
He will shatter kings on the day of his wrath.
Slow down. So now it's saying that the master, which is the creator or the Most High, is at your right hand. He's your power, and he's using you to do what?
Shatter kings on the day of his wrath.
Keep going.
He will execute judgment among the nations, filling them with corpses. He will shatter chiefs over the wide earth.
That's verse 6. Okay, awesome. So now we're seeing a connection there. I will go further into this, but I did it in an old lecture. You can go back and check it out. It's called Capital Punishment, Human Sacrifice for the Atonement of Sin in the Bible. Go back and check that out. Go more in depth into the Melchizedek order. But I want to bring this out because the first time Elyon is mentioned is when Abraham encounters Melchizedek. After Abraham goes to war. Because remember, El Shaddai means the one that did violently with. This is not something, no soft Sunday morning type. This is real. It's deep. And then you got a connection to Dawid, who's now a priest after the order of Melchizedek. He's being inducted into the order. This is why Dawid didn't die when he went and get the showbread. That's deep. We're not going to get into that. Should have been dead. But he did. He lived. Well, he was inducted into a priesthood that was greater than the Levitical order. Okay, so let's keep moving. It's deep. Let's go to the next one. Read that.
YHWH appears to Abraham as a man.
Wait, what? Read that again.
YHWH appears to Abraham as a man.
He appears to Abraham as a man? Wow, we're seeing a lot of stuff going on here. It's deep. Let's get Genesis chapter 18, verse 1.
And YHWH appeared to him by the oaths of memory as he sat at the door of his tent in the heat of the day.
Now, this is deep. Listen to this.
He lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men.
Wait, 3 gods.
3 men.
Is that somebody get in there and see if that word is really man in there? Let's confirm that.
The ESV says man.
No, I'm just saying, let's confirm that in Hebrew.
Oh, you want to go to that?
Yeah, jump in the lexicon, let's confirm that. The word ish is there, right? Oh, so we're talking about a man. This is called theophany. So YHWH transformed into a man. That's deep. Really? Did he really transform into a man, or is something else going on there that we don't know just yet? Okay, let's get verse 10.
You want me to? Oh.
Just read 10. You can go back, read 10.
YHWH said.
Wait, YHWH said what?
I will surely return to you about this time next year. And Sarah, your wife, shall have a son. And Sarah was listening at the tent door behind him.
Okay, now he's talking now. So he came and he appeared as a man, and now he's talking, and he's giving prophecy. Steve, go to verse 13.
YHWH said to Abraham, why did Sarah laugh and said, shall I indeed bear a child now that I am old? Is anything too hard for YHWH?
Is anything too hard? So YHWH is talking to Abraham and Sarai and says, is anything too hard for me? He's there as a man. This is deep. Y'all missing this. Y'all missing this. How do you do that? It's deep. Okay, let's get to verse 16.
Then the men set out from there.
Then who?
The men set out from there.
The men, keep going.
And they looked down towards Sodom. And Abraham went with them to set them on their way. YHWH said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Seeing that.
Wait. Some kind of counsel's going on here. Wait, slow down. So how was YHWH as a man talking to 2 other men that was with him and saying, should I do something? This is deep. Y'all missing this. It's deep. How is this possible? Yo, that's the creator asking somebody else, yo, should I do so-and-so, so-and-so? What you think about that? It's interesting, because, you know, we kind of talked to Moshe similarly, right? I said, destroy children of Israel. Moshe, like, wait a second, hold on, yo. Remember when you said A, B, and C? Oh, okay, gotcha, all right. Good looking, Moshe. Keep going, man.
And they were,
Is that 16 or 10?
That's 16 now.
yeah, I just read 17.
Okay, keep on, go to
I'm on
18.
18. Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations on the earth shall be blessed in him. For I have chosen him, that he may command his children and his household after him to keep the way of YHWH.
To keep the way. No. Just faith, bro. Just believe. No. You got to keep the way. It's a path. And you're equipped with things in order to make that journey to the final destination. Keep going.
By doing righteousness and justice.
No, by believing, man.
By doing righteousness
Just
and
faith
justice.
that he is.
By doing righteousness.
I don't know what he's reading right now.
And justice.
That's what I was taught. Just believe. Abraham just believed and that was it. And it was counted as righteousness. That's it. What? That's not what the text says. Let's keep going.
So that YHWH may bring to Abraham what he has promised him.
Wait, so now this is crazy. YHWH is talking in third person about himself. This is deep. Something's going on here. This is interesting. Keep going.
Then YHWH said, because the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great and their sin is very grave, I will go down to see whether they have done altogether.
Wait, he has to walk there? Man, that's deep stuff, bro. Wait, he has to go there to see it. Wait, can't you see everything from where you at? He has to go there personally. It's deep. Sometimes in your life, Yah has to show up and manifest himself. Text says in the book of Hebrew, it says that be wary of strangers because some of them are what? They could be messengers. And you never see that person again. I'm not telling you what to believe. I'm just telling you these encounters do happen. It's deep. Sometimes you got to show up directly to give you a word, to make a breakthrough, and you never see or hear this person from this person ever again. How many of you experienced something like that? It's deep. Keep going.
According to the outcry that has come to me, and if not, I will know.
When you cry out to Yah, this is how personal he gets with the situation. He has to come down and deal with it himself. You just got to get out the way. Where verse you at?
Down, that was 21.
Okay, keep going. Go to 22.
So the men turned from there and went toward Sodom, but Abraham still stood before YHWH.
Now remember, they also ate food.
Yeah.
It's deep. Wait, so YHWH eating food? As a man? Yo, this is deep, yo. Something's going on here. I ain't gonna tell y'all just yet. Let's go to verse 33.
And YHWH went his way when he had finished speaking to Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place.
So he went his way. So they gotta travel now. It's deep. And then when you read the story about Lot, him there, you see them come to him at the gate and he goes. So what Lot did correctly was that he showed hospitality when they were at the gate. That was a custom that was known in the ancient Near East, that if somebody comes to the gate of the city, you greet them. You bring them to your house, you feed them, make sure they're clothed and they're well. But the main reason why Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed was because of a lack of hospitality.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Isaiah speaks about it, right? Y'all just looking at me. Y'all should know the text. Go back and research it for yourself. Steve, one of the prophets speak about it. So look, when we see YHWH mentioned in here, it's a what? An anachronism for El Shaddai, because when we get into the book of Shemot or Exodus, YHWH clearly says that I was known to your forefathers as what? El Shaddai. That's interesting because then in the Psalms, David says that YHWH was known to the patriarchs, but that's different, it's deep. We're not going to get into sexual criticism and all that other stuff yet. But this is interesting to see that YHWH appears as a man. This is going to make sense as we move further, all right? All right, now, this is deep. Watch this.
Jacob, oh, you want me to read?
Yeah, go ahead.
Jacob sees the stairway.
He sees the stairway
in which messengers of Elohim ascend and descend in a dream, and YHWH spoke to him.
Now, this is really deep. So a lot of you know about Jacob's ladder, right? You hear about that all the time. Well, that word ladder is a bad translation. That's called a gloss, right? So that means we impose a particular term over a word that really didn't make any sense during that time period. So I'll give you an example of that. The word sefer or sefer means what?
Scroll.
We say, thank you, who said that? We say book, but books didn't exist at that time.
Right, that's right.
That's called a gloss.
There you go.
What's the gloss? So all right, so look, so now, Genesis chapter 28, verse 12. It's deep. Read that.
And he dreamed,
Uh-huh.
and behold, there was a ladder set up on the earth.
Wait, no, it wasn't a ladder. It was a what? Stairway. Stairway. Keep going.
Set up on the earth,
Uh-huh.
and the top of it reached to heaven.
Wait, the top of this stairway reached to heaven, okay.
And behold, the angels of El were ascending and descending on it.
Take the word angels out, put messengers.
I'm sorry. And behold, the messengers of El were ascending and descending.
So the messengers of El was going up and down this stairway. In a dream, the text said, right? Keep going.
And behold, YHWH stood above it.
Wait, so YHWH stood above it.
And said,
what did he say? So if he sees the stairway, YHWH is all the way at the top.
I am YHWH, the El of Abraham.
Wait. So is he telling Jacob that I'm YHWH?
Yes.
Is he saying that?
Yes.
So he's contradicting himself in the book of Exodus?
Yeah.
When he said they didn't know me as YHWH?
No, he's not contradicting himself.
Steve, look at that, look at that. That's why textual criticism is necessary. People are always trying to knock me sometimes for that. But when you understand textual criticism, you can make sense of why these things are occurring. There's different signatures as far as stylistic differences in regards to the text. And it's formulated in a particular way. But we'll get into that another time. So he's telling him, I'm who?
YHWH, the El of Abraham your father, and the El of Isaac.
Okay.
The land on which you lie, I will give to you and to your offspring. Your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south. And in you and your offspring shall all the families of the earth be blessed. Behold, I am with you and will keep you wherever you go.
I am with you and will keep you,
wherever you go.
Just a quick question. So messenger and angel, they're not one and the same? Or?
Not necessarily. That's because of, that's the Western take on this word. Angel, it should be messenger.
Okay.
Angel has a different kind of denotation, connotation to it. You should say messenger. Messenger is more correct, right? Keep going. Now, messenger can be earthly. It could be something ethereal, supernatural, whatever the case may be. It's just context, right? Keep going.
And will bring you back to this land, for I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you.
Okay, so now he's saying, I'm going to keep you, and then I'm going to bless the nations through you, and I'm going to give you and your seed this land. Okay, keep going.
Then Jacob awoke from his sleep and said,
wait, so he awoke from his sleep after he's seen the stairway. YHWH at the top of the stairway. It's interesting that he's at the top of the stairway. You're going to find something out deep. What did he say? Keep going.
Surely YHWH is in this place.
Surely he's here.
And I did not know it.
Wait, so it's a dream, but it's actually taking place. It's deep. In the dream, he was able to see something supernatural that the natural eye couldn't see, and then he identified it once he got back to his consciousness. Keep going.
And he was afraid and said, how awesome is this place?
How awesome is this place?
Yeah.
This is none other than the house of El.
Whoa, wait. The house of El. Bethel means the house of, so he say, yo, this place is the house of El. And there's a stairway that goes up, and this is the portal in which these messengers go up and come down. And then I saw YHWH at the top of this thing. This is deep. Keep going.
And this is the gate of heaven.
What? He said what?
This is the gate of heaven.
The gate of heaven. Now look, this is deep. Let me get into it. The gate, we think the gate is like really at the bottom of the earth, but there's no physical gate there. So the gate that he could be talking about has to be something he saw up there.
Yeah.
So he sees a gate there. He sees messengers getting access in and access out of that gate. And YHWH is at the top where the gate is at. But YHWH is at the gate. Why this? Steve, he's at the gate. He's not on the other side of the gate. He's at the gate. And he's speaking from where the gate is at, down the stairway, and Yaakov is seeing this in his dream. He wakes up. Man, this is an awesome thing. So keep going.
So early in the morning, Jacob took the stone that he had put under his head.
Slow down. Listen to this closely. After you have an encounter with Yah, and you see how awesome this is, and you have reverence, what did he do?
And set it up for a pillar and poured oil on top of it.
He poured a libation? Wait, he's not a priest though, right? Is he a priest?
No.
People say only a priest could do that. People say that, only the priest is allowed, but he did that. You know, Paul says in Romans chapter 15:4, whatsoever things written aforetime was written for our learners, so that we through the patient and comfort of the scriptures might have hope. Keep going.
He called the name of that place Bethel. But the name of the city was Luz at the first.
Was Luz. So it was first called Luz, and then they changed the name to Bethel, which we're going to see happens much later. But Luz is we said that's the gate of heaven, with a stairway coming up and down. So just for reference, check out this map, right? This is Bethel right here, which is to the east of Ai, which is north of Mizpah. Right here, which is north of Jerusalem. This is the gate of heaven is right here. There's a stairway right here where messengers come up and down. But watch this. You see that? That's how it looks. Sometimes the most unassuming, aesthetic things is where the great, awesome things happen. Sometimes people look down on you because you may not look the part, you may not do the part, you may not even be the part. Because Yah's around you. People that got eyes to see will show favor on you. That's deep. I'm just saying. Some of y'all got that.
Go back to the map.
Go back to the map? Okay, go back to the map. It's right here. So if you don't want to go to where the stairway of heaven is and the gates of heaven, you just go to Bethel. We'd love to make a trip there soon. I'm going to go check that out. Okay? As well as Gehenna or Ben-Hinnom, like the place that they call hell. I'm going to go check that place out too, take some selfies. So I'm going to go right to hell, get some pictures, and I'm going to go right to the gate of heaven and take some pictures. That's deep. I know people listen to, oh, you bugging out. No, I'm just telling you what the text says. I'm just reading what the text says. I didn't make this up. So you can go to heaven and hell right there. All right, let's go. All right, so look, that's the end of the side note. So this is the context that you need in part 1. And we're going to get through a couple of slides in part 2, and then I'm going to let y'all go, all right? Is this okay?
Then you have to go back.
Go back? Which one to go back to? This picture?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to see heaven? There you go. That's where the stairway to heaven is, right there somewhere. But you got to lay down and have a dream first. And you can see this thing. You can't see it with the natural eye, but if somebody walked right past it, they won't even know they're walking past the gate of heaven. That's deep. Stairway going right up there. It's deep. So as soon as he had that encounter, what was the first thing he did? Took a stone that he slept on, set it as a pillar, pour libation on it. That's an ancient custom, man. That's deep. When you encounter the Most High, that's how you pouring yourself out. You emptying yourself to show that you're not worthy, so he can come and fill you. Amen. It's deep. It's deep. Even Paul said that he feels that he's poured out as what? As a drink offering. All right, let's get into the meat and potatoes and let's get y'all up out of here. All right, read that.
Moshe flees Egypt into Midian. He marries the daughter of the Midianite high priest.
Okay, so now we fast forward. So now Yaakov, he goes into the land of Egypt by way of his son Yosef. 70 of them go in, they multiply, right? They're oppressed according to the text. And then now we have a situation where Moshe, they was gonna kill all the Hebrew boys, and Moshe is sent down the river by his mom, and they take him into the house of Pharaoh by Pharaoh's daughter. They raise him up, and then he winds up killing somebody and then has to flee. Okay, so fast forward the story, all right? And y'all should know this, right? Y'all know this, all right, so I ain't got to say no more. All right, so he marries the daughter of the Midianite high priest Jethro. So wait, if we go back to Midian himself, Midian came from who? Who was his father? Abraham. So the Midianites were Hebrews. Right. Say that again? Man, that's deep. Yes. Midian's father was who? Abraham. And his mother was who? Keturah. That's right. So he's a Hebrew. Yes. So that means Midian would have been circumcised, and he would have been circumcised in his children. It's deep. Because, after Moshe gets the revelation, he He all excited, he gotta go ask permission first. Hey, Jethro, can I go back and do this thing? Yeah, go ahead and do it. Jethro don't even know what he's talking about. Yeah, go ahead, I don't care, go ahead and do it. And he's running to do it, and his wife, Zipporah, she has to take a flint knife and cut the foreskin of their son, because Moses said, I'm gonna kill you, Moses.
Yes.
That's deep.
Yes.
This was already a custom amongst the Midianites because they're Hebrews.
Yes.
I think y'all missing that. That's deep. So when you see that situation there, Moshe just rushing out after he just had a child. Probably on the 8th day was about to close, and she had to cut his foreskin and toss it over there by where Moshe is and say, you're a man of blood. It goes a little deeper than that, but I'm just trying to show you that they were Hebrews.
Yes.
So circumcision on an infant was something that was normal to them. So just because you get a call from the Most High does not mean you neglect your family in the process.
That's right.
Just because you get a call from the Most High doesn't mean you neglect the small things.
Yes. Hallelujah.
It's called discipline,
Yes. Hallelujah.
self-control,
Yes.
order.
Yes. All of that.
Deep. All right. So while in Midian, he has an encounter with who? The messenger of YHWH. And YHWH reveals that he is El Shaddai. So this is deep. So now before we see YHWH is appearing to him as a man to Abraham. It's deep. And then YHWH is at the top of the stairway where the gate is at. He's on the outside of the gate. That's deep. And now a messenger. Go to Exodus chapter 3, verse 1. Let's get through this real quick.
Now Moses was keeping the flock of his father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian.
Okay.
And he led his flock to the west side of the wilderness and came to Horeb, the mountain of El.
Okay.
And
Wait. He came to Horeb, which was the what?
Mountain of El.
The mountain. Wait. Go look up that word there. Look up this word. Now I'm going to show you some stuff in the book of Exodus that you've probably never seen before.
Mountain.
Wait, so he went to the mountain of El? Wait, so El has a mountain? Deep.
All belongs to him.
It's deep.
The whole earth belongs to him.
Yeah, that's a fact, according to Dawi, but something more particular is going on here. So it says what? He went to where? And Moshe haya ro'eh et son yitro hoteno kohen Midian wayin hagit hasan ahar hamidbar yabo el har ha Elohim ha reba. So look, watch this. It's deep. Something there. I don't know if y'all caught that in the Hebrew. So look at this. So it says that Moses is tending the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, right? The priest of Midian. And he was leading the flock around, and he came to the mountain of Ha Elohim. Now, let's slow down for a second. Slow down. A lot of places we see that word Elohim, right? Elohim. Now we see the definite article prefix to the word Elohim. Why is that? Ha Elohim is the real divine counsel. That's deep. And that's the mountain in which they convene on. It's deep. No, this is deep, man. I'm getting serious. Ha Elohim is referring to the powers. Not just powers or, something that could go majestic plural, that fun stuff. No, the powers. He's going to the mountain where these powers convene on the mountaintop. And because he's close to this, some kind of phenomenon occurs. Go to verse 2.
And the messenger of YHWH.
So the messenger of YHWH
appears to him in a flame of fire out of the midst.
Appears to him in a flame of fire out of the midst. Go ahead.
Of a bush. He looked, and behold, the bush was burning, yet it was not consumed.
Slow down. So now we know the messenger of YHWH is always visualized as flame of fire. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the actual bush was burning per se, but this is the sight that he saw when this entity manifested itself. Keep going.
And Moses said, I will turn aside to see this great sight.
So now who's in the middle of the bush?
The messenger.
The messenger, right? But keep going.
Why the bush is not burned. When YHWH saw that he...
Wait. Slow down. Wait. So you said the messenger was there. But now we're saying when YHWH saw that he what?
Saw that he turned aside to see. El called to him out of the bush.
Wait. It's deep. It's deep. So the messenger is there in the bush. He turned to go see this great sight. And when YHWH saw that he saw the burning bush, then who called out?
Elohim.
Elohim called out?
El Shaddai.
This is deep. What verse you on?
What's it? Verse 4.
Verse 4. It's interesting. So Yahweh. So when Yahweh saw that he turned to look, then he called to him. Who? Elohim. Now we don't see the word Ha-Elohim here, we just say Elohim. So Elohim could be representative of just one entity, maybe a host of other lower or lesser beings with that entity, but Ha-Elohim is more specific because it's talking about the great powers. So y'all think I'm making stuff up. I don't be making stuff up. I see these things and I try to point it out.
Great power or powers?
Powers, plural, right? But we know there's one greater than all those powers. When we went into the 3 different tiers, remember we went into that? So Ha-Elohim would be the top tiers, and the Elohim would be underneath the top tiers, because now this is a messenger now.
Right. Ron,
But yes.
is it because Moshe turned to see the messenger that Elohim called him back from looking
No,
at
it said he called him from in the midst.
side of it?
Yeah, exactly. Are you following? So Moshe, what did Moshe say when he saw that?
So Elohim called out of the bush, Moshe, and he said, here I am.
Mm-hmm.
Then he said, do not come near. Take your sandals off your feet, for the place on which you are standing is holy ground.
So wait a second, the messenger is in the bush. Moses turned to look. YHWH, when he saw that he did that, then Elohim called him from in the middle of the bush. So Elohim is the messenger of YHWH, they one and the same.
Yes, yes.
But then he says something to Moshe, whoa, slow down. You can't just walk up on here and clean like that. Take your sandals off. Now it's going to be deep. When we get to Joshua, it's deep. When we get to Joshua, we're going to see something that's parallel to this. It's deep. It's heavy. All right, where you at? What verse?
What's this, verse 6?
Okay, keep going.
And he said, I am El of your father, the El of Abraham,
So
and the El of Isaac.
he says, Anoki Elohei Abikai. So Elohei is the masculine plural common, but it's also the construct form because it depends on Abikai. Ka is the suffix for your, and Abi means father. My father, your father, Eve is there, right? So it says that I am the power of your father, the power of Elohei Abraham, Elohei Yitzchak, we Elohei Yaakov. And when this happened, it says Moses hid his face, right? So he was afraid to look upon who? No. It says, watch this. Moshe Pano Ki Yare Mehabit El Ha Elohim.
Oh, yeah. The main power. We couldn't look at
You see, so he's talking to the messenger. Messenger's there talking to him, and he's called Elohim from in the bush. But something else is going on there where he couldn't even look up. He had to look down. He had to hide his face. He was witnessing something that was an unexplained phenomenon that was just too wonderful for him. See, Ha-Elohim. So look at the play on words. Angel, or not angel, messenger of YHWH, El, Ha-Elohim, Elohim. This is not there by accident. The way this is structured is there purposely. Okay, keep going. I don't want to hold you up too long.
Then YHWH said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt, and have heard their cry because of their taskmasters. I know their suffering, and I have come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of the land to a good and broad land, a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanites, the Hittites, and the Amorites, the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. And now behold, the cry of the people of Israel have come to me.
Now wait, slow down. Remember the same cry was going out from Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yep.
And then he says, well, I got to go there now because they crying out. So now we see this power saying the same thing. You got to go there personally and handle business. Keep going.
And I have also seen the oppression from which the Egyptians oppressed them. Come, I will send you to Pharaoh that ye may bring my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt.
Now slow down. What verse you at?
11.
Where's Moses at? Midian. Keep going.
But Moses said to El, who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the...
Wait. What verse you at?
11.
11? And you said Moses said to who? No. Moshe El Ha Elohim. So wait. So something's going on here. The Ha Elohim is there. Elohim is there in the bush, who's the messenger of YHWH. And now Moses is speaking. It's like he's speaking here, speaking there, speaking. It's a lot going on there. Keep going. I just want to make sure you see these things. You can go back and research it yourself. Keep going.
Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the children of Israel out of Egypt?
He said, who am I?
He said, but I will be with you, and this shall be the sign for you, that I have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you shall serve Elohim on this mountain.
Slow down. Watch this. Where you at? What verse is that?
That was verse 12.
Verse 12. Watch this. Let's get to verse 12. So it says here, it'll be a sign that I sent you, right, when they're coming out of Egypt, right? And when you have brought the people, it says, Ha'am, the people, Min Misraim, out of Egypt, Ta Abdun, it Ha-Elohim, Al-Hahar, Hazeh. So look at this. So when you bring the people out, it's going to be a sign that I'm telling you I'm who I am. And then when you get back here, you're going to serve the divine council. That's what it says, with Ha-Elohim. So once this action takes place now, Moses is going to be in perpetual servitude to Ha-Elohim. Not just Elohim, this messenger that's there, but Ha-Elohim. He's going to have to be accountable to the divine powers that's there on the top of the mountain who come down to convene. This is deep. This is deep. I'm not making this up. Go to Exodus 6 and 2. Well, actually, where you at? You was at 12?
Yeah, that was 12.
I go to 13.
All right. Then Moses said to Elohim, if I come to the people...
So wait, so he said this to the Elohim. Keep going.
If I come to the people of Israel and say to them, the El of your fathers has sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? Elohim said to Moses, says, I am who I am.
Keep going.
And he said this to the people of Israel, I am has sent me to you.
So I am has sent me to you. Keep going.
Elohim also said to Moses, say this to the people of Israel. YHWH.
Wait. So I am has said this to you, right? And then, what else on top of that?
YHWH. The El of your father.
The what?
El of your father.
What verse you at?
15.
15. Elohim El Moshe. So he said to Moshe, say to the children of Israel that Yahweh Elohei Abo Tekem. So now he's saying that I am the power of your fathers. The power Elohei, Abraham, Elohei, Yitzhak, Way Elohei, Yaakov. It's interesting. And what did he say? He said that YHWH is what? His name forever. And it's a memorial, zikri, a memorial to all generations. That name is a memorial to all generations. Not I am. Somebody got quiet. All right. So look, Exodus 3:16. Go and gather together the elders of Israel and say to them that Yahweh Elohei Abotekem of your fathers has appeared to me. Elohei Abraham Yitzhak Way Yaakov Lemor, saying, surely I have visited you and have done what you've seen in Egypt. Go to 6 and 2.
Elohim spoke to Moses and said to him, I am YHWH.
Okay.
I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as El Shaddai.
Wait, so I appeared to them as El Shaddai.
But my name, YHWH, I did not make myself known to them.
So wait, so did they not know the name or did they not know his character?
They didn't know his character.
Deep. Wow. Y'all following, man. Y'all sharp. Sharp as tools in the shed. All right, keep going. Is that it for 16?
Yeah.
All right, go to 6 and 2. So
That was
forward.
No, that was. I just read 6 and 2.
Oh, that was 6 and 2?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. All right, let's move forward. Let's hurry up. So watch this. Read that.
YHWH came from Seir to Mount Haran.
Wait, so YHWH came from a specific location somewhere? What? Ain't nobody taught me that in church before. What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Get Deuteronomy 33:2.
He said, YHWH came from Sinai.
Wait, YHWH came from Sinai,
and dawned from Seir.
And dawned from Seir.
Upon us. He shone forth from Mount Haran.
So wait, all three of these locations have to be in the same area. So how do you get Mount Sinai and the Sinai Peninsula, but yet it's known archaeologically that Seir is in northwest Arabia, near the Transjordan region? How does that work? Unless they want us to look in the wrong place so we don't find no evidence. Do it!
Yeah.
That's just me saying it. Don't tell nobody I said that to you. Keep going. What else say?
He came from the 10,000s of holy ones.
Wait, he came with 10,000 holy ones.
With flaming fire at his right hand.
Interesting. I would read the rest to you. But it says he came from where? Seir? Go to Judges 5:4-5. Uh-huh. 4-5.
YHWH, when you went out from Seir.
Wait, he went out from where?
Seir. When you marched from the region of Edom.
From where?
Edom.
From where?
Edom.
Wait, so he was on the mountain where the Edomites was at? Yo, this is deep, son. Whoa. Wait a second. So wait, so the Edomites living in this area, they're by this mountain, and YHWH is right there on the top of the mountain. So maybe, was the Edomites actually serving him? Possibly as one of the many deities, because the Edomites also have a patron deity themselves. This is deep, but this is where YHWH was from. And remember, you gotta understand that it was believed that once you get to the peak of the mountain and look down, you can see clouds. It's deep. And they believed at the top of the mountain is where the deities will come and they will convene. And then there will be a throne there with other deities around this throne. So it's deep. It's called mountaintop theology. When you go and study it, it's heavy. It's something that is a theme that's all throughout ancient Near Eastern culture. Okay, so we see what's it's at. It says Edom is there, right?
The reign of Edom, yeah.
So Edomites is chilling there, and on this mountain is YHWH. Keep going.
And the earth trembled, and the heavens dropped. Yes, the clouds dropped water. The mountains quaked before YHWH. Even Sinai before YHWH.
This is deep.
The Elohim of Israel.
The Elohim of Israel. So we see the waters drop and the earthquake when he spoke, when he appears. So think about this vision. Anytime there's an earthquake or the earth shakes, wow, there's rain coming down, this is, in their mind, what they personified to be going on. He's speaking. Are you listening? Okay, Steve, let's get past this. All right, this is a quick side note. I'm gonna make it really fast, I promise. Because this lecture that I'm giving you right now was part of a bigger lecture. It's like a 6-part series. But that's too much. I can't give you all 6 parts. That's up to Minister Carnes, but I'm gonna try to truncate it, right? The original name of the patron deity of Israel. Now, this is from my personal research. I'm not telling everybody to subscribe to this or believe this or whatever the case may be. But the reason why I'm giving you the side note is because it helps to pinpoint the ethnogenesis of the Israelites in the archaeological field, which helps to give you more concrete data to support or anchor your particular belief. So from my position, there's 2 points that I make. It's really more than that, but I'm only sharing 2 points. In order for me to try and discern what the original name was before it developed as they're going in the land, as certain situations pan out, as the monarchy rises and the priesthood along with the monarchy, and as there becomes a national. It was no longer an ancestral familial, what they call a cult or a belief amongst the people, but now it came onto the national scene, and therefore the scribes and the monarch, they transition the name. So that way they can put more emphasis on what we learn later is that YHWH is El Elyon. It's deep. Because if you look at the word YHWH, it is a verb with a prefix. That's deep. But if you look at YHWH, it is a root in itself. It's not a verb. This is deep. But I'm not going to get into that here, but I'm going to give you my 2 points. The theophoric prefix, Yahu, because what names in Hebrew has a theophoric prefix, which is Yahu, or Jeho. Maybe that may be more familiar. Jehoshaphat, Somebody named Jehu, Yahushua, that's a prefix, right? Theophoric prefix. The deity's name is in there. And then some attribute is being invoked when you call that name. It's deep. That's why names is very important. And the suffix Yahu, Yeshayahu, Eliyahu, those are suffixes with the term Yahu in it. It's indicative of a familial tradition passed down through generations after YHWH became the patron deity of the Israelites, after the ethnogenesis of the Israelites from the Transjordan, Northwest Arabian Shashu peoples. When you get into the realm of onomastics, which is mean the study of names, you'll be able to see these things. There's research behind it. I'm just going to give you references. I'm not going to go deep into it. And also, the Shashu of YHWH is attested in 2 Egyptian reliefs. This is the earliest reference to the patron deity of Israel and predates the Israelite monarchy. When you learn about the ethnogenesis of the Israelites, where they came from, according to the archaeological data, and when we read in the text, you'll see that they were considered part of the Shashu peoples. Shashu peoples also consisted of the Edomites. And where the Edomites were. Remember, when Moshe encountered YHWH, it was a little bit south of Seir. That's where he came from to speak to him. It's deep. That's where the high Elohim was at. That's deep.
All right.
Yes.
Real quick. So then some of the Egyptians as well had some kind of connection to.
No, well, there's 2 reliefs, Egyptian reliefs, during the time of Amenhotep III and Ramses II that make a reference to the Shashu of YHWH.
That's what I'm getting. Okay.
So now you have the deity there and a group of people that's worshiping this deity. So the Shashu also consists of who? Edom. People talk bad about Edom, okay? Midian, and they also say maybe even Moab. This is interesting. But I'm gonna let you research that. I could probably get into that another time and maybe a video or something like that. But I want to throw this out there because it's very interesting, the level of research that you have to do in order to understand the provenance or the origin of certain things. All right, so here's a reference here you can go back and check out. It's called Archaeology and the Shashu Nomads. Recent excavations in the Jabal Hamrat Fidan, Jordan, by Thomas E. Levy, Russell B. Adams, and Adolfo Muniz. And you can go and check this article out. Again, don't worry about it. You can go back. I'll have a video up, and I'll actually put the reference there, so you don't have to write anything down right now. But this goes into the Shashu peoples, their origin, looking at grave sites and other archaeological artifacts, etc. And they'll tell you that they consisted of Edom, because the word Edom, you see what they say here, it's Edom. Why? Because when you go into some of the ancient Egyptian papyri or even war reliefs, you'll see that they make a reference to the Shashu of Edom, which is interesting because if there's a Shashu of Edom and it's by Mount Seir, and this is where the patron deity is at, this is also where Moses went to speak to this deity, where Midian was already in this area, and now YHWH is already there amongst those peoples, because Edom is also Hebrew. You know, Esau was a Hebrew. Midian was a Hebrew. And possibly Moab and Ammon. Because they also, more than likely, were circumcised because Lot was in the household of Abraham. Most I told him to circumcise you and everybody in your household. They're all Hebrews. Y'all getting quiet. Why y'all quiet? They're all Hebrews. This is why YHWH is in the area where the Hebrews is at. That's his people.
Makes sense.
Promise from Abraham, this is why he's there where the people is at. Remember when Esau, he had left from where he was at in Canaan and went here to Seir, and the Edomites were there and they had a chiefdom. When chiefs started to rise up in that area, now Midian goes in that same region is there. Moses is also going there, and the Israelites are there for some time. So YHWH is comfortable amongst his people, all the Hebrews. They just don't know who he is yet. Oh, I know. Minds are being blown. I see poof coming out, smoke coming out the head. I understand. See, there's another reference you can go into onomastics, excuse me. The distribution of personal names in the land of Israel and Transjordan during IM2 period by Mika Golub. So what this is, it goes into the study of names. That's what onomastics is, the study of names. And they show you what I was just telling you about the prefix and the suffix and the frequency of these names that's found throughout these regions through their archaeological surveys, right? Another one here called Midian, Moab, and Edom, the history and archaeology of late Bronze and Iron Age Jordan and Northwest Arabia. Edited by John F.A. Sawyer and David J.A. Klein. This is also deep because it gives you more history about the Shashu peoples, which consisted of Midian, Moab, and Edom, and that region of Northwest Arabia, where YHWH came from. Another reference here, who were the early Israelites and where did they come from? William G. Dever. Personal names in the Samaria, Papri, by Frank Moore Cross. All right. Who were the Shashu? I'm not going to read any of this because I want to save some time, but you can go back and research it. This is one of the reliefs that was found that gives you the W sound, SW, which is a sprouting plant, the SA, which would mean the land, Ta, and it gives you the chit that's here, which is the W sound or U, the Y sound, which is like a rope that's twisted, the bait or the house sound, which gives you the head sound in the Mejunecha, and the double reeds, which gives you the Y sound, which reads, it says, the Shashu of the land of Yahoo.
Wow, that's awesome.
That's one.
And then when you go into the actual article that I wanted to read for y'all here, it'll tell you where this area was at. Now, it'll tell you the time period too, because it lines up with the Exodus account. It's deep.
Yeah.
But I'll get into that another time. That's just a sidebar. Let's get into the lesson.
You just showed us the Egyptian relief?
Yes, that was an Egyptian relief, right? So YHWH was there during this time period of Menachem III, which is during the 14th BCE, around that time period. So YHWH was there, and the evidence is that he existed, and the Shasu people was there. But remember, the Israelites was not a real nation at that time. So they would not have been identified as a distinct and separate people. The Egyptians would have saw them as an amalgamation of several Shasu people that's on the fringes of society. It's deep.
Yeah, it is.
It's deep.
But that's why they wrote all of this as well in those pyramids.
They wrote all throughout Egypt speaking about these various peoples, but again, we also have reliefs of Israel, like the Berlin pedestal relief, which is the earliest relief that you see the name Israel in a cartouche. It's deep. There's a lot of evidence of Israel. The only one might say that Israel, YHWH, is something new that came on the scene, somebody made up. Concrete data for that, yes.
We have everybody to hold their questions till we
To the end? Okay. All right. So let's move forward. All right. The messenger of YHWH and his army renders judgment against the gods of Egypt for allowing Pharaoh, a god himself, on the living throne of Heru, to oppress the Israelites. This violates some kind of divine law. There was something that violated that allowed YHWH to go and violate the Egyptians. Okay? Exodus 12 and 12, you can go and check that out there, as well as Exodus chapter 7, verse 10 to 12, all right? But look, the messenger of YHWH and his army, they rendered judgment. It's a war, it's a battle. Go to Exodus 12 and 12 real quick.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt that night, and I will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And on all the gods of the Egyptians I will execute judgment.
All the gods I'm going to execute judgment, and Pharaoh was considered a god king. He was considered a living god in the flesh.
I am YHWH.
There you go. All right, Exodus 7, 10 to 12. I ain't going to read that, but pretty much that's talking about the snake battle. You know, when the priests, they threw down their staffs, they turned to snakes. Aaron threw his down as well, and his snake ate the other snakes. That's showing you what's going up in this realm here. It's deep. The Elohim of the powers of Egypt, trying to show their might and strength, but there's one that's greater than them. It's deep. It's deep. Guys, we moving. Moses sings a significant song of praise and the elevation of supremacy of YHWH for his victory against the gods or over the gods of Egypt and Pharaoh. He reveals the abode of YHWH and declares him to be a man of war. Some people may say, oh, that's just figurative language. But we see YHWH manifesting as a man. Now, if we didn't see that, I would say, oh, that's all figurative. But no, YHWH shows up as a man. Exodus 15, 1 and 3, real quick.
Then Moses and the people of Israel sang the song to YHWH, saying, I will sing to YHWH, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider he has thrown into the sea. YHWH is my strength and my song, and he has become my salvation. This is my Elohim, and I will praise him. My father's Elohim, and I will exalt him. The Elohim, YHWH is a man of war.
Is a what?
Man of war.
Is a god of war.
Man of war.
Deep.
YHWH is his name.
It's his name. Go to verse 6.
Your right hand, O YHWH, glorious in power.
Right hand is glorious in power. Deep. Keep going.
Your right hand, O YHWH, shatters the enemy.
The right hand shatters the enemy. Keep going.
In the greatness of your majesty, you overthrow your adversity.
Okay.
Your adversary.
What verse is that?
7.
All right. Go to 11. Listen to this.
Who is like you, O YHWH?
Who is like you?
Among the gods.
Wait, among the gods? Who is like you among the other? Wait, what's that word there for gods then? Maybe it might say something else. Maybe it might say men, people, idols. What does it say there? It says what? What's that word there? Yeah, got it. Anybody can get that. What's that?
L.
Who is like you among the... Now that word there that's used by Elyon, we also see a similar word Elyon in the Ugaritic text, which is in reference to the divine council. Who is like you amongst the divine council? That was verse 11. What's 12 say?
You stretched out your right hand.
Your right hand. Listen to this term. Right hand, right hand, right hand. Keep going.
The earth swallowed them.
Uh-huh.
You have led in your steadfast love the people who you have redeemed.
What verse you at?
It's 13.
Uh-huh.
You have guided them by your strength to your holy abode.
Okay. Wait. You guide them by your strength to where?
Your holy abode.
Where was Moses at when he was saying this? He was approaching there. It's deep. Keep going.
The peoples have heard, they tremble.
Mm-hmm.
Pangs have seized the inhabitants of Philistia. Now are the chiefs of Edom dismayed. Trembling seizes the leaders of Moab. All the inhabitants of Canaan have melted away.
Oh, so they're hearing this thing. Keep going.
Terror and dread fall upon them because of the greatness of your arm.
Wait, your hand and your arm. Keep going, that's deep.
They are still as a stone till your people, O YHWH, pass by. Till the people pass by whom you have purchased. You will bring them in and plant them on your own mountain.
Wait, bring them in and plant them on your own mountain. Keep going.
The place, O YHWH, which you have made for your abode. The sanctuary, O Master, which your hands have established. YHWH will reign forever and ever.
Okay, so now he's moving his location to Canaan, somewhere in Canaan. This is deep. That's why they had to take the tabernacle with them. That's YHWH moving with the people. And when they get situated and get settled, then he sets up shop on a mountain somewhere and watches over them. It's deep. It's deep. If you can follow the language, it's deep. Let's move forward. Moses returns to Midian. This is after chapter 15. You get 18. He tells Jethro what occurred. Jethro acknowledges that what?
YHWH is the most high.
Is the highest. Hagadol. He's the great power. Go ahead, among the other deities in Midian, and gives them an offering. Exodus chapter 18, verse 1 and verses 8 to 12. This is deep because, mind you, YHWH was just one of many deities that they were worshiping. And never, the messenger said to Moshe that when I do this thing, bring you out, it's going to be a sign. And once that sign happens, now you got to serve the divine council, Moses. That's deep. So Jethro knew about this. Moses told him these things. It was a sign to confirm to Jethro that, oh, this is the great power. This is who we should be worshiping. And then he sacrifices and nothing happens to him. He doesn't die. Because at this point, he's not really considered a Gentile because he's a Hebrew. Most High's putting the Hebrews back in order because they was all disjointed and out of whack and didn't know who was who. It's deep. Moshe has an encounter with the divine council represented by YHWH. Moses has an encounter with the divine council. That's deep. Exodus chapter 19, verse 1.
On the third new moon, after the people of Israel had gone out of the land of Egypt, on that day they came into the wilderness of Sinai.
Okay.
They set out from Rephidim and came into the wilderness of Sinai, and they encamped in the wilderness. There Israel encamped before the mountain, while Moses went up to Elohim.
Wait, Moses went up to who?
Elohim.
Does it say Ha Elohim there? So they're going to the mountain to where the divine council is at. Let's see. Exodus 19. It says Ha Elohim? Uh-oh, keep going. So now Moses, we got you out, we got your people out. Now you gotta serve us. Could be one of the reasons why Moses could go in the promised land, but that's another story. You get into it another time.
YHWH called to him out of the mountain, saying, thus you shall say to the house of Jacob, and tell the people of Israel, you yourselves have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on the eagle's wings, and brought you to myself.
Okay, and I brought you to myself. So he assisted them in Egypt and brought them right there to the mountain to where he's at. What verse is that?
On that was 4.
Okay, go to 6.
And you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the people of Israel.
Okay, that's verse 6. Okay, let's jump to 10 to 11.
YHWH said to Moses, go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow.
This is deep.
And
Don't consecrate them. Go ahead.
And let them wash their garments. And be ready for the 3rd day. For on the 3rd day, YHWH will come down.
Wait. On the 3rd day, what's going to happen?
YHWH will come down on the Mount Sinai.
He's going to come down from the mountain or come down onto the mountain. This is deep.
Come down on Mount Sinai.
So wait. This is where they convene. I keep telling y'all that. And the top of the mountain is where the deities convene. So they come from wherever they at to come to the mountaintop in order to interface with man. It's deep. And that's their mountain there. Keep going.
On Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people. And you shall set limits for the people all around, saying, take care not to go up into the mountain or touch the edge of it.
This is deep. Now, Moses kind of disrespected that region by striking a rock. He was only supposed to speak to the rock. He struck it, and he disrespected the mountain. Where the council is at, and YHWH is coming down. Now he was in permanent servitude to the powers that was there. It's deep. Keep going.
Whoever touches the mountain shall be put to death.
Whoever touches it, you're going to die.
No hand shall touch him, and he shall be stoned or shot.
But Moses struck the rock. He should have been stoned or what?
Shot.
But arrow. He should have been killed. But we said, okay, we're not going to kill you. We're going to let you live, come to the top of the mountain, and even see the promised land, but you ain't going nowhere.
Right.
What verse you at?
This is 13.
No, go to 17.
Then Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet Elohim.
To meet who?
Elohim.
Deep, keep going.
And they took their stand at the foot of the mountain. Now Mount Sinai was wrapped in smoke because YHWH had descended on it in a fire.
Wait, so YHWH is coming down to the mountain, and they're going to meet that high Elohim. The people are going to actually meet this. This is deep. Keep going.
The smoke of it went up like the smoke of a kiln, and the whole mountain trembled greatly.
All right, let's go. Let's go to the next. I'm just laying it out, right? YHWH tells Moses about the messenger he will send to instruct the children of Israel and fight on their behalf. And also we get a revelation of the Achilles heel of YHWH and Israel is revealed. What time is this? Somebody give me a time check.
4:13.
4:13? All right, let me rush this up. All right, keep going. Read Exodus chapter 23 and 20.
Behold, I send a messenger before you to guard you on the way and to bring you to the place that I have prepared.
Slow down. So he says, I'm going to send a messenger. YHWH says, I'm going to send a messenger, right? Keep going.
Pay careful attention to him and obey his voice. Do not rebel against him, for he will not pardon your transgression.
Whoa.
For my name is in him.
Slow down. Don't rebel against him. He's not going to pardon your transgressions if you rebel against him, and my name is in him. So wait, so the messenger is the same as YHWH? And somebody speaking in third person about himself? This is deep. This is deep. My character, my essence is going to be in him. Okay, what verse you at?
That was 21.
Keep going.
But if you carefully obey his voice.
Wait, obey his voice sounds interesting because remember, it talks about the prophet that's going to be raised up and he's going to speak these words. You got to obey his voice. And if you don't, okay, keep going.
And do all that I say, then I will be an enemy to your enemies and an adversary to your adversaries.
What verse is that?
That was 22.
Keep going.
When my messenger goes before you and brings you to the Amorites and to the Hittites and to the Perizzites and to the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I blot them out, you shall not bow down to their gods, nor serve them.
Wait, so when this messenger goes out, drives all of these inhabitants out, you're not supposed to go and bow down and serve their what?
Their God.
That's deep. Keep going.
Nor do as they do, but you shall utterly overthrow them and break their pillars in pieces. You shall serve YHWH, your Elohim.
Wait, you should only serve who?
YHWH, your Elohim.
And that would also consist of bowing as well, right? Prostrating as well, right? You only do that to YHWH, right? What verse you at?
25.
Okay, that's the end of 25?
No, that's the middle.
Finish it.
And he will bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from you, from among your people.
He will bless? The messenger is going to bless you on behalf of YHWH? Is that what it's saying?
Yeah.
Who's this messenger character? Is he YHWH? Is he part of YHWH? Does he represent YHWH? What's going on here? Steve, go to verse 27.
I will send my terror before you, and will throw into confusion all the people against whom you shall come.
That's verse 27?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will make all your enemies turn their backs to you.
Verse 30.
Little by little I will drive them out from before you, until you have increased and possessed the land.
Okay, and verse 32 to 33.
You shall make no covenant with them and their gods.
Wait, make no covenant with them, the inhabitants of the land, and their powers. Keep going.
They shall not dwell in your land.
They shall not live in your land.
Lest they make you sin against me.
Unless they make you what?
Sin against me. For if you serve their gods.
Wait, for if you serve them,
it will surely be a snare to you.
It's going to be a snare to you. Because now you're going to bind yourself to the disobedient or violating the contract, and now YHWH has to now succeed to the contract terms and conditions, which means you got to get kicked out. He swore and binded himself to the own divine laws that's already been established in this region. This is deep. So the Achilles heel, the only way that the Israelites can be kicked out or be cursed or have consequences for their actions is if they serve the other deities, follow customs of the nations, and in doing so, you're violating the contract that you have with YHWH. That's the only way. And that's the only way you can lose any power and authority. If the people in the secular realm get you to disobey the Most High.
Yes.
You can only give up your power. They can't take it from you.
Yes.
Okay? YHWH shows Moses his sanctuary in the heavenly realm. Remember, they're on a mountain. He's coming down on a mountain, and all these other 10,000 are there with him. The high Elohim is there as well. The council is there while all this is going on. He takes Moses up to the mountain and shows Moses his sanctuary, where he dwells, and tells Moses to replicate it as the Ark of the Covenant. That's deep. Go to Exodus 25, 8 to 9.
And let them make me a sanctuary that I may dwell in their midst.
So wait, so now in order for a portion of me to dwell where you're at, you gotta replicate what's up here, because that's the only way that I can come and be amongst you. I have to feel at home. That's deep. Yeah?
Exactly as I showed you concerning the pattern.
Wait, exactly as what I'm showing you. It didn't say vision. He's on the mountain, he's seeing this. You see that, Moses? I want you to make that same thing down here so I can dwell amongst you. And verse 40.
And see that you make them after the pattern for them, which is being shown to you on the mountain.
So he has a sanctuary on the mountaintop, a tabernacle. That YHWH is just chilling. You can see, like, oh, there's him right there. Okay, you want to make the same thing. He told him exactly all the measurements. You got to make it just like how you're seeing it up here. Because if you don't, then I can't dwell with y'all. I got to feel at home while I'm moving with y'all. So I can protect you, give you guidance, provisions. Okay, I'm rushing through. Now, we almost done. I think I'm gonna stop next 2-3 slides and then put the rest in part 3. So Joshua is instructed by YHWH after Moses' death, and then encounters who?
The messenger.
The messenger what?
Of God.
Of YHWH, the man of war, as declared to Moshe by YHWH. This is deep. Most High says, I'm going to go before you, and I'm going to send that messenger. He's going to do all of these things to drive the people out before you. Go to Joshua chapter 1, verse 1.
After the death of Moses, the servant of YHWH says to Joshua, the son of Nun, Moses' assistant, Moses, my servant, is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, you and all this people.
So wait, who's saying this?
YHWH.
YHWH saying this, right? Keep going.
Into the land that I am giving to them, to the people of Israel. Every place that the sole of your foot will tread upon I have given to you, just as I promised to Moses. From the wilderness, this Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river of Euphrates. Oh man. all the land of the Hittites
Take
to
it down.
the great sea toward the going down of the sun shall be your territory. No man shall be able to stand before you all the days of your life.
What verse is that?
5.
Keep going.
Just as I was with Moses, so
Wait. Just as I was with Moses. But I thought it was just the messenger of YHWH that was with Moses. And then with the people as they moved to and fro. Are they the same?
No.
Somebody saying no, but keep going.
So I will be with you. I will not leave you or forsake you. Be strong and courageous, for you shall cause this people to inherit the land that I swore to their fathers to give them.
Slow down. Let's go to chapter 5, verse 13. So now we get context. Is YHWH speaking directly to him, saying that I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm going to give you this. But then we go to chapter 5, verse 13. It says what?
When Joshua was by Jericho.
Wait, Joshua was by Jericho. That means they didn't go into Jericho yet. They had just circumcised the soldiers and they crossed over, about to go into Jericho. But wait, what happens?
He lifted up his eyes and looked. And behold, a man was standing before him with his drawn sword.
Who was before
a man?
A man? A man? Watch this. Keep going.
With his drawn sword in his hand. And Joshua went to him and said to him, are you for us or are you for our adversary?
Slow down. So what's Joshua about to get it in? Yo, are you with us or against us? I need to know right now, right? Before this goes down. Remember, because, in chapter 1, it said, be strong, bold, and courageous. So you might have had some fear looking at this, but he said, look, if we got to fight this, then we're going to do it. Because he was one of the spies that, remember, went into the land, saw the giants and said, yo, we can still beat them. This guy got a heart of gold, man. Keep going.
And he said, no, but I am the commander of the army of YHWH.
Slow down. He says, no, but I am the who?
Commander.
The captain, the commander, the chief of the army of who?
YHWH.
Keep going.
Now I have come. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and worshiped.
Wait, slow down. Stop. Hold on. I thought they were told to only worship YHWH. So this man that's appearing, saying, I'm the commander of the army of YHWH. I'm going to be on your side, not your enemy. And the first thing Joshua does, mind you, Joshua's keeping the statute of commandments.
Right.
He bows down and worships. Wait. Are you supposed to worship an angel? A messenger? What'd you say?
They didn't say he worshipped him, he just said he worshiped. He can still be worshiping the Most High for bringing these commandments.
Let's read this in context. That's a good point. Let's see what's going on here then. Let me see it real quick. Let me move forward. Joshua, because now we're going to see who this entity is. Because if this entity really is YHWH, then it makes sense for him to bow down before this entity and worship. But I know sometimes we'll encounter things like this and be like, well, it really can't say that. Maybe it means something else. But what happened to this at this time? Okay. 5 and 13. Let me grab it real quick. All right, so it came to pass when Joshua was by Jericho, he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a man stood opposite of them with his sword drawn in his hand, and went to Joshua, and Joshua said, are you with us, or are you for our adversaries? The scroll. No, and he said, I'm the army of the commander of the army of YHWH, and now I've come, and Joshua fell to his face to the earth. Now watch this. We're going to look up that word worship. Because you got a conjunction there, means these two actions are being done together. And it shows you the direct object of where it's going towards. So it says, Yehoshua el panav arsa yistahu. So it says, and then Joshua on his face to the earth, he bowed his face. And now that root word there for shachar is to mean to worship, to prostrate, to give honor to and homage to, and it's in the direction of this entity that's there. So if you want to say, and I'm not saying you right or wrong, to say, well, maybe he's worshiping the Most High, but he's also bound before this power that's there. It's interesting because people that believe the New Testament will say, we have places where messengers will say, oh, don't bow to me. Don't bow before me. I'm not YHWH. Only bow down and worship YHWH. But this is interesting because remember, Most High says, my name is in the messenger.
Right.
And he's the one that's going to drive everything out before you.
Well, then that's what
But
God-
Moshe, I'm also going to be with you. And I'm going to be with the people. But you just got to understand, see, when you understand who the messenger is, then you understand ain't no problem with what's going on. But when you don't understand who the messenger is, it makes it very difficult. What verse will we at? 14? Read 15.
And the commander said
Wait, I'm sorry. Let's finish reading 14.
Okay.
So he bowed down and worshipped.
And said to him, what does my master say to
Slow down.
What
I
does
don't need. Wait. So he's talking to this commander in chief and says, what does my master? Talking to this commander. That's his master. Keep going.
say to his servant? And the commander of YHWH's army said to Joshua,
listen,
take off your sandals.
Wait, hold on. Remember Moses encountering the messenger in the fire, and YHWH saw it, and Elohim called for him from out the fire? And said, wait, take your sandals off. You're on holy ground. Was Moses before the Most High when he was there with the burning bush? Yes or no? Yes or no? Was Yah speaking to him? Yes. He took off his sandals. He put himself down. Now this command is telling him to do the same thing. Where else do you see this happen at? Where an angel comes to somebody, a messenger, and tell him take your shoes off. Because where I'm at is holy ground. Does anybody know any other reference in the Bible where something like this takes place? That happened with Moshe and that happened with Joshua. Thank you. No more, nowhere else is this. So something is peculiar and distinct about this commander-in-chief of the host of the army of YHWH. Could this be YHWH himself?
Yes.
And if so, how could that be YHWH there and El still be reigning in his sanctuary?
Because he can do all things.
We could say he could do all things, but the text tells you. It tells you what is going on here. But I gotta wrap it up because people are hungry. We gotta eat. I smell the food. I'm hungry myself. What verse we at?
15.
All right. So look, I'm gonna end it right here in a part of Judges. I'm not gonna be able to get into David today, but let's wrap it up in Judges. It's only 2 slides and we're done. All right. The people under Joshua's rule proclaimed that YHWH. Oh wait. I'm sorry. Where am I? Joshua. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. I don't know why I got Judges chapter. It's supposed to be Judges chapter 2, but the people under Joshua's rule proclaimed that YHWH is the one who directly led them out of Egypt and drove the inhabitants of Canaan out before them. So the people are saying, and I think that's right, that it was Joshua, so it would be Joshua 24, not Judges. Read Joshua 24, verse 17. The people are saying it was Yah who drove these things out, not the messenger of Yah. It was actually Yah himself. Well, people say, well, the messenger did it and Yah got the credit. Or maybe the messenger is Yah. Maybe that's the case. Could be him. And then that messenger or Yah turns into a man and talks to people and eats food. And then has to convene with 2 other individuals. This is deep, man. But see, the problem is we have so much dogma, we don't see it from the perspective of the ancient Near East. We see it from our contemporary perspective today, which is thousands of years removed to how they saw it back then. I take what I think and how I believe and I throw it out and say, look, let me look at this from the perspective of these people, from the language, from the archaeology, from the customs, the culture. And then when you do it like that, there's no hang-ups. You accept it for what it is. Read Joshua chapter 24.
Verse 17.
Uh-huh.
For it is YHWH.
Wait, for it is YHWH, not his messenger.
Our Elohim, who brought us and our fathers up from the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery, and who did those great signs in our sight.
Wait, who did it? YHWH. But then YHWH saying the messenger going, he's going to do it. But then it's YHWH doing it. It's deep. Moses said something about a hand and an arm. We're going to get into that. Part 3. They keep that hand and arm thing in. It's deep. Because remember El is in the sides of the north. We see it in Isaiah chapter 14, where the Babylonian king said that I would make my sanctuary in the sides of the north. Remember I went into the Ugaritic text and said that El, the chief deity, he's in the north. So in order to defy that region in which Babylon was conquering, you have to give an idiom of declaration and power and victory prophetically saying, I'm going to set my abode all the way up to the side of the north where the most high power is. And then I will be over that deity, and then all y'all will be subject to me. That's the pride and hubris of the Babylonian king. But here we see this very distinctly. The people, they know what's going on. They said, no, it was YHWH that did all of this. Y'all saying it's the messenger, but it's actually YHWH. What verse you at?
17.
Okay, finish that to 18.
Out of the house of slavery, and who did these great signs in our sight and preserved us in all the ways that we went, and among all the peoples through which we passed. And YHWH drove out before us all the peoples.
I thought it was the angel that did it. Keep going.
The Amorites who lived in the land, therefore we also will serve YHWH, for he is our Elohim.
So they drove the Amorites. Remember that we went into Abraham and El Shaddai said, listen, I got to deal violently with these people, but we're going to give them some time until they sin is full, and then we're going to go and judge them. The people acknowledge that. They know. They went to war. They fought. They did all this stuff. This is deep. But it's clear if you take off your old lens and put this lens on based on what they're looking at. Because the Israelites did not subdue the Amorites, the messenger of YHWH rebukes them. So now we get the messenger again. Wait, so it's Yahweh, YHWH, then it's the messenger of YHWH, but they're saying they're doing the same thing together. And sometimes the messenger talks as if he is Yahweh. This is deep. Maybe he is Yahweh. Maybe it just took some time for things to be revealed to people over time to see these things.
Isn't it the messengers are heavenly hosts for you? Like they're hosting his spirit, like in their vessel. He speaks through them.
You can say it like that until you read it where he's the one taking the credit. See, I can see if you're a messenger, because there's messengers all throughout the text. You have Mikhail, the messengers that pair the people and give the credit to YHWH. They ain't say they're doing anything. Even when they're doing something on behalf of the Most High, they're not giving themselves the credit for doing it. Are you following what I'm saying? They're pointing to the source. But now this messenger is saying that he is the source. I am the source. YHWH said my character, my name, my essence is going to be in this messenger. So that messenger is me. But the reason why I got to set it up this way because I'm trying to show you there's really El who's the one that's working everything. See, people are missing this. YHWH was just the way that El execute his judgment. It was a vessel that he used, a name that he used to do his business.
That's a physical form.
They missing that. Read Judges 1:34. I promise I'm almost done.
Judges 1:34?
Yeah, Judges chapter 1, verse 34 to 36.
The Amorites pressed the people of Dan back into the hill country.
So now in Judges 1, you have a lot of the tribes that are fighting and winning the battle, like Judah and them, but then you have other tribes that's losing the battle. And one of them, keep going, the Amorites is pushing them back, keep going.
For they did not allow them to come down to the plain. The Amorites persisted in dwelling in Mount Heriz, in Ajalon, and in Sha'abim.
Because remember, they were supposed to kill all these Amorites. But the Amorites is fighting back. How is this the case? How's the Amorites winning against them? I thought the messenger, the angel, or this power was going to be with us, man. We losing. Keep going.
But the hand of the house of Joseph rested heavily on them. And they became subject to forced labor.
Ooh, wait, sound like something was going on in Mizraim, right? Keep going.
And the border of the Amorites ran from the ascent of Akrabium from Selah and upward. Selah and upward.
Go to chapter 2, verse 1. So now they're fighting against Amorites. Amorites is winning, overpowering them, subjugating them. So now somebody gets mad. This is deep. Judges chapter 2, verse 1. What does it say?
Now the messenger of YHWH
went up
from Gilgal to Bachim, and he said, I brought you up from Egypt.
Wait, no. YHWH brought them up from Egypt.
The messenger of Yah.
He's saying he did it. He's taking the credit. Keep going.
And brought you up into the land that I swore to give to your fathers.
Wait. The land that I swore to give to your fathers? The messenger did that? That's deep. Keep going.
I said I will never break my covenant with you.
Wait, so the messenger is saying that I will never break my covenant with you? Keep going.
And you shall make no covenant with the inhabitants of this land. You shall break down their altars, but you have not obeyed my voice. What is this that you have done? So now I say, I will not drive them from out before you, but they shall become thorns in your sides, and their God shall be a snare to you.
So wait, so that means even though they was fighting, they were breaking the covenant. That's why they wasn't able to win. Keep going.
As soon as the messenger of as soon as the messenger of YHWH spoke these words to all the people of Israel, the people lifted up their voices and wept. And they came and they called the name of that place Bakim, and they sacrificed there to YHWH.
So they sacrificed to YHWH, when in Joshua they said it was YHWH, not the messenger of YHWH, that did all of these things, and now the messenger is coming to them and saying that I did this and I did that and I made the covenant, not giving the credit to YHWH. So is this simply just a regular messenger doing this? I mean, I'm just saying. What verse was that you was at?
5.
Perfect. All right. Last slide, and we done. The Torah reveals that the powers in heaven war, and the result reflects on the earth. Man, this is deep. Because remember I was telling you that stuff when we was reading Ugaritic text, and they fighting, they battling, and whoever's winning in the earthly realm is a reflection of what's going on in the heavenly realm. Remember that? Okay, so read Judges chapter 5, verse 19 to 23.
The king came, they fought. Then fought the kings of Canaan at Tanakh by the waters of Megiddo. They got no spoils of silver. From the heaven, the stars fall.
Wait, so kings are fighting the earth, and then from Shemayim, what's going on?
The stars fall.
Wait, stars can't fight. It can't be celestial bodies, right? So who does the stars represent? We're gonna see, keep going.
From their courses, they fought against Sisera.
And they fought against who?
Sisera.
So who was Sisera?
The torrent Kishon. Oh, wait, hold on. Who is this?
You remember who Sisera is, right? Barak and Deborah was going to fight? Okay, and then those kings was fighting in that realm. Keep going.
The torrent Kishon swept them away. The ancient torrent, the torrent Kishon.
What verb you want? I mean verb, but what verse you want?
21.
21, okay, go ahead.
March on, my soul, with might. Then loud beat the horses' hoofs with the galloping of his steeds. Curse Meroz, said the messenger of YHWH.
Wait, curse who?
Meroz.
Says who?
The messenger.
The messenger of YHWH,
Curse its inhabitants thoroughly.
So wait, so a messenger can pronounce a curse on somebody? That's deep. This is all additional information, because I wasn't taught none of this. Keep going.
Because they did not come to the help of YHWH. The help.
Keep going.
To the help of YHWH against the mighty.
So now there was a cursings going upon a particular region in the north of Palestine, because those people did not come out and fight on behalf of the Israelites. So therefore this messenger is cursing those people. The messenger is doing this. And the messenger of YHWH, is he YHWH? We go to Job 38, verses 4 to 7, so we can see what these stars are, and we can wrap this up. I think we are done. Well, I wanted to get into this, but I guess. Job chapter 38, verse 4 to 7.
Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth?
Now this is El talking to Job. Keep going.
Tell me if you have understanding. Who determined its measurement? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it? On what were its bases sunk? Or who laid its cornerstone? When the morning stars sang together.
Slow down. When the morning stars did what?
Sang together.
So stars, celestial bodies.
Yes.
They can? It could be figurative, right? But then go on. What's the rest of the information there?
And all the sons of El
shouted for joy. So these stars is representing the sons of El. So when we go to Judges, Deborah is saying they fighting up there, and then they can fight against people. And then we get later on Daniel, we see that there's different powers that represent different groups of people, and they fight. It's deep. Revelation talking about there's a war in heaven, and Michael and his messengers, they fight against Hashatan, and they born up there, and somebody get kicked down, they fight up there. Even those fighting on behalf of YHWH, they fighting up there, they fight.
Yeah.
Some people say, yo, that sounds crazy, but I'm just that's what the text said.
Yeah.
I didn't make that up. All right, so I wanted to finish in Judges, but I know it's late. I know y'all want to eat. I wanted to close with this. I thought the other one was us. I wanted to close with this because this ends off our part in Judges, and then we can move forward to David and get into Isaiah, and then all the way up to the New Testament. But it's up to y'all, up to Minister Carnes. If you want me to finish this last slide, and we can end here, or you want to stop here, eat, and then do this another time.
Finish the last slide.
Finish the last slide. Raise your hands. Finish the last slide. I don't see a lot of hands. People are like, he said, let's eat. All right, so I'll hold off on this. Man, I really wanted to bring this out, but it's fine. I'll stop here. So let me, I'm gonna sum this up and we can pick it up from here, but pretty much Manoah, who's Manoah? Who's he the father of? Who? Samson, right?
Samson, yeah.
He's the father of Samson. This wife have an encounter with who?
The messenger.
The messenger of YHWH, who appears as a man, but there's a lot of peculiar things is here. Like the text says, Manoah's asking him, what's your name? So I can know who to give this credit to. He said, what you mean you asked my name? It's too wonderful for you. So he said, make a sacrifice to YHWH. So they making a sacrifice to YHWH. Then it says, the one who causes wonders looked at them while they're making this sacrifice in the fire. And as the fire goes up, remember the fire's supposed to be going to YHWH. He's caught up in there with the fire. And then they have a revelation that said, we should surely be dead because we have seen Elohim.
Yeah.
You know, when Moses was kicking it with YHWH said, listen, Moses, I cannot reveal my whole self to you, because if you see me, you're going to die. So I'm going to cover myself, put you in the cup of the rocks, walk by, and you can see my hindsight. You can't see me.
Right.
But the messenger was there, and then when they encountered the messenger, so the messenger comes up because his name was too wonderful, the one who works wonders, and we go to Psalm 72 and 18, and talks about the only one who can work wonders is YHWH. That's deep. He goes up in the flames, and this messenger appeared as a man. They kept saying, the man, the man, the man. Now all of a sudden we got a situation where they said, we should be dead because we have seen Elohim. You know, the same Elohim that called out to Moshe from the burning bush, the same Elohim that we call the great power of Israel. They just had an encounter with him face to face, and they lived. That's deep. So is the messenger really YHWH? Is he not really YHWH? Is he an extension of El? And El's using his arm and his hand, and he's moving things around like this while he's back here. And people seeing the hand, it's like a puppet on it, some kind of image that looks like a man, sometimes an angel, and it's really being controlled by El. And El is doing this because in the end, he's going to reveal that it is him that's causing the salvation to come upon Israel. It's deep. And we're going to get into that when we do part 3. So thank y'all for part 2. Hope y'all enjoyed that. And to be continued. Shalom. That's perfect. All right. So family, let's get started, all right? So Shabbat Shalom, thank you for coming out. I appreciate that. Hopefully you'll enjoy part 3 of the lecture entitled El Shaddai, YHWH, Elyon, 3 of a kind, or 1 and the same. All right, so far, those of you who watched part 1 and part 2, what is your conclusion? Is it 3 of a kind or 1 and the same?
1 and the same.
3 of a kind, 1 and the same. How many people say 1 and the same? Raise your hand. Raise it high. Oh, there we go. Okay, who says 3 of a kind? Who don't know whether it's 3 of a kind or 1 and the same yet? They're waiting for the conclusion of the matter. Who's waiting for the conclusion of the matter? There we go. It looks like they changed. All right, cool. All right, so pretty much what this is going to be designed to do is give you enough information and data behind the things that I say to go back and research it to verify internally or validate externally what I'm saying has any merit, any value. All right? So the resources that I show you on the screen, you can go back and get them for free. I don't want to show all these expensive books and PDFs that I purchased that you can't get for yourselves, because then you're going to be like, well, he has all this esoteric knowledge and we can't go back and fact check them. I don't get down like that. So all the sources that I give you on here, you can go online, open up Google, and you can download these things for free. King Khan? I know some leaders may not do that. They may read from an expensive book that you may never get your hands on and never get the context of things that they're proof texting. We don't get down like that. All right, King Khan? All right. So let's get it in, all right? Because I got limited time, I was told. But I think I'm going to do my best to make it work.
Roll with it.
All right, thank you.
Roll with it.
So we left off with Manoah. Who's Manoah?
Samson's father?
Samson's father, right? And what was the importance of me bringing out Manoah and his wife, encountering this entity? What was the importance of that?
They saw him getting done.
Correct. Let's go to Judges 13:3. I summarized it. I didn't go through the scriptures. I'm going to go through the scriptures for a point of reference. We're going to Judges chapter 13, verse 3.
And the messenger of God appeared to the woman and said to her, Behold, you are barren and have not bore children.
Slow down. And the who? Messenger?
And the messenger.
You said messenger, right? You said messenger, right? Okay, keep going.
But you shall conceive and bear a son.
Go to verse 6.
Then the woman came and told her husband, A man of Elohim came to me, and his appearance was like the appearance of the messenger of Elohim.
Wait, say it again.
And his appearance
was like the appearance. Now wait, the word said, they said a man, right?
Yes.
A man. This is important. A man, go ahead.
An appearance was like the appearance of the messenger of Elohim. Very awesome.
Whoa, very what?
Awesome.
What word is that in Hebrew? Somebody look that up.
Mine says terrible.
Terrible, right?
Yeah.
And get the root word. What is that Hebrew word there? That's important. This is important. And we're going to look up a couple of words as we go through this, because once everybody's not going to get into Hebrew grammar, phonology, syntax, etc. But the least you can do is do a word study. Okay? That's extremely important. These go to the root word. You may not know how the word or the verb is conjugated or how the word fits within the syntax, but you can at least do the root word study, which is important. Okay? So what is that word there in Hebrew? Is it yareh? That means what? Almost like a fear, trembling. Okay? So they say awesome, but trembling is more accurate. Go ahead.
I did not ask him where he was from.
Wait, I didn't ask him where he was from.
And he did not tell me his name.
Slow down. So if a man's rolling up on my wife, I'm going to ask him where he's from and what your name is.
Not if he's
He ain't say nothing. Well, that's what I'm saying. We didn't say. But in this case, there was some kind of aura around this individual.
Yeah.
You understand something special, unique about this situation. So he didn't have any concern in regards to him approaching his wife, but the concern was the message that he gave his wife. All right? Keep going. Where verse you at?
8, you want me to read 8?
Yeah, 8 to 10.
All right. Then Manoah prayed to Yah.
He prayed to who?
Yah.
Okay.
And said, O Master, please let the man of Elohim whom which you sent come again to us and teach us what we are to do with the child who will be born. And Elohim listened to the voice of Manoah, and the messenger of Elohim came again to the woman as she sat in the field.
Slow down. So he prayed to who?
Yah.
He prayed to Yah, right? And then what happened? Elohim did what? They heard and sent the messenger back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
Again to the woman as she sat in the field. But Manoah, her husband, was not with her. So the woman ran quickly and told her husband, Behold, the man who came to me the other day has appeared to me.
And what verse is that? 10? Go to 15.
Manoah said to the messenger of Yah.
The messenger of Yah.
Let us detain you and prepare a young goat for you.
Okay.
And the messenger of Yah said to Manoah, If you detain me, I will not eat of your food. But if you prepare a burnt offering, then offer it to Yah.
Slow down. So they was going to make him a meal. He turned down the meal. He ain't eat it. Because we saw that some kind of theophany happened in the book of Genesis with Abraham. And this entity ate. They went and they were going to eat for a reason. So keep going.
For Manoah did not know that he was a messenger of Yah.
Wait, so it was a man. Oh no, it was the messenger disguised as a man.
Right.
That's interesting. Wow, that's deep. Okay, keep going.
And Manoah said to the messenger of Yah, What is your name, so that when your words come true, we may honor you?
You gotta slow that down. He said, what is your what?
What is your name?
So that what?
So that when your words come true, we may honor you.
So now this is them perceiving him to be a prophet. Y'all feeling me? So prophets wasn't something that was, rare. When Israel's acting up, the Most High has to raise up prophets, right?
Yeah.
And judges, and in some cases kings, etc. But in this case, they thought he was a prophet. So he went, what's your name? So we can honor you. That's a custom. Somebody give you good prophecy, you honor them. But today, people be prophesying on the miss. Don't give you no details. Oh, you're going to be rich. When is that? I don't know. Seek the God. Oh, you just told me to be rich. The Most High don't play like that.
At all.
Because he says he doesn't do anything till he reveals his secrets to who?
The prophet.
Keep going.
And the messenger of Yah said to him,
Listen.
why do you ask my name?
Slow down. Why are you asking me what my name is? My name is. Why are you asking me what my name is? Keep going.
Seeing it is wonderful.
Wait, seeing that is what?
Wonderful.
My name is what?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Slow down. Isaiah chapter 9. The wonderful, mighty counselor, Prince of everlasting.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'm just saying. Somebody give me that Hebrew word for wonderful. If not, I'll probably beat you to it. What verse you at, versions?
What's that? 18.
18. Somebody give me that word for wonderful. You gotta see who this person is.
It's a Mashiach.
Okay? You can get the root word. And what does that mean? Should tell you. Incomprehensible.
Wow.
See, we're not dealing with the Brit Hadashah, the so-called New Testament today, but it's interesting because some kind of character comes on the scene in the book of Revelation and nobody knows his name. He just has titles describing him.
Amen.
It's interesting. So he says, my name is wonderful, incomprehensible, and the word there is Peli. Keep that in mind, okay? Keep going.
So Manoah took the young goat with the grain offering.
Now look, slow it down. Watch this. Keep going.
And offered it on the rock to Yah.
Wait, so he offered it to who?
Yeah.
To Yah.
YHWH, go ahead.
To the one who works.
So you gotta slow this down. Wait, slow this down. To who?
To the one who works wonders.
To the one who works wonders. Wait, he just said, my name is incomprehensible. My name is wondrous.
Amen.
What is that word there to the word wonders? What's that word there for wonders? Somebody pick it out, let me know. What verse you at, Virgil?
That's 19.
19, okay, somebody get that.
It says halal.
It says what?
Halal.
And it's the same root, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Are you looking? Anybody out there? Anybody? Is it the same root word?
Yes, it is.
Yes? Thank you so much, sis. Same root word. So he says, my name is wonderful. Then they offered the offering, and then the text says, the narrative, the one who works what? Wonders. So the one that works wonders is connected to the one whose name is wonderful. So that means that he offered it to Yah, the one who works wonders, and the man that's there who's the messenger of Yah, he said, my name is wonderful. Both words go back to the same root. And then what happens? Yeah, Virgil, what happens?
And Manoah and his wife were watching. And when the flame went up towards heaven from the altar, the messenger of Yah went up in the flame.
Wait, slow down. Who was this offering to be made to? YHWH. So when the offering was made, guess what happened? The messenger went into the flame because he's receiving the offering and delivering. Oh, y'all missing this.
No, I got
it. What verse we on?
That's 20.
20. Keep going. Keep going.
Now Manoah and his wife were watching, and they fell on their face to the ground. Verse 21.
Watch this. Keep going.
The messenger of Yah appeared no more to Manoah and to his wife. Then Manoah knew that he was the messenger of Yah.
Wait, so now we know this ain't a man anymore. This is the messenger of Yah. YHWH. Keep going.
And Manoah said to his wife,
watch this.
We shall surely die.
Why?
For we have seen Elohim.
Slow down. Wait a second. Remember with Moshe, the so-called burning bush? The angel, the messenger called from out of the bush. And when Yah saw him, Elohim spoke from out the fire. Now we have a situation when a man is appearing at theophany, who's the messenger of Yah, tells them to offer this unto Yah. They do offering unto Yah. The text has to tell you this is the one who works wonders that we send this to, who's This man, his name is wonderful, incomprehensible, can't say it's the same root word as this word, the one who works wonders. And when the offering is made, he goes up into the offering. He accepts the offering and brings it up to on high. And when they witnessed this, they said, we have seen Elohim. Y'all getting this?
Yeah.
Keep going.
But his wife said to him, if y'all had meant to kill us.
Wait, slow down. If who?
If y'all had meant to kill us.
The messenger meant to kill us.
If y'all had meant to kill us.
That man meant to kill us.
If y'all had meant to kill us, he would not have accepted a burnt offering and a grain offering at our hands.
You see what they talking about? That messenger. That's Yah. That's deep. What verse you at?
Still at 23.
All right, finish it.
Or shown us all these things, or now announced to us such things as these. And the woman bore a son and called his name Samson. And the young man grew, and Yah blessed him. And the spirit of Yah began to stir him to Manahadan between Zerah and Eshtaol.
All right, hold on 1 second. I'm trying to look for my, oh, here it is. All right. So go to Exodus 15:11. You got it?
Yeah.
What is that?
Who is like unto thee, O Yah?
Wait, who is like unto you, O Yah?
Among the mighty ones.
Among the mighty ones.
Who is like thee, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders.
Wait, doing what?
Wonders.
So who works the wonders?
Yah.
Yah. And it says that in there that his name was wonderful. And the text says the one who works wonders, he went and took the offering, and he's Elohim, they're one and the same.
Yes.
YHWH appeared to Manoah and his wife directly. Didn't send a prophet.
Yes.
Just did.
Yes, it is.
Go to Psalm 72:18.
Blessed be Yah.
Blessed be Yah.
The Elohim of Israel.
The power of Israel.
Who alone does wondrous things.
Who by himself does wondrous things.
Yes.
So we know what we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Game time. Psalm 77:11.
I will remember the deeds of Yah. Yes, I will remember your wonders of old.
Wait, I will remember your wonders of what?
Old. I will ponder all your and meditate on your mighty deeds. Your way, O Elohim, is holy. What Elohim is great like our Elohim?
Whoa, what power is great like our power? That means there's other powers.
You are the Elohim who works wonders.
You are the Elohim does what?
Works wonders.
And we saw the one who worked wonders. They said, we shall surely die, for we have seen who? Elohim. And Elohim was the messenger of Yah, who was also manifested as a man. So we have the complete theophany of YHWH appearing himself to Manoah and his wife. That's deep. Because some people will tell you that's not possible. I'm just reading what the text says. I didn't make this up. Let's keep going. YHWH of hosts is the same as YHWH. If you don't get it already.
Yeah. Same.
Let's keep going. During the period of Judges, when Samuel was raised up, YHWH defeats who?
The dragon.
Dagon. Really? Ain't nobody showed me that in the text before. I didn't know they was fighting up there. That's deep. Remember I told you the things happen up there and then it manifests here on earth? I show you textual references for that, right? I didn't make that up. Dagon, the father of Baal, when the ark is in the presence of his idol.
Right.
Spiritual warfare. Get 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 10 to 11.
And she was in bitterness of soul.
Okay, y'all should know who this is. Okay.
And prayed unto Yah.
This is Samuel's mother, right? Keep going.
And wept sore. And she vowed a vow and said, O Yah of hosts.
Yo, oh who?
Yah of hosts.
So she's praying to who?
Yah.
Yah of hosts. YHWH said by oath.
Yeah.
Keep going.
If thou wilt indeed look on the affliction of thine handmaid.
Wait, so we know the Yah of hosts was the messenger, right?
Right.
So she praying to the messenger?
Hallelujah.
It's deep. She could have said YHWH Elohim, or what we translate as Lord God. She could have said that. She could have said YHWH or Yah. She prayed to Yah of hosts. That's deep. Keep going.
And remember me, and not forget thine handmaid, but will give unto thine handmaid a man child. Then I will give unto him, then I will give him unto Yah all the days of his life.
Then I will give him to Yah. If you, Yah of hosts, do this, then I will give him to Yah. Okay, what verse is that?
Same verse, verse 11. All the days of his life, and there shall no razor come upon his head.
Okay, go to verse 20.
Wherefore it came to pass,
Uh-huh.
when the time was come about after Hannah had conceived, that she bare a son, and called his name Samuel, saying, because I have asked him of Yah.
Wait, I have asked of who?
Of Yah.
Wait, but she prayed to YHWH. But then she said, I did what? I asked of who?
Of Yah.
They're the same.
Yeah.
It's deep. Wait, could it be that just YHWH is just a name?
No.
Or an essence?
No.
That a messenger embodies?
No.
And is used as a vessel to deliver? And to act and to fight?
No.
On behalf of El Shaddai or El? I don't know. Get 1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 1. We're going to speed through this. Okay.
1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 1. When the Philistines captured the ark of Elohim, they brought it from Ebenezer to Ashdod. Then the Philistines took the ark of Elohim and brought it into the house of Dagon and set it up beside Dagon.
Wait, so they took the ark and put it next to who?
Dagon.
Keep going.
And when the people of Ashdod rose early the next day, behold, Dagon had fallen face downward on the ground.
He fell on the ground, so imagine if the ark fell on the ground. That goes to show who's subservient to who, but the ark's still standing.
There you go.
It was Dagon's statue that fell down, which going to show that now they have taken an article, an item, or an object that has diplomatic value into the jurisdiction of another region. And because you violated the law, because there's some kind of law going in that land, if we go more into the archaeological and literary record, which we ain't going to do today, that's a violation of divine code. 101. You don't bring a set-apart item that we created for a particular region, and mind you, the Philistines, they didn't subdue Israel. So now if you subdued Israel, and then you control that region, then you can move things. Right. But in this case, that didn't happen. This is important. Keep going.
And when the people of Ashdod rose early the next day, behold, Dagon had fallen face downward on the ground before the ark of Elohim.
He fell before him because in the heavenly realm, he's getting beat up.
Yeah.
This is a precursor about what's to go down to the Philistines.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is what, chapter 5, right?
Yes, sir.
When we get to 7, we're going to see the Philistines get beat up. It's a precursor. There's things that's going on in the heavenly realm that's manifested on the earth. This should have told the Philistines, we in trouble. Keep going.
So they took Dagon and put him back in his place.
Take him and put him back in his place. Keep going.
But when they rose early on the next morning, behold, Dagon had fallen face downward on the ground before the ark of Elohim.
Now mind you, just like the ark was a set-apart object or article to the Israelites, Dagon, his statue was also set apart and holy unto the Philistines. Okay, keep going.
And the head of Dagon and both his hands were lying cut off on the threshold.
His head was cut off, and his hands. His head meaning that the piece of the top of you that has the authority, the mind, that's done. And now your hands is cut off, which means he cannot reach out and save the Philistines. Y'all missing this? Isaiah says, is the Most High's hand too short that it cannot save? Well, in this case, Dagon ain't got no hands to save y'all. They're not looking at the sides. Okay, keep going.
Only the trunk of Dagon was left to him.
That's it. That means there's only going to be a stump left of the Philistines once Israel's done with them. Keep going.
This is why the priests of Dagon and all who enter the house of Dagon do not tread on the threshold.
Now,
of
because this
Dagon.
happened, a custom arose perpetually that the Philistines understand that they will always be subservient to the Israelites and the power of Israel, because what custom came out of that?
This is why the priests of Dagon and all who enter the house of Dagon do not tread on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod to this day.
Deep. What verse is that?
That was verse 5.
Keep going to 7.
The hand of Yah was heavy against the people of Ashdod.
Wait, whose hand was heavy?
Yah.
And what does the hand represent?
Power.
The power, the authority that is then manifested and carried out by a messenger. That's deep. Keep going.
And he terrified and afflicted them with tumors, both Ashdod and its territory. And when the men of Ashdod saw how things were, they said, the ark of the Elohim of Israel must not remain with us.
Wait, slow down. Anytime somebody takes something of yours that you dedicated to Yah, he's going to afflict them for that. a point where they're going to acknowledge the power you serve and don't want
Hallelujah.
anything to do with it.
Hallelujah.
Keep going.
Glory.
For his hand is hard against us, and against Dagon our Elohim.
Wait, and against who?
Dagon our
Wait,
Elohim.
Dagon is their what?
Elohim.
So the Most High's hand is heavy against Dagon, who's their power. Somebody got beat up in the spiritual realm.
Amen.
Okay, what verse is that?
That was the end of 7.
All right, let's move forward. All right, here's the fun part. There's a couple of verses there. There's a lot of verses there, but it's not lengthy. This is the meat and potatoes before we end this off. David is raised up as king over Israel. Now we fast forward now. So what we just read is in Samuel, right? So after Samuel started to be judging, the people asked for a king. They give them who? Saul. The Most High said, all right, give him Saul. Saul messes up. So then before Saul really went overboard, they went and got David, right? David is raised up in the house of Saul, and Saul tried to kill him because he saw that David is doing all these things while under his household, right? And then David now, at this point, is in charge. Saul's no longer on the scene, and David is raised up as the king of Israel, and he what? Subdues the land and the hostile nations in it. Now remember, we read that the messenger of Yah said that I was the one that drove these nations out before you.
Right.
But what happened? Y'all didn't kill all of them. This Emirates still up and down this place.
Right.
That's a problem. Because now he does not have full authority and he cannot be fully enthroned
Right.
if there's still Emirates in the land. Because now you still have iniquity amongst you. They're going to tempt you away from the covenant. And when that happens, then I will lose my authority or pull it back. And I will have to allow what happens divinely, which means get y'all out of there and another people got to come in. Are y'all following?
Yes.
So David did something miraculous. He subdued the nations. He handled his work. Now YHWH has given him power over his enemies. David says it's all throughout the Psalms, right? After this process, what does that say? I know y'all saying, what are you talking about, Divine? I'm going to show y'all. Just slow down for a second. After this process, YHWH is officially enthroned in Shemayim as the Most High.
Amen.
Okay, let's slow down. That title, El Elyon, the highest power, is based on warfare.
Amen. Amen.
Whoever is the reigning people, their power becomes the Most High. He sits on a particular throne and rules and reigns that land. But it's contingent upon how the people worship and how the people act in that territory. If the people do not worship properly and do not do the right things, then that means that king, which is Baal, will eventually be dethroned and another challenger will come in and knock him out. Now, we're not talking about El now. We're talking about YHWH. You're going to say, what they wanted to say? What you talking? I'm going to show y'all something. Just bear with me. Steve, over the land of Canaan, or the Levant, and now resides, wait, now he lives there? Hold on, I thought he came from Teman. I thought that's where he was at, that's where he was from. So he moved from there with Israel. This is what the messenger said. Remember, the messenger was going with him, that's what they wanted. He moving with Israel. Oh, y'all missed that.
No, we didn't.
I think y'all missed that.
No, we didn't.
He said, y'all got me in some kind of sanctuary that's a tabernacle. I ain't got no place to lay my head. This is deep, we're gonna see this.
That's right.
So he moving with them. And now when David comes on the scene, now we have residency, set up shop there in the land. And then he reigns from where?
Mount Zion.
Mount Zion. Steve, it's 2 Samuel chapter 8.
2 Samuel chapter 8, starting at verse 1.
Okay.
And after this, it came to pass that David smote the Philistines and subdued them.
Now slow down. Now remember, I told you the precursor was what happened? Dagon fallen.
Yeah.
Dagon can't save him now.
That's right.
Okay, go ahead.
And David took Metheg Ammah out of the hand of the Philistines. And he smote Moab.
And he smote who?
Moab.
Okay.
And measured them with a line, casting them down to the ground. Even with 2 lines measured he to put to death, and with 1 full line to keep alive.
Keep going.
And so the Moabites became David's servants.
Wait, they became his what?
Servants.
So look now, YHWH is strengthening him, got his right hand on him. That's deep. The Spirit of Yah is upon me. That's the right hand of Yah on you, using you as a vessel to work and get things done. It's deep. Keep going.
And brought gifts. David smote also Hadadezer, the son of Rehab, king of Zobor, and he went to recover his border at the river Euphrates.
Oh, okay.
And David took from him 1,000 chariots, 700 horsemen, 20,000 footmen. And David hold all the chariot horses, but reserved them for 100 chariots.
Go to verse 5.
And when the Syrians of Damascus came to succor Hadadezer, king of Zobor, David slew of the Syrians 22,000 men.
Now, let me go. I'll go next. Then he placed garrisons in Aram of Damascus, and the Arameans became subject to David and brought him tribute. Look what he's doing. He put it in work.
Glory.
So Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh made David victorious wherever he went.
Yes, he did.
And David took the gold shields that belonged to the officers of Hadadezer and brought them to Jerusalem. And from Betah to Baroque cities, etc., etc. Now look at this. Let's go all the way down to verse 13. Read verse 13.
And David got him a name when he returned from smiting the Syrians in the valley of Saul, being 80,000 men, 18,000 men. And he put garrisons in Edom. Throughout all Edom put he garrisons. And all they of Edom became David's servants.
Became his what?
His servants.
Subject
Go
to
ahead,
him.
David.
David put in that work.
Yeah, he did.
Now look at this.
And y'all.
Wait, slow down. Now remember when the Philistines took the ark and
Oh, yeah.
put the ark up into Dagon? The Philistines did not win a war.
At all.
David won the war, and once the people subjected themselves to David, now we can take it. If you go back and read it, I skipped that part, but if you go back and read it, now David can take those articles, purify them, and give it to Yah as a reminder that they are the ones that are in power, and Yah is the one that's in power over all the other nations' powers. It's deep. Philistines did not follow protocol. That's why Dagon got beat up. You should have told them. All right, so go ahead.
And Yah preserved David whithersoever he went.
And he gave him victory everywhere he went. So let's jump. Let's be moving. Go to Psalm chapter 2.
Psalm chapter 2. Why do the nations rage and the people plot in vain? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against Yah and
who?
against his anointing.
Against who?
Against Yah.
And his what?
And his anointing.
His anointing. Go ahead.
Saying, let us burst their bonds apart and cast away their cords from us. He who sits in the heavens laughs. The master holds them in derision. Then he will speak to them in his wrath and terrify them in his fury, saying, as for me, I have set my king on Zion, my holy hill.
Wait. As for me, I have set what?
My king.
My king.
On Zion.
On Zion.
My holy hill.
My Kodesh hill. My set apart hill. It's set apart because now he resides there.
Amen.
This is when he comes down and he counsels from Mount Zion. It's deep. Wait. So, okay, so go ahead.
I will tell of the decree. Yah said to me, you are my son.
Wait, he said to me, you're who?
You are my son.
You're my son.
Today I have begotten you.
Today I have begotten you.
Ask of me, and I will make the nations your heritage.
Okay, this is all David. Keep going.
And the ends of the earth your possession. You shall break them with a rod of iron and dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel.
This is what David's doing. Keep going.
Now therefore, O kings, be wise, be warned, O rulers of the earth. Serve Yah with fear and rejoice.
So now remember, whoever authored this or scribed this is saying this from the holy hill, or from Jerusalem, from Zion. And they're talking about all the nations around them. They don't know anything about nations in Australia or nations in West Africa or the Americas. Not what it's talking about. Within context, it's the nations in which David subdued, which we read in where? 2 Samuel chapter 8. Keep going.
Serve Yah with fear.
Slow down. So now they have to serve Yah because he's the highest power there. And the instrument of his power is the right hand on David. Keep going.
And rejoice with trembling.
Now slow down. Now, what we're about to see is kind of like a Christian translation. It says, kiss the Son. It shouldn't say that. It should say, do homage. Pay homage. Pay homage. Okay. Lest he be angry. So that means the nations, if they try to rise up and do something crazy, what's going to happen? Lest they perish in their rebellion when his wrath ignites. Blessed are all those who take refuge in him. Hallelujah. So now the nations are subject to the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Yaakov. Yeah.
Because of that weed. Steve, he's the son now.
Yes.
Now you the son. So my right hand is going to be on the son. We're going to see that. Get Psalm 80, verse 14.
Turn again, O Elohim of hosts. Look down from heaven and see.
Look from heaven and see what?
Have regard for this vine. This stock that your right hand planted.
Wait, his right hand planted a vine? Keep going.
And for the son whom you made strong for yourself.
This is deep. And the son who you made strong for yourself. Wait, who was the son? We said Psalm chapter 2. David, keep going.
They have burned it with fire. They have cut it down. May they perish at the rebuke of your face.
What verse you at?
That was the end of 16.
Keep going. Watch 17.
But let your hand be on the man of your right hand.
Slow down. Let your hand be on the hand.
On the man of your right hand.
Of your right hand. So wait. So we said that the hand is the power of the Most High, which can also be the messenger of YHWH from what we read earlier. And this is also, Moshe said this in Exodus 15 and everywhere. So now, the hand is the power authority of Yah. Put it where?
On David.
Wait, read it again, 17.
But let your hand be on the man.
Be on the man. So wait, so now he can use his hand, which is that messenger, that ethereal force, put it on a man, because remember it said the spirit came upon David when the evil spirit came upon Saul. That's the hand on him. Y'all missing it.
No, we're not.
That's the messenger manifesting as a spiritual essence and laying himself on top of a man to do what? Keep going.
The Son of Man whom you have made strong for yourself.
The Son of Man. Who said was the Son of Man? The Son of Man means a servant or one that comes from out of man. And we saw that the Son of Man that is subservient to the Most High, where he can put his hand on to get victory, is Dawid. What verse is that?
That was 17.
17. Go to 89:21 real quick. And these are just one-off scriptures, so they're not that long.
89:21.
Correct.
So that my hand shall be established with him.
Wait, my hand again shall be established with who?
With him.
Okay, keep going.
My arm also shall strengthen him.
Your what?
Arm also.
So your hand and your arm, that's attached to something. Wait, so if the messenger of YHWH is the hand, and the arm connects the hand to the body, then who's the body? Oh, it's deep. Somebody's stretching their hand out to do some work, and nobody knows who it is, because that hand is covered with something. They can't see it. They don't know who it is yet. But it's only through victory that it can be revealed. Amen. Isaiah brings this up. What verse you at? 21? You finished it?
Yep.
All right. So now we see the work being done, where David is getting power because of the right hand is upon him. Which is the spirit, which is the same thing as the angel of, or the messenger of YHWH, or the spirit of the Lord, or the spirit of God. It's all the same thing. It's just different functions. Y'all missing it, man. That's like you playing chess.
That's right.
Use your hand to move the pieces, right? The arm's connected to you, right? You're the body, right? The hand is just an extension of you. The arm is an extension of you. It's part of you. It's not all of you. It's just part of you. It's different. It's deep. Go to Psalm chapter 24.
Lift up your heads, O gates, and be lifted up, O ancient doors.
Slow down. Now, y'all remember when Yaakov saw that stairway to heaven? And at the top there's a gate? Read that again. wait. And remember, who was at the top of the stairway when they spoke down to Yaakov? Who was that? The gate is here. The stairs is going down. You see messages coming up and down at Bethel. And then YHWH standing at the top of where the gate is at. The gate's right here. He's in front of the gate talking to Yaakov because he can't get in the gate yet. They're going to be like, what are you talking about? He can't get in the gate. Well, El's already there, but YHWH is in front of the gate. Why? Because once David did his thing, now read it. What happens?
Lift up your heads, O gates.
Lift up your heads, O gates.
And be lifted up, O ancient doors.
Wait, O ancient doors. So we know we're not talking about nothing in the earthly realm.
Amen.
Keep going.
That the King of glory may come in.
Wait, that who may come in?
The King of glory.
Wait a second. Why would David say, open the gates for the King of glory if he's already behind the gates? That's deep. See, let me slow this down. That's a lot. I know it's a lot to process. So remember, the arm of the hand is underneath, standing right here by the gate. Gate is right here. The L's already back here. That's his arm. You're going to get to that. Standing by the gate so it can talk directly to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Come down. Remember it said that, let's come down and look up. So he's coming down there, doing his thing, going back up, standing right in front of the gate. Waiting. He's waiting, patiently. Children of Israel going to Mizraim. He comes right down the stairway, gets them out, take them out. And once he gets them in the land, now he has to get them to get dominion in the land, so they fight all these wars with Joshua and the judges, and they can't get it right until David comes on the scene. Now the right hand is on David, using David to do all of this fighting and warring. That's why he can't build a temple, remember?
Right.
His hands is full of blood. And now David's saying, now that we got control, open those gates and let the King of Glory in. Because now, Baal, you getting dethroned.
Yeah.
Now, Yam, you're being dethroned.
Yeah.
Now, any power that tries to exalt itself above YHWH, y'all got to get out of those behind those gates, get off that throne, and let the King of Glory in. This is deep. It's deep. Now he can rule and reign. Now y'all can serve the true power of heaven and earth that David says. Now, see, when y'all see this visually, it's deep.
Bring it.
Keep going.
Bring it.
That the King of Glory may come in. Who is this King of Glory?
Wait, so who is he?
Yah, strong and mighty.
Slow down. Wait, he's saying open the gate so the King of Glory, which is Yah, can do what?
Strong and mighty. Yah, mighty in battle.
Wait, mighty and talking to people.
Mighty in battle.
Mighty and tapping on your shoulder and say, hey, I need to holler at you.
Mighty in battle.
War?
Mighty in battle.
That's deep.
Hallelujah.
What verse you at?
That was 8.
8, all right, go to 47:2. That's deep. That's deep stuff. If you don't pay attention, you're like, wait, what? That's, oh, wow, yeah. Keep going.
For Yah, the Most High.
Wait, who?
Yah.
Yah, now he's the Most High. Not Baal with the Amorites, because they was calling him the Most High. Ugaritic, the scribes were saying that, and Amorites were taking over that region, so it was right on behalf of the Amorite kings that was in that region, because Baal was their power, and once they took over that region, they told the scribes, now you write about Baal as being enthroned and beating up Yam, who's your power, because now we're in power and authority. Now Baal, you gotta get your behind off that throne, son.
Amen.
Keep going.
For Yah, the Most High,
Slow down.
is to be feared.
Wait, so remember, we're not getting into Daniel today, that's part 4. But in Daniel, it said the Ancient of Days has sat down and thrones. Let me stop. Y'all don't understand what those thrones are. When we talk about the high Elohim of divine council, they're sitting on thrones too.
Amen.
But their throne is around the chief throne of the creator of everybody else. So now there's thrones put in place in different regions where different powers sit on, because they ruling over different people, you know, like Chemosh, that we talk about over the Amorites. Deep stuff. Keep going.
A great king over all the earth.
Over all the earth. Where you at? What verse is that?
That's the end of 2.
Okay, keep going.
He subdued peoples under us.
He subdued peoples under us, David and his entourage,
And nations under our feet.
And nations under our feet. Keep going.
He chose our heritage for us.
Wait, he chose our heritage for us.
The pride of Jacob, whom he loves.
Wait, remember we said Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8 and 9. Verse 9 said he chose who for himself?
Jacob.
Jacob to be his portion, not just the land, a person who would then sprout out a people.
Amen.
What verse you on?
That was the end of 4.
And the 4 go to 8, 8 to 9.
Elohim reigns over the nation.
Now he reigns over the nation.
Elohim sits on his holy throne.
Wait, now he what?
Sits on his holy throne.
That's in Mount Zion. At the top of Mount Zion, there's something that happens there where these powers come down and somebody's sitting on the throne. It's deep. Okay?
The princes of the peoples gather as the people of the Elohim of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong to Elohim.
Now he's taking everything now. Go to
he is highly exalted.
Highly exalted, right? Go to 68 and 24. You can grab some too yourself. There's some over here too if you want to grab them. We're going through it.
They have seen thy goings, O El.
Wait. They have seen thy going who?
O El.
Wait a second. I thought we were talking about YHWH. Where El come from?
Same one.
I didn't say that yet. We ain't get to that in the message. Who he talking to?
I'm talking to.
Wait, who he talking to? 68:24. You said El?
Yeah.
That's what your translation said? What translation you read?
Elohim, sir.
Oh, Elohim. Okay, keep on. The
They have
march
seen
of
that goings, O Elohim. Even the goings of my Elohim.
Even the goings of my power. Now, when we look at this, in the Hebrew is Ra'u Halikoteka Elohim Halikot. Eli. L-E. So you have the Yod suffix, which means my. My power is Malki. There you go. You got it. Ba Kodesh. So my power, my king, in his sanctuary. But the text says Kodesh, in his holy place, the set apart place. So wait, your procession that they see in the procession. So this is a kingly procession. Remember we talked about the gates before? Open up those gates. Now there's a procession. Oh, this is deep, man. A procession, and where now YHWH, because he's connected to El, is now bringing his hand back onto him. This is deep, man. This is deep. And they're having a procession up there in the heavenly realms. Amen. Okay, keep going.
That was it.
That was it. Go to 93 and 1. Let's wrap this up.
Yah reigns. He is robed in majesty.
Yah reigns, and he is robed in what?
Majesty.
Keep going.
Yah is robed. He has put on strength as his belt. Yes, the world is established. It shall never be moved. Your throne is established from of old.
Wait, but YHWH, you just sat on your throne when David took over. But now it's saying his throne was always there.
Yes.
So wait, is we talking about El too?
No.
Yeah, we are, because that's El. YHWH is El's hand. We can't see that. That's deep. It's his hand. That's his hand. So now he's taking his hand. So look, the other powers are there. They see YHWH. They don't know that's connected to El. Israel finds that out once they win, and then the prophets get this vision, this understanding. But the other nations and the other powers, they don't know that YHWH is the avatar, the representative of El. They think El is just in a distant north, just sitting there chilling, letting us do whatever we got to do, and then sometimes may intervene. But he's been there the whole time.
Amen.
We're going to see this when we get to Ugri too.
This is good.
Okay, where we at? 96.4? Go to the next one. 97 and 9.
No. We read.
Oh, okay, go to 96.4. Okay, go to 96.4. So these are all the enthronement songs. You can go back and check them out.
Amen.
For Yah is great and greatly to be praised.
Yes.
He is to be feared above all powers.
Wait, no. Some power.
All powers.
One power.
All powers.
But powers don't exist.
All powers.
Keep going.
That was it.
All right, let's go to the next one. 97 and 9.
For you, O Yah, are most high over all the earth.
Slow down. You, O Yah, you're what?
Most high over all the earth.
So it says, Ki ata Yahweh Elyon. Al-Kal Haaretz. Interesting. So you are high above all the known land that we know that we conquered. You're the most high. So remember, Ugarit, they were saying that Baal, he's the most high. Elyon, that's what they called him, the most high. Baal, it's deep. Now, you being dethroned, now we got victory. So now YHWH has a procession through the gates when he's sitting on Baal's throne. Mad disrespectful. So this is why, when you start see later that the prophets are start calling on Baal, yo, Baal, you gotta come and help us. How you gonna help y'all? He's subservient to the king. Yeah, that's deep. It's deep. Somebody gonna get it. That's 97 and 9?
That was 97, 9. And it says, you are exalted far above all Elohim.
All right, above all who?
Elohim.
Wait, above what? That's what it say there? Al-Kal Elohim. Oh, deep. I thought these powers didn't exist. Keep going. Go to 99 and 1.
Yeah, that's what I just read. Wait, hold on.
No, you're right. 97 and 9. Go to 99 and 1.
Yah reigneth.
Yah reigneth.
Let the people tremble. He sitteth between the cherubim.
Okay.
Let the earth be moved.
Okay, so now he sits between the cherubs, which will remind you of what?
Angels.
Yes, but the Ark of the Covenant.
Yes.
Because Moses was brought up to the top of the mountain where the Elohim come down on. We saw that.
Yes.
He's seeing some kind of image, and now YHWH said, look, you see this image? You see that right there? That's going to be my throne. See that? So you keep this ark. It's going to be with you as a reminder that once I step through the gates, and I sit on this throne, now a part of me, that's what he did, he gave Moses a part of him on the mercy seat. You can speak to me there, but guess what? There's going to come a time I'm going to actually be there on the gates, and I'm going to rule and reign from the holy hill of Zion. Steve, go to the next verse. Next verse.
Yah is great in Zion.
He's what?
Great in Zion.
Great in Zion.
He is high above all the people.
He's high above all the peoples, right? So now he's ruling and reigning. Last one, 103.
Know that Yah, he is Elohim.
So Psalm 100, verse 3. Know that he's what?
Elohim.
That Yah is Elohim.
It is he who made us.
Is he who did what?
Made us.
He did.
Yes.
And we are his. We are his people and the sheep of his pasture.
Beautiful. That's 103. All right. So let's go to Psalm 89 and 5. Come on, we're going to do this.
Ron, what's the asterisk for?
There's some mention in that verse that I want you to pay attention to above the other scriptures. That's why I have the asterisk there. Good question. Okay, go ahead.
And the heavens shall praise thy wonders, O
Now y'all
God.
need to slow down and listen to this. People say that divine counsel stuff is foolishness, bro. Okay, go ahead.
The heavens shall praise thy wonders, O Yah.
Where's this place we're talking about?
Heaven.
The heavens.
You said the heavens? Is that what the text, it says heavens, right?
Yep.
Shemayim, right? That's not the earth, right?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going.
Thy faithfulness also in the congregation of the saints.
Wait, in the wait, hold on. We gotta see what that says in Hebrew. 89 and 5, let me take a look at it. Okay, now remember that word there, it says, we yaldu samayim pilaka. Remember that word pele means what? Wonders. Remember that?
Yeah.
So wait, and they will praise from the heavens your wonders, Yod He Wafe, awful your faithfulness in the Bikhal Kedosim, and the assembly of the ones that set apart ones. Keep going. What's the next?
For who in the heaven?
Wait, no, who on the earth? There's only idols that are powers.
Who in the heaven?
No, there's only idols that are powers.
Who in the heaven?
Where is this at on the earth?
In the heavens.
In the heavens, go ahead.
Can be compared unto the
Wait,
Yah.
can be compared unto you? Why would somebody say something like that unless there's other powers that's up there? Okay, keep going.
Who among the sons of the mighty?
No, hold on, bro. Now you're giving us more specifics now. Who among the sons of who?
The mighty.
The mighty ones
can be likened unto Yah.
Are y'all listening to this? I keep going.
Elohim is
no, slow down. The text says El Na'aretz. Excuse me, Na'aras. El. So wait, now we switch to who?
El.
To El. El is to be feared. So wait, who's saying Yod He Wav over here? Now they switch gears, and if you go back to the Hebrew, it says El, not Elohim. It's Yod He Wav El. The psalmist seems to think so. Na'aras besod in the assembly kedosim of the saints, greatly to be feared above all those around him. Those around him. So there are other powers there around him. He's sitting on the middle of the throne, and none of them can compare to him. Because he's El. Wait, you saw in the Ugaritic text, you saw who El is. He's the one that created everything. He's the one that everybody comes to, whatever. But now we're saying El is now Yod-Heh-Wav. The psalmist understands that Yod-Heh-Wav is a representative of El. See? El at any time can come and do whatever he wants, but he decided to play the rules and get the victory. He didn't have to do that. But he's going to show the nations, look, I can play by the rules that we set and still get victory. He said, no, you can't. Watch me work. All right, where we at? Okay, let's get Psalm 89 and 9. So remember, what did Baal have to do in order for him to take the throne, according to the Ugaritic text? Or the ethics?
He had to defeat.
He had to fight who?
Dagon.
No, he had to fight, because that was his dad. He had to fight who? What? Yah. So wait, so you telling me if Yod-Heh-Wav gonna go get victory, he gotta fight Yam and Baal too? It's deep. It's deep. But I didn't make this, I'm gonna show you. Go to Psalm 89. Watch this.
You rule the raging of the sea.
Wait, you rule the raging of what?
The sea.
People gonna say, Divine, you making this stuff up. All right. Ata, you rule Mosel Begeut. And that word there, Begeut, watch this. Be is the preposition, but the root is Geut. And that means majesty. So wait, let's rewind that back. Say that again.
You rule the raging.
No, get raging out of there.
You rule the majesty.
The majesty of who?
Of the sea.
High Yam. Let's slow down for a second. Okay. Let me go back and cross-reference that word Geut as well. It means majesty. Somebody got that. I heard one. Watch this. So that means you're saying you rule over Yam now? Over his majesty? You taking over? We taking over? Yeah, he taking over. One deity at a time. That's how we doing it. Go ahead, keep reading. Go ahead.
When its waves rise, you still them.
Woo, you calm down. So, oh, you get a little out of pocket, y'all. I'm in control. Sit your behind down. Pay homage. Keep going.
You crush Rahab.
Slow down now.
Like a carcass.
Wait, you have crushed Rahab? The word dakar literally means to crush, to oppress. And it says, as one that's slain. And then it says, Rahab? What does Rahab mean? The storm. So how are you breaking the pieces? Because we have this in the PL stem, the intensive. How are you breaking the pieces? One who's slain, and that's Rahab, the storm. Because he's beating up Baal. Wait, he had to fight Yam, made him subservient, then now he's beating up Baal. People are quiet. I hear quiet. Pin drops. Come on. It's deep. Keep going.
You crushed Rahab like a carcass.
With what?
You scattered your enemies with your mighty arm.
With your mighty what?
Arm.
And that's connected to El, and that hand is the messenger, which is YHWH, which is the essence that lives into that messenger and went out and did the fighting and all the wars and now is sitting on the throne that Baal once had. So he had to first put in work against Yam, then put in work against Baal in order for him to assert himself in the heavenly realm. These are representative of all the powers that's in a region that have to be subdued. Because in order for it to happen on earth, as is in heaven. Are y'all following?
Yes.
Man, this is the quietest I've ever been here. This is deep. Now look at this, the last part. Now he's moving his throne to Zion. Because remember, first he was in Teman, he was in Seir, then he dawned on them from Seir, and he went from Seir, the mountaintop of Seir, he went to them to Mount Sinai. He spoke to Moses, right, on Mount Sinai. Now what he's doing is saying, now the messenger's going to go before you. So the messenger now, he says, all right, let me get up this throne, let me follow you guys. That's why they saw the pillar of smoke and the flames and everything. That's the YHWH following them, moving with them. Y'all create a tabernacle, all right, as long as you got that tabernacle, I'm going to be with you. That's representative of my canopy that I have a temporary Sukkot. Oh, did I say that Sukkah? Remember I did a message on that deep. So he's moving with them, going into the land. He's like, all right, rubbing his hands, I'm about to take over. Now the people are disobedient. It's like, so then the messenger and judges said, look, now I got to scold y'all. What? Why y'all ain't subdue these Amorites so I can give y'all everything? So now he had in foresight, we are going to raise David up. When he raised David up, now it's complete. So now YHWH is no longer dwelling in the tabernacle because, David got bad. He felt bad. He said, man, you know what? I'm sitting here, watch this, in a nice palace, and yet our power is there in a tabernacle.
Say that again.
Y'all missed that. David says, I'm sitting here chilling in my palace, but the Most High is in the tabernacle. How crazy is that? How are you the priority, David? That's it. So now YHWH is like, look, David, listen, man, this is not cool, yo. So what we gonna do? We're gonna fix this thing, but I can't do it through you. You got too many bodies on your hands. But your son, we can get it done. And once that happened, now read this. What's that? Psalm 48:1?
Great is Yah, and greatly to be praised in the city of our mighty one.
In the city of our mighty one. Now he's in a city, and that city is Mount Zion, which is Jerusalem. Keep going.
In the mountain of his holiness.
Wait a second. And where is he at?
The mountain of his holiness.
So now he's in a set apart mountain now because now he's in control of that region. Go ahead, verse 87. No, I'm sorry, chapter 87, verse 1.
On the holy mount stands the city he founded.
That's verse 1?
Yep, that's
okay, go to 99 and 2.
Yah is great in Zion.
He's great in Zion.
He is exalted over all the peoples.
Okay, and go to 132 and 13, last one. So we know where he came from, and now we know where he's residing now. He set up shop. That's why I told you he has a sukkah. He has to take it, put it up temporarily, bring it down, and move. Now he's setting it up. Okay?
For Yah has chosen Zion.
Wait, so Yah has chose Zion? That mountain, he chose that mountain. Keep going.
He has desired it for his dwelling.
Wait, hold
place.
on. He desired it for his dwelling. Wait a second. That means he wasn't dwelling there. That's deep. This is deep. If the king is over a territory, he needs a palace and a temple and all of that stuff to honor what he has done. King Khan? Yes? All right, we got through that. That's good. We almost done. Let's go ahead. So David cries out to El, who he associates with YHWH. Go to Psalm 57, 1 and 2. We grab one of them, and then we're going to move forward. I'm just trying to give you some visualization, some background, so you can understand who YHWH is, who he connected to, what's going on in the heavenly realm. This is heavy stuff.
Well, he is El as well.
Be merciful unto me, O El.
Wait.
Oh, is that El?
Wait. Hold on. That's 132? Let's see what's going on here. You said
Elohim,
132?
Elohim, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Be merciful unto me. 57, 1 and 2, right?
Yeah, 57, 1.
O Elohim.
Be merciful to me, O Elohim. Keep going.
Be merciful unto me. For my soul trusteth in thee. Yea, in the shadow of thy wings will I make my refuge.
Is this 57 and 1?
57, 1.
Okay.
Until these calamities be overpassed. I will cry unto Elohim.
You cry to who?
Unto Elohim,
okay, go ahead.
Most High. Unto Elohim that performeth all
Wait, you
things.
said Elohim Most High. Wait, what verse you on? Verse 2?
Oh, okay, the second word is El.
Yeah, you're right. It says Ekra le Elohim to Elohim Elyon, the Most Powerful. Look, the Most High, but then it says La'el to El. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait, let's go back for a second. I'm just trying to go back for a second. So David is over here saying all this stuff. We take refuge in your wings, and we see this elsewhere throughout the Psalms.
Right.
And it's talking about YHWH. But then it says here in verse 2, I will cry out to Elohim, Elyon, the Most High, to La'el, to El, who performs all things through me. But how does El perform things to you? Through YHWH, the adversary representative, the messenger. That's how he gets his work done, through you. It's deep. Psalm 58, 6. We'll do that real quick.
O Elohim, break the teeth in their mouths. Tear out the fangs of the young lions, O Yah.
That's it? Wait, say it again?
58:6.
58:6?
O Elohim, break the teeth in their mouths.
Oh, okay, wait, I think I know what it is. Hold on, let's see. Elohim, break the teeth in their mouth, the fangs in. Oh, there we go. So he says Elohim there, and he equates that to YHWH at the end. So read the rest of that, of the young lions and what?
Tear out the fangs of the young lions, O Elohim.
It says, oh, Elohim again there?
I'm sorry,
Says,
O Yah.
There you go, oh, Yah. Okay. So if you want more information, again, I'll give you a reference. You can download it for free online. If you want to see YHWH, its king, and how he's enthroned, and how this works, this is a great reference. It's called YHWH is King, the development of divine kingship in ancient Israel. This is a heavy, heavy book. Okay? You can go ahead. It's by Sean W. Flynn. You can write it down if you want, but again, this will be recorded so you can check it out. All right? Let me move, all right? All right, now, definition, the word motif, let's go through this real quick. Does anybody know what a motif is before we read it? Yes or no? So, raise your hand. All right. So, in a narrative, a motif is any recurring element that has symbolic significance in a story. Through its repetition, a motif can help produce other narrative aspects such as theme or mood. A narrative motif can be created through the use of imagery, structural components, language, and other narrative elements. So, a motif is if you see an occurrence or a pattern here, and then it shows up here. And then that same thing shows up here. Now you're looking at motifs. Okay?
Is it like foreshadowing?
It could be foreshadowing, but it's mostly parallelisms.
Okay.
Right? Looking at things parallel, all right?
Right, but it continuously shows up.
Correct. Now, the YHWH epic compared to the Baal epic, the cloud rider. So remember, now what's going on is that now he walks in there, he beats Baal up, throws him out of the throne, sits down on the throne. I know I'm being a little bit graphic, it's cool. Sits on the throne, and now all the powers that Baal has, he ain't got them no more. This is why when Israel was praying to Baal for rain, ain't nothing happened. He ain't on the throne no more. You can't give him rain. Oh, y'all missing this.
No.
So look at this, the cloud rider. Psalm 68:4, sing to Elohim, sing praises to his name, exalt the one who rides on the clouds.
Hallelujah.
His name is Yah. Yah. So you have my peak there, where you double the consonant. Yah. And rejoice before him. Psalm 104:2, he wraps himself in light with a garment. He stretches out the heavens like a tent, laying the beams of his chambers on the waters above, making the clouds his chariot, walking on the wings of the wind. Now, if you read this, you're like, man, that's deep. I like that poetry, but no. It's talking about something. Somebody else was doing this before. And now the psalmist is acknowledging that now YHWH has taken his place, taking in the authority and any reign and rule that he has, and now it's only Yah that's responsible for doing these things. He's the one in the chariot, the royal chariot, riding on the wind through the clouds. When we go back to the Ugaritic text right here, KTU 1.2, 4:10, it says, indeed, I say to you, O Prince Baal, I repeat, the charioteer of the clouds. Now your foe Baal, now your foe you must smite, now you must destroy your adversary. Take your everlasting kingdom, your eternal dominion. Did we also see this also in the Psalms? That's deep. So somebody's encouraging Baal to fight Yah and take his rightful rule as the eternal dominion kingdom on the planet. It's deep. That's why the Amorites had to go. Because then after he gets in power, now he starts doing all types, letting people do all types of stuff and violates divine codes and protocol. Are you following me? Yeah. So now YHWH is the cloud rider. Fall back, Baal. Let's keep going. YHWH epic compared to the Baal epic. House of El and the storm deity. Again, we're looking at motifs. 2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 1. I said this a year earlier, that when the king lived in his house and the Lord had given him rest from all his surrounding enemies, the king said to Nathan the prophet, see now, I dwell in a house of cedar, which is like the most sought after expensive wood. But the ark of who? Of Elohim dwells in a tent. But that same night, the word of the Lord came to Nathan, go tell my servant David, thus saith the Lord, would you build me a house to dwell in? I have not lived in a house. Wait, slow down. The people say, well, what are you talking about, the gate thing? He says, I ain't lived in a house since I took y'all out of Egypt. Now that's deep. That's deep. He said, I have not lived in a house since the day I brought your people out of Egypt to this day, but I've been moving about in a tent for my dwelling. Wait a second. So wait a second. So you telling me YHWH is in a tent, moving around with them, and David chilling in the palace? He said, listen, I'm the one that gave y'all victory, and I'm in a tent. You in the palace. That's crazy. That's deep, but we don't see these things unless we connect all the dots. It's deep. In all the places where I have moved with the people of Israel, did I speak a word to any of the judges of Israel, who I commanded to shepherd my people Israel, saying, why have you not built me a house of cedar? So what he's saying is, even though I helped all these people, I never came to them and had this conversation and say, look, I need a house. I'm telling you, David, that's deep. Daniel 7:9, as I look, thrones were placed. Remember I told you the thrones were placed down. Anytime the court opens up, thrones are set up. So now you have the chief power right here, who's the creator. Nobody can vie for his position. And then you have all the high Elohim that's around him. That's deep. And the Ancient of Days, who's El, took his seat. His clothing was white as snow, and the hair on his head white like wool. And in some, I would say, Jewish works, they say that he also has a long beard. That's white as well. Leviticus 26:4 says, I will send you rain in its season, and the ground will yield its crops and trees their fruit. So now he's prophetically saying, when you're in the land, settle down and get everything right, I'm going to be more responsible for bringing you rain. But prior, it was Baal that was responsible for bringing the people rain. Now YHWH has now taken over. Job 37:2 says, listen closely to the thunders of his voice and the rumblings that come from his mouth. He unleashes his lightning beneath the whole sky and sends it to the ends of the earth. Then there comes a roaring sound. He thunders with his majestic voice. He does not restrain the lightning when his voice resounds. Now he's responsible for the lightning and the thunder and the rain. But we go here to the Baal cycle myth. It says, am I a servant to take hold of brick mold, or a handmaid of Atharoth, which was also Asherah, to make bricks? Let a house be built for Baal like the god. So now when Baal's fighting and he wins, and now the people who are worshiping Baal, now they have a similar a motif. Baal needs a temple too. This is before YHWH came on the scene. I'm trying to give you the things that happened before so you can understand the context. And it says, and the great lady who tramples Yam replied, you are great, O El, who she's talking to. The greatness of your beard does indeed make you wise. The knowledge in your breast does indeed instruct you. And now the season of his reigns May Baal indeed in point, the season of his storm, the chariot. So in regards to rain, he has to be able to have a temple to dwell in and a throne to sit on in order for him to have the power and authority to answer when they ask him for rain. It's deep. Because before then, they believed it came off of the sea. But now you can get it directly from the clouds now. See, you got nothing to do with it, which represents Yah. This is deep. And the sound of his voice from the clouds is hurled into the earth of lightning flashes, which also includes thundering. So now we see these motifs, all these things that was attributed to Baal. Baal, move out the way. Now I'm getting my temple. Now I'm there bringing rain and thunder and lightning, and you are no longer needed. So if this is understood, why would the Israelites go and try to worship Baal and ask him for rain and power and authority and protection when he ain't on the throne to do that? That's like you asking the mayor to give you federal protection. Are y'all listening?
Yes.
You're asking the mayor, yo, man, you need to go to war with this country. Hold on, son, that's not my jurisdiction. I can't do that on your behalf. What are you talking about? You get caught overseas and you calling the mayor of Atlanta. What's her name? Miss Bottoms. Yo, Miss Bottoms, yo, I'm stuck. Can you come and get me? Wait, hold on, I ain't got jurisdiction. I can't do nothing for you. You need to call the president. This is what's happening here. Why are they calling on a mayor when it's the president role to go and do those things? And some of y'all following me here?
Yes.
If you want to get more information, there's another reference. You can write it down. See, I'm not reading from these books. I'm just going to give you a reference. It's called Monotheism and Yahweh's Appropriation of Baal by James S. Anderson. This is a great book to show you how when YHWH moves in, remember, he said, I'm in a tent. You need to build me a temple so I can get out this tent and I can dwell in the temple. And now I can go from the temple to my place on Mount Zion. Because that's where I want to visit y'all. When I come down from Zion, I need to go in the temple to talk to y'all. It's deep. This book right here, it shows you the appropriation. It's an excellent read. Excellent. You get it for free online, like I said. All right? Now, watch this. We getting to the finish line. Is YHWH the son of El? Okay. This is deep. It's deep. You know, some Christians look at that and say, yo, I could use that. No, slow down. Hold on. Let me give you context. Somebody got it. Let me give you context. Hold on. Slow down. Is YHWH the son of El? So here's a book called Creation and Judgment, Creation Text, and some 8th century prophets, all right? In chapter 3, it says, possibly the earliest reference, watch this, to the independent name YHWH to be found in an extra-biblical text is mentioned in the land of the Shashu of YHWH. When we went over that? Yes. So we have a reference in Amenhotep III's 14th century in the Temple of Soleb, that they have a reference to the Shashu of YHWH, right? It says, however, this is likely a geographic name, and any connection with the name of Israel's power is unclear. They said geographic, that means that's where he reigns. It's not necessarily the power, that's where the power reigns and people collectively come and worship the Shashu peoples, right? Furthermore, the Egyptian text contains variations in the writing of the name which does not simplify matters. A damaged phrase from the Ugaritic text, and we have footnote 142, I'm not going to read because I need to move forward, which says, SM, BNY, YWILT. This is all in Ugaritic, WP, glottal, R, SM, YM. Translation, the name of my son is YHWH. O goddess, and call out the name of Yah. So now this is El talking and saying that YHWH, or YHWH, which is the shortened form, the sufformative, shortened form, is saying now, El is saying that that's my son. So wait, so the council's here. We're trying to figure out who these council members are. They acknowledge that YHWH is one of the council members. Say, yo, that's my son. Wait, so El is saying that this is my son. So he's saying something, but they're not getting it at this time. Not until Israel comes on the scene and they establish that, oh, this is really, YHWH is really El sitting at the table that he created the council, and they didn't even know. Because now all the attention is going to Baal. This is deep. This is deep. Is the only other extra-biblical reference is found in a text from late Bronze where a possible wordplay is intended upon the name of YHWH. All of this makes it probable that the name of Israel's power is older than the people of Israel, which is incorrect, or the traditions with respect to Moses. Now, the reason why they're saying this is because traditionally, in the Orthodox academia, they try to place the Exodus to Ramses II. If you do that, then you nullify this. But if you go back and re-examine the data, all of this lines up with the Exodus. Because now this name that we see here during the 13th century BCE, and Israel's already in the land. They leave at 1400 BCE, so by 13th century, they're already in the land. So of course you're going to see the name YHWH there, but guess what? Because they didn't subdue the land, YHWH was relegated to a son, a mere son, in the scribes writing this in Ugarit. But when Israel comes on the scene, no, he ain't no son. That is actually El. Y'all thought it was just some other power there. No. We came to reveal the real salvation. And YHWH is the avatar for El that worketh his deeds and so forth in the earth, puts his hand on people, moves things. So now this thing that you thought was just a mere son is actually El himself.
Hallelujah.
It's deep.
Glory.
This is something that a lot of people don't even know, that there's another reference to YHWH that's actually there in archaeology. Because people tell me the Bible's made up. A lot of people say that. Here's a reference from the Naked Bible Notes by YHWH by Michael Heiser, which some of you should know who that is. He says, in the Theophoric, YHWH or Yahweh names Ya'o, Yahu, or Ya'ah, on the Sumerian Oxycon on the seals is Yod-Wav, and the name of my son is Yod-Wav, which we see also was taken on by the Israelites in the north and Samaria, which would make sense because if the northern tribes are still in that region, then that means the neighboring peoples would know what deity is on their behalf. So when they're writing their, scribing their works, they'll see that deity as just a local deity because he's not ruling and reigning at that time in the book of Judges. He's just moving around with them because they didn't kill the Amorites, so now they gotta fight and do all this other extra stuff. When David comes on the scene, he fixes everything. Just trying to get you to show how everything works outside of the text and how the text works within the context of the ancient Near Eastern cultures. If you don't understand this, then you're just reading the text with blinders on. Can't do that because you need to know how great your power is above all the other powers.
Yes.
David rests with his fathers, the kingdom was split after Solomon's death, and Israel gradually falls into depravity under a prophet of YHWH confronts, until a prophet confronts the prophets of Baal to assert YHWH's supremacy. Baal lacks jurisdiction to act on Israel's behalf. We went over that, so I want to read all of that. But what I will read is just a small part, I guess here towards the end, get 1 Kings chapter 18, and verses, I would say 37, 38, 39. So pretty much what we're seeing is Obadiah, right? Who is who in regards to the king? King who? Is it King Ahaz or King Ahab? You can go to it, it's open book test. What king is that Elijah speaks to? You say Ahaz? Okay, so he says Ahaz, okay. So Obadiah and Ahaz, they split up and they go out to do what? What do they split up to go out to do, if y'all are familiar with the narrative? Okay, you can get to it, it's 1 Kings chapter 18. You got it? You're still looking for that? Virgil?
Oh, no, I got that.
Okay.
You said 1 Kings 18?
18, just get 20. Let's get some information so they can follow us so we can move forward.
So Ahab summoned all the Israelites and assembled the prophets on Mount Carmel. Then Elijah approached all the people and said, how long will you waver between two opinions?
Okay.
Amen. That's how I remember.
If Yah is Elohim,
wait. If Yah is Elohim, and they should know this because David and his choir sing these songs all the time. But they forgot because they're being tempted away. The only way that Baal can get supremacy, he got to use his people to tempt Israel away from YHWH and start worshiping him. And now if you get the majority of people start worshiping again, now he can try and contend for the throne. Or in this case, YHWH is just, he abandons the throne purposely for a time and he's coming back. Okay, keep going.
But if Yah is Elohim, follow him. But if Baal is Elohim, follow him.
Keep going.
But the people did not answer a word. Then Elijah said to the people,
what did he say?
I am the only remaining prophet of Yah. But Baal has had 450 prophets.
Now hold on, slow down. So you tell me all the prophets in the land are now going towards Baal? This is deep. And remember, Elijah thought he was the only one, but he really wasn't the only one. Yah said, whoa, you thought you was the only one. I got other people on the cover, but I need you to blaze the trail so they could come out of hiding. Because you were in hiding. Keep going.
Get 2 bulls for us. Let the prophets of Baal choose 1 bull for themselves. Cut it into pieces and place it on the wood but not like the fire.
Go ahead.
And I will prepare the other bull and place it on the wood, but not like the fire.
Now slow down. Remember when we read in the book of Judges when Manoah created that altar?
Yes.
And fire came from heaven and took up the messenger?
Yes.
Keep going.
Then you may and place it on the wood and fire, and I will prepare the other bull and place it on the wood, but not like the fire. Then you may call on the name of your Elohim, and I will call on the name of Yah, the Elohim who answers by fire. He is Elohim.
Keep going.
And all the people answered, what you say is good. Then Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, since you are so numerous, choose for yourselves one bull and prepare it first. Then call on the name of your Elohim, but do not light the fire.
Keep going.
And they took the bull that was given them, prepared it, and called on the name of Baal from morning until noon, shouting, "Oh Baal, answer us!" But there was no sound.
Wait, hold on. So they calling out to him. And remember, every time Israel was oppressed, they called out and Yah showed up. Do you understand? Sometimes, you know, you have a child that they not doing good. You got to whoop their behind a lot. But if they get in trouble outside, you're going to be there for them. You got it? Israel is the Most High Son. Keep going.
But there was no sound, and no one answered as they leaped around the altar they had made.
So they calling on the mayor to operate as the president. That's deep. You calling the mayor to operate as the president? Keep going.
At noon, Elijah began to taunt them, saying,
what?
Shout louder, for he is Elohim. Perhaps he is deep in thought.
Maybe he's thinking about something.
Or occupied.
Or maybe he's occupied.
Or on a journey.
God might be going somewhere. Where are you going, Baal? Show up. Keep going.
Perhaps he is sleeping and must be awake.
He may be. Keep going.
So they shouted louder and cut themselves with knives.
Now remember when we read in Torah, the mitzvot, it says that you shall make what? Cuttings in your flesh.
Yes.
This is what they're doing. This is the practice. Keep going.
With knives and lances, as was their custom, until the blood gushed over them. Midday passed, and they kept on raving until the time of the evening sacrifice.
Now, as long as Israel's in the land, YHWH is enthroned in the land. So any other powers has no jurisdiction that they can use supreme over him. They got to come for permission. Keep going.
But there was no response. No one answered. No one paid attention.
Man, Baal, you doing dirty like that? Go ahead.
Then Elijah said to all the people, come near to me. So all the people approached him, and he repaired the altar of Yah that had been torn down. And Elijah took 12 stones, one for each tribe of the son of Jacob, to whom the word of Yah had come, and said, Israel shall be your name. And with the stones, Elijah built an altar in the name of Yah.
And the name of Yah, keep going.
Then he dug a trench around the altar, large enough to hold 2 seahs of seed.
Keep going.
Next, he arranged the wood cut up on the bull, placed it on the wood, and said, fill 4 water pots and pour the water on the offering and on the wood.
Keep going.
Do it a second time, he said. And then do it a second time. Do it a third time, he said. And they did it a third time.
Keep going.
So the water ran down around the altar and even filled the trench. At the time of the evening sacrifice, Elijah the prophet approached the altar and said, O Yah, Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known this day that you are Elohim in Israel, and that I am your servant, have done all these things at your command. Answer me, O Yah, answer me so that these people will know that you.
Wait, answer me why?
So that these people will know that you.
Slow down. So sometimes we don't even pray with the intention so people can know who Yah is. We thinking selfishly. Oh yeah, I need this, I need that, do this for me, do that for me. But what about the people knowing that the power who's providing and doing these things for you is Yah?
Amen.
Is your Most High.
Amen.
Keep going.
So that the people who know that you, Yah, are Elohim, and that you have turned their hearts back again. Then the fire of Yah fell and consumed the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, and the dust. And it licked up the water in the trench.
What verse is that?
That's verse 38. When all the people saw this, they fell face down and said, Yah, he is Elohim.
Slow down. Yah, he is Elohim.
Yah, he is Elohim.
He is Elohim, go ahead.
Then Elijah ordered them, seize the prophets of Baal, do not let a single one escape. So they seized them, and Elijah brought them down to the Kishon Valley and slaughtered them there.
And kill all of them, because Baal no longer has jurisdiction. He doesn't have jurisdiction. He can't act on your behalf. All right, I'm gonna wrap it up. I have a few more slides. I'll save that for part 4. But what I wanted to show you is the chronology of the prophets after David and Solomon. So now we have a situation with Elijah. We fast forward to Elijah. He's showing you that the power that's still operating is YHWH. He's still enthroned. He's still operating. He's still in power until the nation descends. Because mind you, there's a time period. Because for the Amorites, YHWH in the form of El Shaddai said to them, hey, look, leave them alone. We ain't going to bother them. We're going to give them some time. And when their iniquity is full, then we can move on in. No other kingdom can come over here and take over Israel until the time period is expired in which they're supposed to collectively be worshiping Yah. Unfortunately, they didn't do that. And because they didn't do that, in the process while they're going into a decline, the Most High raises up numerous prophets to try and wake the people up. And the people are not listening. He told Isaiah, go speak to the people. They're going to be deaf, dumb, and blind. Talk to them anyway. Well, I'm not talking to them because it's a witness against them. So when things happen, they can recollect and say, you know what? Isaiah did tell us this and we didn't listen. Y'all tried to reach us because y'all knows we only got a limited time. Once that time marker happens, y'all got to get kicked out. Because he said to them, if you follow the customs of the other nations that got spewed out before you, you also will get kicked out. So he has to keep his word.
He is going to keep his word.
He's even working by the rules there, but for the remnant's sake, he's going to return. For the name and the heritage of Abraham, he will return and restore that which was lost. So I wanted to show you this so you can get an idea of it, because we're going to touch on a couple of prophets, and I'll wait till part 3 because it's not a lot, but I don't want this to be too lengthy. But I do want to touch on one last slide, this right here. Go to Isaiah chapter 14, because we read this all the time. I even posted something in relation, not to this, but Isaiah 14 on my Facebook post, and people get mad at me. Because I tell them that Lucifer is not in the Hebrew text, and they get mad. He's not in the Hebrew text. I told them it comes from the Latin Vulgate, from the word lucis, and it became a proper noun. They don't want to listen. But let's look at this. Isaiah the prophet is raised up to address the declination of the state of Judah. Okay? And we have references for that when you look at the beginning of Isaiah. But I want you to see this. The king of Babylon, which is a much later time, which is about to take place in the future, wanted to be like Baal in defiance of El? Because if El's working in the background, it's allowing YHWH to come and sit on the throne, and now the king of Babylon wants to move on in. The only way he can do that is if Israel is caught up in what the customs of the nations are doing and gets spewed out. Let's go to Isaiah 14. I'll show you something that's interesting that we tend to miss. Just looking up certain words. Go to Isaiah 14.
All right. You said in your heart.
You said in your heart.
I will ascend to the heavens.
Now slow down. This was a taunt that was made against the king of Babylon, a man. People say, well, there's an entity behind him. That could be the case, but that's not what the text is talking about. So go ahead.
I will raise my throne above the stars of Elohim.
Slow down. So I will raise my throne above the stars. This is him showing defiance. This is an idiom where he's showing defiance against all the established powers. Keep going.
I will sit on the mount of assembly.
Wait, I will sit on the mount of assembly where the high Elohim come down and assemble on, and thrones are laid out when they're there to handle a situation. Go ahead.
In the far reaches of the north.
In the recesses of, wait, look up that word for north. It could be a generic term or it could be a specific term. I'm saying this is a hint at a specific term using a generic phrase. It's deep. Somebody say that loud.
Saphon?
Wait a second. Saphon? Who's that? Who's Saphon connected to? You don't remember part 1 that we did?
I wasn't here.
Who is it? Who is Saphon connected to? Mount Saphon is connected to who? What deity? Man, I know you're looking through a lot of notes, I understand. But, wait, hold on. You don't remember we talked about that? I showed y'all in the Ugaritic text that his throne was in Mount Zaphon? Yes. And when the Israelites are crossing over the sea, Baal Zaphon is right there, the mountain in which he's sitting on, in which he's commanding things to happen, and then he can move on in, move back as he will. Now the king of Babylon is saying that he's going to raise his throne above the mount of Zaphon, where Baal is at. I'm going to put my throne there. Keep reading.
I will ascend above the tops of the clouds.
I will ascend above the tops of the clouds. Remember, the cloud rider is an attribution to whoever the Most High is. Okay, keep going.
I will make myself like the Most High.
Oh wait, that word says I will resemble. I will resemble who?
The Most
Because if
High.
I take my throne and I put it on this mountaintop, which we're not allowed to do, because they believe that the powers convene there, and you are a mere man. You can't put your throne on top of the mountain where the Elohim or the divine council come down to have the discussions and deal with different things. He said, no, I'm going to put my throne there. In the north, recess of the north, you know where Baal is at? And then I'll be like the Most High, because they believe that Baal was the Most High. So he's going to be like Baal, or like the Most High. He's going to take El's attributes and put it to himself. This is the king saying. People say, oh, that's Lucifer. Lucifer, he was a musician in heaven, singing all these songs, and tabarets was connected to him. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, he had a fight, he got kicked down. This is what we're taught in Judeo-Christian narratives. The text is not saying none of that. Where's this coming from? But they say, we go to Ezekiel chapter 28. They also, because when you understand that it was believed that the Garden of Eden, one of the places the Garden of Eden was believed to be, is in the forest of the cedar trees in Lebanon. That was called the Gan, or the Garden of the Gods, because they also met in that forest. It's another power that's over there. If you look about the Phoenicians and who they worship, that their power is there. He's in the garden. That's deep, man. I'm gonna stop here. I think I've been in front of y'all too long. I'm gonna finish the rest up with the rest of the prophets. I ain't got time to go through this. This is really like Isaiah just echoing the same thing that Moshe said and David said, to tell you who YHWH is. All the evidence is right here. So if you want to write down these scriptures real quick before I close out, you can. But this is all Isaiah talking about who the arm and the hand is and revealing all of that information. And then I put the word Sankophidus because we got to look back to Psalms and Deuteronomy. And then we'll see that we've been told this whole time. But Israel had to be reminded of this thing. Because it got to a point where he says he saw that no man can save. So his own arm and his own hand had to bring him salvation. This is deep. And then they get expelled out the land and they go into captivity. So I'm going to tell you what we're going to do in part 4. And part 4 is going to be the last part, I promise. Part 4, we're going to talk about the prophets admonishing or speaking or telling the people, correcting the people, and telling them to get right. And revealing who YHWH is to them as El, and that YHWH is going to put his hand on a king and raise him up. And we're going to see that the spirit manifests as a man.
Again.
So the spirit can be an essence on somebody, and that's considered the hand that's on somebody, or the spirit can manifest and be a theophany and be an actual entity that executes the will of El in the name of YHWH. That's the avatar. This is deep. So once we get into that, we're going to go after exile, post-exile, because I was trying to stop at the pre-exile, and we're going to go into Daniel, because Daniel's the key that bridges everything we just went through. If you're trying to go into the Bri Hadashah, you don't read the Bri Hadashah first and then jump back. It don't work that way. You got to work your way through to understand how that connects.
Yeah.
And when you understand the Hebraic theology behind Yeshua, not the Christian theology, because Christian teaches pre-existence. The text does not teach that. I don't want to give away, but the text shows you fusion taking place. That's the only way you can address that doctrine, not God the Son, the second person of the Trinity, was co-equal, co-eternal to the Father and the Spirit, and they work together in redeeming man. Co-equal, co-eternal, he always existed, was never begotten. That's what Trinity teaches. The text don't teach that. The text teaches there's a messenger, and that messenger is doing certain things, and Dan's going to look at this messenger and say, oh, I see what he looks like. Oh, man, shouldn't have saw what he looked like. It's too early. And then later on, that right hand that's seated next to the Most High, somebody going to sit on it. But it's the messenger, which is the extension that's on that seat. So now you got to take that hand and put it on somebody, raise them up, sit that person there, and say, all right, now you're going to execute my will. when the time comes on the earth. Man, I told y'all too much. It's deep. No, it's a lot. It's deep. We're going to get into that. I'm going to show you from the end of the prophets to Daniel to the Bri Hadashah, all the connection that sums up everything that we talk about to understand YHWH's personage and how it connects to the New Testament. Minister Carnes did an excellent job trying to lay this out for y'all. All I'm doing is coming in to complement that and confirm and establish as a second witness of this testimony to let you know what's really going on.
Hallelujah.
King Khan? All right. Hallelujah. Shalom, family. Thank y'all. So it's El Shaddai, YHWH, El Elyon, three of a kind, or one and the same. So we're going to finish it today, and I'm going to ask y'all, what is the answer? All right? King Khan? All right, now, before I jump into this, does anybody know where we left off at? This is the last slide I was at. What was the last point that was made? And I know this is, what, almost a month ago, right? Yeah. Some time ago. We see how elephant your memory is, where we left off at. Anybody, real quick, and I'm going to move forward. This is the interactive.
Was it the stairwell of Jacob?
Now we passed that.
That was good.
That was good. Say it one more time.
Is Yah the son of El? Is YHWH the son of El?
We were past that. That was good. We was past that, but that's good. Say, y'all keeping notes though, okay? I mean, it's up here, but they're looking like this, and the answer's right in front of them. You see that? If you want to hide something, put it in an obvious place. So Isaiah reveals the arm and hand of YHWH Elohim, and this has been the theme throughout the pre-exilic period. Now, I'm going to reveal a lot of good information in here, okay? A lot of good information, but I'm going to try to go through as fast as possible because I want to end it today, okay? I had to take so much stuff out of it. I had to go back and say, man, this is good, but I got to take it out. So we'll be here all day. Some people say we don't care, but we got to be mindful because some of y'all get hungry quick, right? That's that melanin stomach y'all got. All right. All right, so let's get started with this. So I ended off here. And if you go back and watch the video, I kind of summed this up. But what I want to do is touch on a couple of these scriptures and move forward, okay? Is that all right? All right. So, text reference, Isaiah 40 and 10. Let's grab it.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 40, verse 10. Behold, Yah Elohim come with might, and his arm rules for him.
Wait, who come with might?
Yah Elohim.
Yah Elohim coming with might, and his what?
Arm rules for him.
His arm. Okay, keep going.
Behold, his reward is with him, and his recompense before him.
Okay, and next verse, 51 and 9. Okay, he got it, okay.
You got it?
No, you got it.
I got it. All right. Awake, put on strength, O arm of Yah.
Wait, put on strength, O arm of Yah,
Awake, as in the days of old.
As in when?
The days of old.
The days of old. Interesting. Keep going.
The generations of long ago. Was it not you who cut Rahab in pieces?
Uh-oh. Wait, he did what?
Cut Rahab in pieces.
What's Rahab? Go ahead, look into that. That's deep. Remember we went over this earlier. People don't see the imagery of fighting and warring and battling.
Who pierced the dragon?
Wait, who pierced what?
The dragon.
So the dragon is symbolic of what? Leviathan, the sea monster. This is imagery that is a parallelism in ancient Near Eastern culture. We also see it in other myths, such as Marduk. Who's Marduk?
A demon.
She said a demon. Or to us, he would be an outside entity of Israelite culture, but he is the patron deity of the Babylonians. Yes. And he's the one that fought Tiamat. Tiamat is representative of Leviathan, the sea monster, or Yam. You can say Yam as well. So we see here that who did this? The arm. Did what?
Cut Rahab into pieces.
Cut Rahab into pieces. When you go back and go Rahab, if you don't remember the earlier videos, you'll see what's going on, all right? Let's go to the next one, 52 and 10.
Yah has barred his holy arm.
He has bared his holy arm
before the eyes of all the nations.
Before the eyes. Now wait, the way he did this was through who? We discussed this before. Who was the vessel that he used to show his strength to subdue the nations in the land? David. David assisted so YHWH can be enthroned in that region. Remember, it's sort of like, I'm not going to say espionage, but it's like El is undercover as the avatar, YHWH, who's sitting on the council and now is being used to execute judgment when there's unrighteousness in that territory. Because El is still sovereign. King Khan, finish that?
No. And all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our Elohim.
And that's how it works. When we do our part, we big him up. All eyes ain't on you, all eyes is on him. You just a tool. Are you okay with that? That hurts some people's pride sometimes. But I'd rather give him the liability, right, for anything that goes on, so I can be his asset. Y'all get that in midnight. Let's go to the next verse. Are you finished?
Yeah, finished.
Okay, next verse.
All right, 59 to 16.
Look at that, fast. Go ahead.
He saw that there was no man.
There was no man. So now we're going to see something. There was no man.
And wondered that there were no one to intercede.
Uh-oh.
Then his own arm brought him salvation.
Slow down. So the Most High is like, listen, I gave man an opportunity to work this land. I told Israel this is your promise, but you got to beat everybody up. They couldn't do it. He had to keep sending judge after judge after judge, and they had to raise up the kings because they wanted a king, right? King Khan. But then he said, at some point, y'all ain't maintaining this. Keep going.
And his righteousness upheld him.
So his own essence had to execute the work in the earth because man is feeble. He's flaky, right? One day he'll love you, next day he won't, right? One day he's here, next day he's gone. So the strength, you got to go to the source. If you want to know if that river is going to keep running, you got to check the mountain. See, people are looking at the river, thinking, oh man, the river is great, but don't know that's not the source. That's the byproduct of where it comes from. You got to check the health of that mountain. See, people don't think like this, but we deep here. All right, where we at? Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's roll.
All right, I looked, but there was no one to help.
Wait, you looked and there was no one to do what?
Help.
Wait, because at this time in Isaiah, what's going on? What's going on in Israel's history at this time? They about to get in captivity. David has been gone at this point. Disobedience. The kings are just doing whatever they want to do. So now the prophet has to be raised up. Remember I told you this before, there's checks and balances. Right? So when Most High established Torah, he gave the law through Moses to be executed through who? The priesthood, right? The Levites. But he said set up judges and officers in every city. Right? You got your judges, you got your officers, and then you got your legislative branch. Oh, that's deep. You missed that. So he wrote the laws. You got the legislative branch that's here to interpret those laws. The judge over cases that come up, and the officers to execute that. You think America started this?
No.
That's right.
But what happens is when you have the chief officer, which is the president or the king, and then you have the legislative branch, and then the judges become wicked, who can speak against them? The prophet. Because now everything is out of order. Now the people themselves do trickle down theology because they're going to follow after what the leadership is doing. And if they're corrupt, the people become corrupt. And the Most High cannot allow that. Because there's still a remnant there crying out that is righteous. But they're being oppressed. So the only one that can stand face to face with the king and the priests and the judges is the prophet. Imagine being a prophet going against the entire leadership of your nation. Most High raised you up to go speak against Trump. That's deep. The death sentence. There you go. That's what they signing up for. And you have people all the time say, oh, I'm a prophet. I'm a prophet. Really? Is your life on the line each and every day you speak that word? Or is your pockets being the line when you speak that word? I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to leave it alone. All right, I'm preaching now. Let's go. Let's keep going.
I was appalled.
He was what?
I was appalled.
Appalled.
But there was no one to uphold. So my own arm brought me salvation, and my wrath upheld me.
So now we got to the point where through wrath, you can see his righteousness. Because if there's no wrath for wrongdoing, then where's the righteousness? Are y'all feeling me?
Yes.
So wrath is necessary if it is righteous wrath.
Yep.
So whenever you see injustice going on, you should be wrathful. And I'm not saying you pick up a gun, go shoot and kill nobody. I'm saying you need to speak out against it. Take a stand. Flat-footed. Have a backbone. Okay. Where we at? So now he's saying, look, man is doing whatever he wants to do. There's no king. There's no priest. There's the people's going off. So he says, look, I'm going to step in. Because y'all is shaming my name. I gave y'all my character. I gave y'all my mercy, my grace. I gave y'all my light. I even shared a bit of my glory with you. Because Israel, I said, I'm going to raise you above all the nations. That's only because of who you know, who you connected to. Not because your resume is speaking. Keep going.
I will recount the steadfast love of Yah, the praises of Yah.
Wait, the steadfast love and the praises of Yah is connected. Keep going.
According to all that Yah has granted us, and the great goodness to the house of Israel, that he has granted them according to his compassion.
Slow down. So even though Israel can't even save themselves, Yah says, through my love, I'm going to still step in. Because at some point, a parent will love their child, they get out there, go crazy, things happen. But because of that love, at some point they're going to step in and say, that's still my child. Go ahead.
According to the abundance of his steadfast love. For he said, surely they are my people, children who will not deal falsely.
Slow down. Children. That's important. Keep going.
And he became their savior. In all their affliction he was afflicted. And the and the messenger of his presence saved them.
Wait, who saved them?
The messenger of his presence.
Whoa, wait. I thought only Yah was the savior. What you mean the messenger?
But it's his messenger.
That's what I'm saying. That's the rhetorical question. So it's saying his who?
And the messenger of his presence saved them.
That's deep. Because remember we talked about YHWH and the messenger of YHWH and all that, the same thing. He just said the savior is who? The messenger.
Is the savior, but the angel presence saved him. Yep.
Okay. What verse you on?
That's 9.
9? Oh, okay. Keep going.
In his love and in his pity, he redeemed them. He lifted them up and carried them all the days of old.
Love and pity. Keep going.
But they rebelled and grieved his set-apart spirit. Therefore, he turned to be their enemy and himself fought against them. Then he remembered the days of old of Moshe and his people. Where is he who brought them up out of the sea with the shepherds of his flock?
You talking about the messenger. Keep going.
Where is he who put in the midst of them his set-apart spirit? Who caused his glorious arm to go at the right hand of Moshe?
Wait, his arm to go at the right hand of who?
Moshe. Who divided the waters before them to make for himself an everlasting name.
The messenger's doing this. Okay. Sankofa. Remember I went into Sankofa, looking back so you know to retrace your steps and know how to go forward. A lot of times we're walking forward, we're getting off track, and unless you look back, you don't know which way you're going forward. So, Psalm 44, 1-3 real quick. We're gonna sum this up and we're gonna jet forward.
Oh God, we have heard with our ears. Our fathers have told us what deeds you performed in the days of old. You with your own hand.
Wait, you with what?
Your own hand.
Keep going.
Drove out the nations, but them you planted. You afflicted the people, but them you set free. For not by their own sword did they win the land, nor did their own arm save them. But your right hand.
Wait, your what?
Your right hand and your arm and the light of your face, for you delighted in them.
And what's that? That's verse 3?
Yeah.
Okay, Psalm 77:10.
Then I said, I will appeal to this, to the years of the right hand of the Most High.
To the right hand of the Most High. Psalm 89:13. Precursor? You see.
You have a mighty arm.
You got a mighty arm.
Strong is your hand.
Strong as your hand.
High your right hand.
So your arm, your hand, high, your right hand. Keep this in mind. Psalm 981. Keep on. Go ahead.
Oh, sing to Yah a new song,
Uh-huh.
for he has done marvelous things.
Uh-huh.
His right hand
His
and his
right hand
and his holy
and his holy arm
have worked salvation for him.
There you go. Deuteronomy 4:34.
Or has any God ever attempted to go?
Wait, has any power attempted to do what?
Go and take a nation for himself from the midst of another nation by trials, by signs, by wonders, and by war, by a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, and by great deeds of terror, all of which YHWH, your power, did for you in Egypt before your eyes.
YHWH, your what? Your power did for you where? Before your eyes in Egypt. So we find out a judgment came across to the gods of Egypt, or the power of the Elohim of Egypt. And as a result, I told you all about Pharaoh, right? Or the Nasut BT, and how he represented all the pantheon of deities because he was a living one himself. Okay? But we keep saying something about a hand and an arm, a hand and an arm, a hand and an arm. Who is it attached to? Keep going.
You want me to?
Oh, we at 5:15.
You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and Yah your Elohim brought you out from there with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Therefore Yah your Elohim commanded you to keep the Sabbath day.
To keep what day?
The Sabbath day.
Sunday.
Sabbath day.
Sunday.
Sabbath day.
Every day is my Sabbath.
Sabbath day.
7:19.
The great trials that your eyes saw, the signs, the wonders, the mighty hand, and the outstretched arm, by which YHWH, your power, brought you out. So will YHWH, your power, do to all the peoples of whom you are afraid.
See? We keep saying the hand and the arm, the hand and the arm. And then the messenger. And the messenger took credit in the book of Judges and said, I did this. But wait, I thought it was YHWH. So how the messengers going to take credit for unless they want? What's going on here? So we summing it up. 11:2.
And consider today, consider the discipline of Yah your Elohim, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his outstretched arm.
Let's go to the last one, 26:8.
And Yah brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, with great deeds of terror, with signs and wonders.
I think that kind of speaks for itself. The arm and the hand of YHWH Elohim, and this has been a theme throughout the pre-exilic period. So we see it in Deuteronomy, we see it in Psalms, we see it in Isaiah. Okay. Let's go to Isaiah 40:13. Isaiah reveals the identity of the spirit of YHWH as a he. What? Oh, you got to stay there. It's deep. I gotta pull it up.
You ready?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Who has measured the spirit of Yah, or what man shows him his counsel?
Who has what?
Who has measured the spirit?
Go back. Say it from the beginning. Go back.
Who has measured?
No, from the beginning of the verse.
Yeah, that's the beginning.
That is? Oh, okay. Keep going. Don't lie to me.
Who has measured the spirit of Yah?
Wait. So here it is. Who has measured or directed the spirit of YHWH? Go ahead.
Or what man shows him his counsel?
Or what man shows him his counsel? The spirit of YHWH. What man shows him his counsel? So now we got a pronoun attached to this spirit thing. That's deep. Because I know that word spirit there, ruach, I know that that's feminine.
Yes.
It's interesting. So now we're seeing something. So the spirit can be manifested as a he. It's considered as a he, a pronoun. We see that also in the book of Acts, where Peter is talking about, who was that? Ananias? I'm not mistaken, he kept apart from giving. And then he said that you ain't lied to man, you lied to the spirit. And then he said he. They added the he in reference to the spirit as a pronoun. Okay, we're moving. Yirmiyahu reveals that YHWH has taken the power from Baal. So now we see the spirit of YHWH as a him, and this is going to make sense as we jump forward. But Yirmiyahu reveals that YHWH has taken the power from Baal. Jeremiah 14:22.
And there any among, are there any among the false Elohims of the nations?
Any among the false Elohim of the nations
that can bring rain?
That can bring rain.
Or can the heavens give showers? Are you not he, O Yah, our Elohim? We set our hope on you, for you do all these things.
Wait, but I was the storm maker, right? He was the one that brought the rain. But now the prophet is saying, no, no, no. Which one of your powers can do this thing? But I don't got the power no more. And even at least during this time with Jeremiah, he has no power. King Khan? Okay, just want to let y'all see this. Okay, we're moving. Isaiah reveals that YHWH will fight Yam again in the future in order to restore Israel. That's deep. Isaiah 27:1.
In that day, Yah with his hard and great and strong sword will punish Leviathan.
Wait, will punish Leviathan.
The fleeing serpent, Leviathan, the twisting serpent, and he will slay the dragon that is in the sea.
In that day. So in a future state, something is going to go on where some judgment is going to be rendered against Leviathan, who represents the power of Yam in the sea. Okay, that was verse 1. Go to verse 6.
In days to come, Jacob shall take root. Israel shall blossom and put forth shoots.
In days to come. Keep going.
And fill the whole world with fruit.
Next verse, 7 and 9.
Has he struck them as he struck those who struck them?
Wait, say that again.
Has he struck them?
Has he struck them?
As he struck those?
As he struck those
who struck them?
Who struck them? Talking about Jacob, right? Israel. He's going to strike those who have struck Jacob, because if you strike Jacob, then he's going to strike you, because anybody that you curse from the seed of Abraham, then the Most High has to render judgment against you. This is what this book is talking about, against the judgment of the nations. Keep going.
Or have they been slain as their slayers were slain? Measure by measure, by exile you contended with them. He removed them from his fierce breath in the day of the east wind.
Now, go to 12 and 13. It wasn't finished?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on.
Thank you for that.
Therefore, by this, the guilt of Jacob will be atoned for, and this will be the full fruit of the removal of his sin. When he makes all the stones of the altars like chalk stones crushed to pieces. No Asherim or incense altars will remain standing.
Okay. What's that?
That was the end of 9.
Okay, go to 12 and 13.
In that day, from the river Euphrates.
In that day, listen. In that day, in that day, in that day. Keep going.
From the river Euphrates to the brook of Egypt, Yah will thresh out the grain, and you will be gleaned one by one, O people of Israel. And in that day, a great trumpet will be blown, and those who were lost in the land of Assyria, and those who were driven out to the land of Egypt will come and worship Yah on the holy mountain at Jerusalem.
Now, you got to worship him on a holy mountain in that day when he reestablishes himself. Because now at this time, they're about to get kicked and booted out the land. So YHWH is going to follow his people. He's going to leave the land. He's going to succeed it to whoever's going to be on there temporarily when the nations are treading it down. But he's coming back. Because now what happens is when he leaves out, the nations have an opportunity to enact righteousness in the land and keep it legally for some kind of heavenly protocol. But unfortunately, they're going to violate it. I mean, you can look right now in that land. You think they're keeping all the statute, laws, and commandments? Anybody been to Tel Aviv here? Man. So what I'm simply trying to explain to you is that Isaiah said in the future, Leviathan is going to rise up. Yam is going to rise up. He's going to strike Yam. And once Yam is defeated, then he's going to restore Israel. He's going to gather them from Assyria, it says, right, in Egypt, from the brook of where? Euphrates, it says, to Egypt, right, the Nile. And he's going to restore them back. This has not happened yet. The prophets reveal that after Israel's exile, and he concedes his throne, YHWH, he will return with an earthly representative to reclaim it. And this is because he raised up a king in Israel. based on the suggestion of the people. So now the people wanted it to be like the nations, but Yah used what he allowed to happen to enact his righteousness. So even though Yah said, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to get the salvation and all of that, he is still using an earthly representative. That's deep. Okay. Isaiah 2, 1-5.
The word that Isaiah the son of Amos said concerning Judah and Jerusalem. It shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the house of Yah shall be established as the highest of the mountains.
Slow down. It's going to the Gentiles.
Shall be established as
No. Read that in the beginning.
Okay.
The word is going to the Gentiles.
It shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the house of Yah shall be established as the highest of the mountains.
Wait, didn't you say Judah? Go back. You said
the
Judah.
word that,
There you
the
go.
word that Isaiah the son of Amos said concerning Judah and Jerusalem.
No, Gentiles, I said.
Judah and Jerusalem.
You sure that don't say Gentiles?
It says Judah and Jerusalem.
So the word's going to Judah?
Yes.
Okay, and Jerusalem, the city.
Yep.
And now look, listen to this. The house of who? Keep reading.
House of Yah.
House of Yah. It says Yah there? Okay. The house of Yah is where? We went over this. Mount Zion, at the tip of the mountain, because that's where the powers convene. Now remember, I was telling you about the divine council and everything like that. Okay. Psalm 82 and 1, you have the great council. You have El presiding with the other divine council members. And then once that's done, those divine council members separate and have their own little council. And that's all throughout the text. We touched on so many things when we dealt with that. And if you go back to look at what I was telling you about Ha Elohim, and talked about the mountain that Moses went to, Sinai, it says Ha Elohim, and then Moses, like he was contracted to work for them. That's deep. But you have general council, and then you have small assemblies. Anybody that knows about law, know about this. Your general assembly and your minor assemblies. So the general assembly is Elohim, the major players in regards to divine council, and then your smaller ones, your breakout groups or breakout committees that get together where you have a divine council member, and then they have their host. Okay, 11, 1-5. Oh no, still reading that?
Yeah.
Keep going.
All right. And the mountain of the house of Yah shall be established as the highest of the mountains, and shall be lifted up above the hills, and all the nations shall flow to it. And many people shall come and say, come, let us go up to the mountain of Yah, to the house of Elohim of Jacob.
Where's his house? On the mountain. I didn't write that. That's what it says, right? This is where these deities reside at, according to ancient and Eastern culture. They believe that the deities reside at the highest peak of the mountain. And if you was able to scale to the top of the mountain, and you were called, then you can actually see certain things. Keep going.
That he may teach us his ways, and that we may walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of Yah from Jerusalem.
Wait, so out of Zion shall go forth what?
The law.
The law is done. What are you talking about?
Nope, the law.
Wait, hold on. This is the end times. What you talking about, the law? So the people want to go to the mountain to inquire of the Most High, and the law gonna come out from there?
Yep.
Man, listen, that's not what I was taught, bro. I thought the law was done away with. All right, what verse you at?
Coming up on 4.
Okay, keep going.
He shall judge between the nations, and shall decide disputes for many peoples, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. O house of Jacob, come, let us walk in the light of Yah.
Okay, has this happened? No. Is this the wars going on?
Yeah.
So this didn't happen yet. That means the law's coming back. I didn't write that. Did I write that? I didn't write that. And I'm not a reincarnation of Isaiah. So I definitely didn't write that. 11, 1-5.
There shall come forth a shoot from the stump of Jesse.
Y'all know this one.
And a branch from his roots
Wait.
shall bear fruit.
Keep going.
And the spirit of Yah shall rest upon him. The spirit of wisdom and understanding. The spirit of counsel and might. The spirit of knowledge and the fear of Yah. And his delight shall be in the fear of Yah. He shall not judge by what his eyes see, or decide disputes by what his ears hear. But with righteousness he shall judge the poor, and decide with equity for the meat of the earth. And he shall strike the earth with the rod of his mouth.
Wait. Strike the earth with the rod of his mouth. Again, this is an earthly representative. That's interesting because before Yah had the messenger do some work, and then he'll raise up a prophet, now something else is different going on here, right? Keep going.
He shall strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips he shall kill the wicked. Righteousness shall be the belt of his waist, and faithfulness the belt of his loins. The wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the young goat.
Is that happening now?
No.
Keep going.
And the calf and the lion and the fattened calf together, and a little child shall lead them. The cow and the bear shall graze. Their young shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox.
Wait, I've never seen a lion do that. So when people tell you this stuff has been fulfilled, because you know some people tell you that. All this stuff been fulfilled already. I said, what? Show me that. Go get me a lion right now. Show me the lion doing that. I ain't see that. Keep going. Where you at? What verse you at? Where you at? All right, let's go to 63:18.
Your holy people held possession for a little while.
Wait, listen to this. Your set-apart people held possession for a little while.
Our adversaries have trampled down your sanctuary.
Wow. Okay. Zechariah 8:3.
Thus saith Yah, I have returned to Zion.
I have returned to Zion.
And will dwell in the midst of Jerusalem. And Jerusalem shall be called the faithful city, and the mountain of Yah of hosts, the holy mountain.
So he's talking about his return to Zion. So remember, during this time period with Zechariah, the Israelites are returning back to the land, right? To rebuild the city, the walls, the temple, right? After being in Babylonian captivity for about 70 years, right? Okay. So let's go to Jeremiah 23:5-6.
Behold, the days are coming, declared Yah, when I will raise up for David a righteous branch.
Wait, I'm going to raise up David the righteous branch.
For David.
Wait, for David? We're going to do something for David. That means it's not David. But the text also says that David is going to be a ruler. Now, I'm not here to talk about all of that. So I want to tell you all that David is actually going to be a prince. And somebody else is going to, okay, that's another lesson. It's deep. It's going to be different offices, different roles, different things going on in that time period. There you go. Wait, hold on. Don't say that. Christians don't like that word. All right. Okay, keep going.
And he shall reign as king and deal wisely.
He shall reign as king. Keep going.
And shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In his days, Judah will be saved, and Israel will dwell securely. And this is the name by which he will be called.
What is it?
Yah is our righteousness.
Yah is our righteousness. It's deep.
That's it.
Okay, 26:18.
Micah of Moresheth prophesied in the days of Hezekiah, king of Judah, and said to all the people of Judah, Thus saith Yah of hosts, Zion shall be plowed as a field, Jerusalem shall become a heap of ruins, and the mountains of the house of wooded height.
Okay, where are you at?
26:18.
Okay, go to 31:23.
Thus said Yah of hosts.
So what I'm showing you is he's talking about a future tense where Israel's going to be plowed, right? And then we're going to replant it. So he's allowing everything to happen now. This is the plowing season. And then he's going to plant something in there for X amount of time and then get busy. All right, where we at?
23.
We at 31:23. Read that.
Thus said Yah of hosts, the Elohim of Israel.
The power of Israel,
Once more they shall use these words in the land of Judah, in its cities, when I restore their fortunes.
When I restore their fortunes,
Yah bless you, O habitations of righteousness, O holy hill.
Wait, oh what?
Holy hill.
Because he's coming back for his throne. They're going to be like, what do you mean he's coming back? Not El, YHWH. I'm like, what you mean not El, not YHWH? We went over all of this already. And I showed you the references. Last one, Micah 4:1.
It shall come to pass.
It shall come to pass.
In the latter days.
In the latter days.
That the mountain of the house of Yah.
Wait, that the mountain of the house of Yah. Remember I told you that messenger that came with them said, all right, cool. I got y'all out of Egypt. I need y'all to go and work this land so I can go sit on this throne. And they didn't do it. He got mad at them in Judges chapter 2. Got mad at them. This is deep. And then when he was talking to David, he said, yo, you living in a palace. I don't even have a house since I came out of Egypt. Wait, how the messenger's going to tell David that he ain't got a house since he came out of Egypt? That's deep. And then that's why we talk about the set apart hill and the house of El, and you built things on top of the house so that way when you win in this region, now this property becomes property of Israel, which by property becomes property of YHWH, and now he kicks whoever's on the throne off. He sits there, but he can only stay there as long as Israel is righteous. When Israel is righteous, then he has to succeed the throne temporarily. Allow it to be trodden down, and then give the other nations an opportunity like he did before Israel went in there to see if you're going to do the right thing. Because if they don't, then the inevitable is going to happen, which means he's coming back to take over the land. And then he's going to judge the nations. It's going to be deeper than what happened with David. That's Micah 4:1, right? You finished? Okay, keep going.
The mountain of the house of Yah shall be established as the highest of the mountains.
Shall be established. That means it's going to happen again in the future, but you need this representative that's going to help out. Right. Keep going.
And it shall be lifted up above the hills, and the people shall flow to it.
Awesome. Let's move. Ezekiel reveals another theophany. What's a theophany? What is a theophany? Excellent. Say that one more time. And you shouldn't be answering that, Minister Clemens. But he said an appearance of what? Say it one more time.
The appearance of Yah in a man's form.
So the appearance of Yah, theos, or power of God, and the form of a man. So Ezekiel reveals, watch this, this is deep. Reveals another theophany of YHWH as a man and spirit being one and the same. The hand imagery. Now, when we say YHWH manifesting as a man, we've seen that before, right? Yeah. We went to Manoah and Judges. Remember, they saw this man. He said, "What's your name? My name is Too Wonderful." Then they said, "All right, we're going to make the sacrifice to the one who worked wonders so he can manifest as a man." We saw in Abraham's time, there was 3 messages came, and it said, YHWH appeared to him. That's another theophany, right? So he appearing as a man. But then we see other parts in the text where it talks about the Spirit coming upon David. And one time the Spirit was on Saul before it went on to David, right? Then the Spirit also lifted up Gideon and a couple other people to do certain things. So the Spirit is coming on people, getting on people, coming on people, getting, and then it turns into a man. And it does stuff here, then it pulls itself away. Then it comes on somebody, it uses somebody to do something, gets off of somebody, gets on somebody else, use you to do something. Get the imagery in your head. We're going to see what Ezekiel reveals. Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 1 to 3.
In the 6th year, in the 6th month, on the 5th day of the month, as I sat in my house with the elders of Judah.
Wait, so he was chilling with the elders. You see that? But you got prophets out here that despise the elders. Yeah. How you a young prophet, you ain't sitting in the house with the elders soaking up that knowledge? How that work? They ain't reading this text. Keep going.
With the elders of Judah sitting before me, the hand of Yah Elohim fell upon me there.
The hand fell on me. This is deep. Keep going.
Then I looked, and behold, a form that had the appearance of a man.
Wait, the form that had the appearance of a man. So the hand went on him, then he looked, then the form that did what?
Had an appearance of a man.
Keep going.
Below what appeared to be his waist was fire, and above his waist was something like the appearance of brightness, like gleaming metal. He put out the form of a hand and took me by a lock of my head.
So he put out the form of a hand. There's a lot going on here. We see a spirit, we see a man, we see a hand. Wait, spirit, keep going.
And took me by a lock of my head. And the Spirit lifted me up.
Slow down. So now the man manifested. He saw a little bit of him, right? A hand came out, grabbed him by his head, and the Spirit took him. Wait, hold on. I thought the man grabbed him. So the man and the Spirit is one and the same? Wow, this is deep. There's a lot going on there. Spirit, the man. I'm going to show y'all. This is deep. Keep going.
And the Spirit lifted me up between earth and heaven and brought me in visions of Elohim to Jerusalem, to the entrance of the gate of the inner courts that faced north, where was the seat of the image of jealousy, which provoked to jealousy.
What verse you at?
That's in the 3.
3 and 3. Okay, excellent. So what I want y'all to see is that the Spirit and the manifestation of YHWH is one and the same. Remember I told you. You got the hand, this is the arm right here connected to L. This is the arm and the hand that's labeled YHWH or YHWH, because this is the thing that's doing everything. The council members, they don't know that El is doing this work as YHWH, because they think YHWH is one of the council members. As we saw in Ugarit, this is what they thought, that YHWH was the son of El. So El's like, all right, I'm going to work this thing, but I'm going to do it through the rules I already set up. It's deep. So he put the arm and the hand underneath the table. They can't see what El is doing. El is using his hand to work and do several things. But what he said is that, look, y'all can have the nations, but I want the people. And nobody in Divine Council said anything about why you just want the people. You should want the land. He said, no, I just want the people. Because wherever the people go, I'm going to go. See, if you tie yourself to just the land, then that's the end of your diplomatic immunity. Like, you just tied there. But if you like one of those vagrant diplomats where you can set up shop anywhere you go, it's deep. Because he knew they was going to be scattered. It's deep. But I want to show you, this is important because I'm going to show you, right? Now, we're going to get through this real quick. I know it's a lot. I'm not going to read all. Somebody read that title. Don't get scared. I'm going to break it down for you.
Does y'all have a consort?
It says, does YHWH have a consort? Now, why would this be important? I'm showing you this for a reason. This is deep. Proverbs 8:22. I put it up here, so I'm reading it. YHWH acquired me. And if you read Proverbs 8, you know something about what? Who's the subject? Chokmah. Wisdom. And if you look at the word Chokmah, is that feminine or masculine? It has a feminine suffix, right? Acquired me. What? At the beginning of his work, the first of his acts of old. Ages ago, I was set up at first, before the beginning of the earth. When there were no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no springs abounding with water, before the mountains had been shaped, before the hills, I was brought forth. Before he even made the earth with his fields, or the first of the dust of the world, when he established the heavens, I was there. When he drew a circle on the face of the deep, when he made firm the skies above, when he established the fountains of the deep, when he assigned to the sea its limits so that the waters might not transgress his command, when he marked out the foundation of the earth, then I was beside him, like a master workman. Slow down. This is deep. This is in the Bible. I didn't write this. You got to deal with this. What is this? What's going on here? And I was his delight. Man, I did a lesson back in 2016 December. Kind of touched on this a little bit. But I want to show you why this is important. Rejoicing before him always. Rejoicing in his inhabited world. And delighting in the children of man. Now watch this. Ruth 4:10. Moreover, Ruth the Moabitess, the widow of Mahlon, I have acquired as my wife. When you go into the Hebrew, you understand the culture. When you say acquired, that is a process. And in this case, it's the kinsman redeemer, but also it can be done through what? The dowry. The acquisition or securitizing a woman to take on as your wife, because you're taking her from out of the father's household. You must pay some collateral for taking away somebody that's working in this home. So that way you can be the better caretaker of this person and use this person so y'all can build a team together. Yep. But this word acquired, you'll see it is attached to wife. It's a process. That same word is used here. YHWH acquired me at the beginning of his work. So are we saying that YHWH has a literal wife? We're not saying that. But there is some kind of counterpart. It could be an extension. It could be some essence. We don't know. I wasn't there. I can't tell you what it is. But what I will tell you is this. From my research, redactors, and scholars that say this, redactors have removed Chokmah and said at one point it was probably Asherah that was there. Because the reason why they say this is because they wanted to show that there was always a feminine element of Yah, and it's wisdom. Right? So wisdom is the cultivating part. Right? So Yah is the protector, and he does all of these things, but through the spirit, the feminine element is cultivation. This is why he ain't destroyed Israel. Because of the feminine motherly instinct kicked in. That element, whatever that is, said, look, I know my child's acting up. You know, dad's going to beat the brakes off that child. Mother got to come and say, wait, hold on. I think that's enough. That's enough. He understands. Spirit. So the reason why I'm saying this is because I want to show you that it was believed by the primitive Israelites that YHWH was El, because Baal's consort was Anat, which is supposed to be his half-sister. But El's consort was Asherah. And Asherah was not known to be the consort of anybody else. So now we have a situation where the Israelites are coming into the land, doing their thing. David is revealing all this information, saying, yo, YHWH is El. We went over that. So the people in their mind, they said, okay, if YHWH is El, then his feminine counterparts, the one that's like beside him, that's the master workman, the one he acquired to be right there with him, wisdom, you right here. Stay with me, wisdom, because if you're not here, I'm going to go and I'm going to destroy these people. Wisdom is saying, no, don't do it, don't do it. And then wisdom is telling man, cry out to me so you can submit to Yah. It's deep. It's deep. Sometimes child go do something wrong, come home, know that dad going to whoop that behind. You go cry to mom. Mom, listen, I didn't mean to do that. Please talk to dad. So mother said, okay, I got you. So as the dad is disciplining you, mom is right there to make sure he doesn't go overboard. Hallelujah. It's a lesson in that. It's a lesson in that. But the reason why I'm showing you this is because of this. And now I'm not going to read all of this. But they have found a 4-tiered cult stand found at Tanakh. It's thought to represent Yahweh and Asherah, with each deity being depicted on alternate tiers. Note that on tier 2, which is dedicated to Asherah, is the image of the living tree, often thought to be how the Asherim as a cult symbol was expressed. And you'll see that term Asherim in the text, because it was believed to be some kind of grove from a plant. And then they were erected in, I would say, honor of Asherah. So that feminine element was always there in ancient primitive Israelite thought. The problem is the people started to worship it. That's when it becomes wrong. You don't worship wisdom. Wisdom is not the source. You don't worship the spirit. The spirit is not the source. You worship the source. And you acknowledge the extensions of that source. You don't have to be spooky when you understand the culture. So I'm going to move forward. Now, I say this because, again, this gives you more and more evidence that YHWH is really El. And the Israelites had this understanding and the other nations did not. Amen. So here we have a burial inscription from Kerbet El Kum. And if you look here in this description, you'll see a little hand here. And there's some Paleo-Hebrew scripts right here. And it says, Uriyahu, the rich wrote it. Blessed be Uriyahu by YHWH, for from his enemies, by his YHWH's Asherah, he saved him, carving of hand. Now, what does that mean? That means through the wisdom of YHWH, which is his counterpart, that he is able to bring salvation to man. When you are distant or disconnected from wisdom, you cannot get salvation. Because if you get it, you'll squander it, and you won't know what to do with it. Wisdom is the right application of the knowledge and understanding that you acquire. The right application that yields the expected results. Say it again. It's a scientific equation. Say it again. Say it again. Knowledge is the retention and regurgitation of acquired information. Understanding is when you're able to interpret that information and express it to others. Wisdom is when you rightly apply that information, that knowledge and understanding, so you can yield the intended or expected results that are favorable to the one that is carrying it out. So you can have knowledge, you can have understanding, but if you don't have wisdom, it doesn't matter. You can preach people and tell people how to do whatever they want to do, but you can't execute it because you don't have wisdom. And that comes with humility. So I'm showing you something that is an archaeological find that pretty much exemplifies the point that I'm trying to make, that YHWH is El. Israel understood this because it was David who helped to reveal this information to the nations at that time. But the nations didn't yield to it. Israel spewed out of the land for allowing the Canaanite nations to entice them away from their covenant with YHWH. YHWH is dethroned, however, because he claimed the people, he will always be enthroned in the praises of them until his return with majesty to avenge Israel. Now, there's a lot of scriptures here. I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to say them because I want to move forward. Leviticus 18:28, Leviticus 20:22, 2 Kings 17:7-20, 2 Kings 24:20, Deuteronomy 4:29-31, Deuteronomy 30:1-3, and Psalm 22:3, which talks about that he inhabits the praises of his people. Right? And this stuff right here tells you about them getting kicked out, but because of his covenant, he's going to return. But he's given the other nations an opportunity to do what they claim he couldn't do in the land, which is run it righteously. And every time it goes into the hands of the divine council and other nations, they destroy it. That's why now when Yah was telling the Israelites that if you keep my statutes, laws, and commandments, I'll give you the rains in its season. Well, when you look at Israel today, the rains are inconsistent with the seasons. All right, let's move forward. That's deep. Somebody's going to get that. What does that mean? That means the nations ain't doing what they're supposed to do in that land. So everything is off. And because of industrialization, it makes things worse, pollution and all that other stuff. El is the power of Israel, patriarchal patron, revealed through the works of his avatar, YHWH, which we got from the Mosaic to the monarchy period. And we're going to read these 2 verses, and we're done with this. And then we're going to get to the last part. About 20, 25 minutes, last part. Let me see how I'm doing on time. I think I'm doing good on time. Doing good on time. All right. Genesis 33:20.
All right, Genesis 33:20. There he erected an altar and called it El Elohi Israel.
Okay, so somebody get a lexicon and look that up. That phrase. El Elohe Yisrael. So it's being revealed that El Elohe Yisrael, that they're all one and the same. Amen. Right? So it was El that's really the power of Israel or Jacob and Abraham. But El would be like the name, like a personal name, and then you have the epithet Shaddai, which means what? The one that deals violently with, to drag. What is that?
The mighty Elohim of Israel.
The mighty El of Yisrael. So with El is the mighty one of Israel. So Shaddai is just an epithet that he took on because he's saying, I'm going to destroy these inhabitants in his land because they're dealing with it unrighteously. Remember the Amorites? And we said the Amorites, Baal was their chief deity. We went over that. And they convinced the Ugaritic scribes when they took over that area in the Muru kingdom to write about Baal and how great he is and how he beat up Yam, which was their deity. So he's always been the power of Israel. But he's been revealed through the works of his avatar, or the manifestation of El's power is YHWH. And we see that through the Mosaic to the monarchy period where that's revealed. Psalm 95:3.
For Yah is a great God.
Yah is a great what?
Power.
Look that word up. Let me know what that says here. Yah is a great power,
And a great king above all power.
So look that up. Somebody look that up for me. What does it say there? And what y'all can do, those of you who want to follow.
Wait, hold on, which one? 95:3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says Yehovah, Gadol, El, Gadol.
It says El?
Yeah.
El, right? Yeah. Not Elohim. It says El. So read that again in English.
For Yah is a great El.
Is a great El, or the great El.
And a great king above all Elohim.
Above all the other powers. So El has always been not only the power of Israel, but through the works of David, he was enthroned through the avatar YHWH, but YHWH is really just an essence. And out of that essence is a messenger. So you got a hand that's coming out. And the hand is doing things. Remember, the hand can turn into a man and be a spirit and pick you up by your head. And then the hand can go in and do things with you. And if you ain't acting right, the hand, if you read when David talks about in Psalm 51, because remember, the spirit left him. So I want your spirit back. But you know, those Christians told me you can't be filled more than one time. But look, that's something different. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about. You'll go back and watch that video. But anyway, they didn't want me to get into the Old Testament, so I left the Old Testament alone. Even though they still use Psalm 51. I'm going to leave that alone. But the point I'm trying to make is I'm trying to give you the imagery So El is in the recesses of the north. The divine council is here. He steps out once in a while to convene with them, talk with them, see what's going on. Sometimes some entity named Hashatan, he show up too, like, oh, wait, hold on, y'all having a party? What's going on? I'm going to get my word in. And then we'll see in Zechariah that he shows up to accuse Israel before the king. In the midst of the council. You just want to accuse Israel. Like, yo, I hate these guys, man. You don't see what they're doing over there? And then you have Joshua, who's the high priest. He's there as the, I'm not going to say injured party, but he's there as not the victim. He's there as the defendant. There we go. He could be a victim, but he's there as the defendant. And then now, there's some kind of attorney that's been assigned to Israel. That attorney is actually the messenger, but I'm going to leave that alone. Because then, when the scene is set, actually, let's get that. 3 and 1. I'm sorry.
You said Zechariah 3
and 1.
All right.
So I'm thinking about the dual office of priest and king.
Then he showed me Joshua, the high priest, standing before the messenger of Yah, and Hashatan standing at his right hand to accuse him. And Yah said to Hashatan, Yah rebuke you, O Hashatan. Yah who has chosen Jerusalem rebuke you. Is not this a brand plucked from the fire? Now Joshua was standing before the messenger, clothed with...
Whoa, hold on. He stood before who?
The messenger, clothed with filthy garments.
So wait, slow down 1 second. We got a court scene going on, right? On this side, we got the prosecutor. On this side, we got the defendant. The defendant got an attorney. This prosecutor, he worked with the state. Frank, my lawyer right there, right? So now we got this defendant that supposedly committed some kind of crime, right? We saw he committed crimes. That's why he's filthy rags, right? Sins, that represent sins, right? So the prosecutor's like, yo, throw a book at him, judge. But then the judge shows leniency. There's no jury in this court, right? There's no jury in this court. But the judge shows leniency. But there's a reason why he shows leniency. Because the judge is really not impartial. The judge is actually favoring Israel. Which goes to show that the messenger who's YHWH, they bringing this to El, they don't know that it's his hand. Okay, they missed that. Y'all missed that. I'm going to say it again. The prosecutor don't realize that the defendant's attorney is actually the judge. It's deep. So you telling me that the court system is rigged for Israel? Yes, and Israel's too spoiled to see that. They ruin that. They take advantage of it. You don't realize that the only reason why you getting away with the things that you're doing is because the judge and your defendant attorney, they work together and they love you. Even though you should get everything you deserve, they are showing favor. I don't know how much discretion the judge is allowed to give in any given year. I don't know. Maybe Frank can tell me that. But he decided to give everything for Israel. Are you worthy of that? Wow, that's deep. He says, and he said to the messenger, you said, remove his clothes. Yep. Keep going.
And the messenger said to those who were standing before him, remove the filthy garments from him. And to him he said, behold, I have taken your iniquity away from you.
I've taken your iniquity away from you.
And I will clothe you with pure vestments. And I said, let them put a clean turban on his head. So they put a clean turban on his head and clothed him with garments. And the messenger of Yah was standing by.
Keep going. Go to the next verse.
And the messenger of Yah solemnly assured Joshua, thus said Yah of hosts.
So down here is the conditions.
If you will walk in my ways, and keep my charge, then you shall rule my house and have charge of my court.
Wait, charge of your what?
Courts.
Keep going.
And I will give you the right of access.
Slow down. I'm going to give you the key on top of it.
Among those who are standing here.
That means even Hashatan. His power, I'm going to give you access to that. If you keep walking my ways and keep my charges, then his access is going to be your access. The only way he can keep you from getting his access by keeping you think that you are separated from the Most High. He has to tell you there's a wedge between you and the Most High. But Isaiah says, is my hand too short that it cannot save? See, when you don't know Yah's word, that's the only time that the enemy has power over you.
Yep.
But when you know the truth, you don't fear the lies. Let's sum this up, okay? So we can jump forward and finish part 4, which is maybe about 8 slides or whatever. The question is, we have El Shaddai, YHWH, Elyon. Is it 3 of a kind or 1 and the same? Hopefully you remembered what those idioms mean, but what is the answer to this question? Because we have the end. 1 and the same. It's not 3 different things. So it's El, who's the chief power, the executive power, used an epithet, Shaddai, when he covenanted with with Abraham, so that he can deal with the Amorite problem in the land. And he had to do this covenant, so now when he goes to appear to Moshe in the land of Midian, he uses the avatar, YHWH, to represent him, right? And then YHWH's goal is to redeem Israel, place them in the land, and through Israel's obedience and subduing of the land, he can be now raised up to be Elyon, the Most High. Because El was always the Most High, but what he did was he decided to take a step back and let the divine council members handle that. But he saw they wasn't doing anything, and they're going to complain if El steps in. So El said, look, I'm going to use this YHWH thing as a council member. And I'm going to follow the same rules that I laid out for them. And I'm going to choose a people. Y'all choosing lands. I'm choosing a people, and I'm going to work this magic. So what happens is, there was a Elyon we saw, which is Baal in the land before the Israelites came in there. And he reigned supreme. And then now when they got there, the messenger left out and said, look, I ain't got a place to live. David, you in the palace. But your hands are too bloody. So we're going to do through your son, we're going to make a house for me on this holy hill so I can dwell in it. And that's what they did. So he became Elyon when David subdued all the nations, and now everybody came to learn and worship YHWH. Through his son David, he had the wisdom, brought all the nations through the light of wisdom to learn about YHWH. But then, through his disobedience, the nation split. Israel continued to compete. When they got kicked out, Elyon succeeded the throne over to the other divine council members. But the purpose of that was to allow the land to get plowed, to be replanted for more glorious work in the future. The nations can't see this. Only Israel can. We see this because it's our inheritance. It's not for them. Now, a few of them want to come and join us. Hey, come on, cleave unto us. You can come along with us. But the nations themselves, this is not their storybook. The Most High is not reading this bedtime story to them.
That's right.
Now, y'all understand what I'm saying? But if you're an orphan and he takes you in his house, you can be a benefactor of what their bloodline child is getting. But the bloodline child is the one that's the most responsible. They get first dibs. That's how it works. I didn't write the book. So at the end of the day, it is not 3 different entities, because sometimes outside of our community, people make you think that it's one and the same if you know how to take the thread and just seam through the tapestry and pull everything together. It's one cohesive, coherent message, narrative, story, and image. So with that, I got, what time is it? Somebody give me time?
3:44.
So I got 16 minutes. All right, let's go. Part 3 is the addendum. What is an addendum? Somebody define that for me real quick. An addition, right? Something that's added on. All right, something that gives you additional information outside of what the original text or whatever it is, right? So I stopped there because I know there's some people that say, yo, I'm Tanakh only. I don't deal with the New Testament. Cool. I gave y'all some information. But if you want to still be objective in your studies, I want to give you some additional insight. And for those of you who subscribe to the YHWH, I want to bring everything home because Minister Carnes asked me to do this. I was just going to stop right there, but he asked me to do this. So I want to show you this. Daniel reveals more details about Elyon, the messenger of YHWH. YHWH reveals the fusion of the messenger of YHWH and Yeshua. Now, this is probably going to be a bit controversial because it stands in direct opposition of the Trinity doctrine, which is God the Son, second person of the triune Godhead. Because Christianity teaches that Jesus is a pre-existent entity called God the Son. that always existed. This was settled at the Council of Nicaea. That was the biggest issue at the Council of Nicaea. Not putting together books, not making the name Jesus. That's all controversial stuff that people say. But what actually took place is, what is Yeshua's role? Who is he? It took them several years until they got a council to say, look, imperially, this is what we're going to believe in this kingdom. So, once you understand that Yeshua was a man that was powered by the Spirit, which was the messenger of YHWH, that is how he received his divinity. Not that he existed sometime in the past. Nobody in the Old Testament would have known anybody named Jesus Christ. That was never revealed to them. They knew the messenger that brought salvation as the arm and hand of Yah. They knew that. So now this hand is going to get in some flesh and work some magic. Y'all laughing. What's going on? Did I miss it? All right, let's run through it. A holy one is considered an awoken one. A holy one. Now remember that term, holy one. I mentioned it several times. You see it in the text. What is a holy one? What's a holy one? A holy one, a set apart one, is an awoken one. What's a woken one? A wakeful one. Let's get that. Daniel chapter 4, verse 10. Let's run through this real quick. You'll say sometimes it'll say watcher. Yeah. Daniel chapter 4, verse 10.
The visions of my head as I lay in bed were these. I saw, and behold, a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great.
That's 4:10. Daniel chapter 4, verse 10. All right, let's go to 13. That's where it's at.
I saw in the visions of my head as I lay in bed, and behold, a watcher.
A watcher.
A holy one.
A holy one. Slow down. So a holy one is a watcher. So remember, there's a holy one of Israel. That's some kind of watcher, some kind of guardian of Israel. The messenger, that was his job. He was the holy one of YHWH, the holy one of El, the holy one that's assigned to Israel. That messenger that we keep talking about, right? Keep going.
Came down from heaven.
Came down from where?
Heaven.
Keep going.
He proclaimed aloud and said, thus, chop down the tree and lop off its branches.
All right, go to verse 20.
Oh, that wasn't it.
That wasn't, keep going.
Strip off its leaves and scatter its fruit. Let the beast flee from under it and the birds from its branches.
All right, jump down.
20. The tree you saw, which grew and became strong, so that its tops reached to the heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth.
All right, go to verse 23.
And behold, and because the king saw a watcher, a holy one,
he saw a watcher, a holy one, keep going,
coming down from heaven, and saying, chop down the tree and destroy it, but leave the stump of its roots in the earth, bound with a band of iron and bronze, in the tender grass of the field, and let him be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts of the field, till 7 periods of time pass over him.
All right, slow down. Now, I want to give you a little bit of information. Go back and read the entire book of Daniel chapter 4, but what I want to show you is that a watcher is a holy one. Now, I want you to go and look up that word watcher real quick. We're gonna run through this. The word watcher. Look that up real quick. How you know? Oh, you looking on that. Somebody look up watcher real quick. Come on, we're running out of time, family. Somebody look up watcher. It says what? Did you read it? You said it? No, yeah, keep going. I mean, read it from the lexicon. Oh, I thought you. Oh, so you got it from the. You got it right in the memory. That's good. So yeah, anybody just pull it up. You can pull it up. Lexicon. You can go to blueletterbible.net or .com. You can go to BibleHub.com. You can go to Bible Gateway.
Watchful one,
Waking, watchful, wakeful one,
a guard,
a watcher, a messenger. That's awoken, or that's wakeful. Think about it. So in Israel, there were walls that were set up, right? People lived within the city, but they always put a watcher on the wall. So even though the people are asleep, he's awoken and he's looking to see what's going on. There you go. Because if something happens, you got to blow that shofar. You got to wake up. We need to wake up. And if you got to go get a standing audience fight, you got to get ready to fight. So there is a spirit that does the same thing because Israel's being protected. But at times, Israel opens the door when they do the wrong thing. See, you got the wall here, but when you do the wrong thing, you opening the door. But it's this messenger's job as a watchman or a guardian or the one that is standing on the wall at night while you're sleeping. Because we walk around sleeping. We don't understand all the other things going around us, but this one has been assigned to watch over Israel. Okay? Go ahead. Now watch this. So I'm showing you that the watcher or that guardian is a holy one. Keep going. That's what Daniel 7 and 9. And there's a coronation ceremony. Because we saw where YHWH went through a coronation ceremony. Remember that? Yeah. Opened up the gates. David said, let the king in so he can get on his throne. David said that. I didn't write that. But we're going to see a coronation is going to happen, but it's not of YHWH. Okay, read it. Daniel 7 and 9.
Look, thrones were placed, and the Ancient of Days took his seat. His clothing was white as snow, and the hair of his head like pure wool. His throne was fiery flames. Its wheels were burning fire.
Okay, go to 13.
I saw in the night vision, and behold, with the clouds of heaven.
Wait, and behold, with the clouds of heaven. That means divine protection and support.
There came one like a son of man.
There came one like a son of man. Wait, not the son of man.
A son of man.
The is not there in the Aramaic. You have the prefix kaf, which means what? Like or as. But Christianity translators, they'll put the son of man. That's incorrect. Learn the grammar. You got to know some Aramaic too to understand the translations. So one like a son of man, there's no definite article there. Keep going.
And he came to the Ancient of Days.
And
was presented before him. And to him was given dominion and glory and the kingdom.
Wait, and glory? Most I say he don't share his glory. What you talking about?
Glory.
No. I read in Isaiah where it says, I don't share my glory with no one. But then the psalmist David said, what is man that thou art mindful of him? That he's a little bit below the angels, but you have crowned him with what? Some kind of glory. So there's some glory that's reserved for man, and there's one that is only Yah's. Yah saying the one that's reserved for me, ain't nobody going to get this one. But if I choose you, I'll give you a little bit of the pie. Keep going.
And to him was given dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is...
Wait, so all peoples, languages, nations shall serve him. And he's an extension of the Most High, right? Of the Ancient of Days. Keep going.
His dominion is an everlasting dominion.
It's everlasting.
Which shall not pass away. And his kingdom one that shall not be destroyed.
Awesome. So we're going to stop there. So now we see a coronation ceremony of some kind of man, this son of man, which means he's a mortal. Some kind of mortal is now being brought forth the Ancient of Days, and now he's being bestowed with all of these things. As a mortal man, he's getting these things. Not the son of man, a son of man, somebody from the sons of men. A mortal. Okay, you're following?
Yes.
Now look at this. The messenger of YHWH appears to Daniel. This is important. Let's read it real quick. Daniel chapter 10, verse 4.
On the 24th day of the first month, as I was standing on the bank of the great river,
this is Daniel saying this.
I lifted up my eyes and looked, and behold, a man clothed in linen, with a belt of fine gold.
Slow down. A man clothed with linen.
With a belt of fine gold.
A belt of fine gold.
From Euphaz around his waist. His body was like beryl.
Okay.
His face was like the appearance of lightning.
Okay.
His eyes like flaming torches. His arms and legs like the gleam of burnished bronze.
Woo! Okay, wait. Okay, keep going.
And the sound of his words were like the sound of a multitude. And I, Daniel, alone saw the vision.
Now wait, did Jesus exist at this time? Is he here?
No.
Jesus, you tell me Jesus ain't walking the earth at this time?
Nope.
Keep going.
For the men who were with me did not see the vision.
Okay.
But a great trembling fell upon them, and they fled to hide themselves. So I was left alone and saw this great vision, and no strength was left in me. My radiant appearance was fearfully changed, and I retained no strength. Then I heard the sounds of his words, and I heard the sounds of his words. I fell on my face in deep sleep with my face to the ground. And behold, a hand touched me and set me trembling on my hands and knees. And he said to me, O Daniel, man greatly loved, understand the words that I speak to you, and stand upright, for now I have been sent to you. And when he had spoken...
So he's a messenger. He was sent to Daniel, right? Keep going.
And he had spoken these words to me. I stood up trembling. Then he said to me, fear not, Daniel, for from the first day that you were set your heart to understand and humbled yourself before your Elohim, your words have been heard.
Wait, so from the day one, your words have been heard, but it has not been fulfilled. And this is the problem with us. See, Daniel didn't give up. He praised one thing, tried to get an answer. It didn't come immediately, so he persisted. But the first time you pray, the Most High hears it. But there's stuff that needs to be worked out first before you get an answer. This is why we need to learn patience. Okay, keep going.
And I have come because of your words. The prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days.
So wait, he's fighting the prince of what? Of Persia for 21 days? So when you pray, you gotta know that messenger that's coming to you to do whatever the Most High said him to do, gotta fight a whole bunch of principalities before he gets to you. No, this is deep. He has to fight on your behalf. Don't make him fight in vain. Don't pray for something that you're going to fulfill your flesh. Pray for something that when it's accomplished, it's going to glorify the Most High. And then not only will one messenger come, a whole army is going to come. Keep going. Read.
But Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me.
Whoa, so Michael had to come and assist.
For I was left there with the kings of Persia.
So he's fighting by himself, and Michael had to come and help him. This is deep. Because Daniel's looking at this character, and it looks like it's an awesome kind of, but he had to get help from Michael to fight. Keep going.
And came to make you understand what is to happen to your people in the latter days.
What verse you at?
Finishing up 14.
Okay.
For the vision is for days yet to come.
There you go. All right. So, end time events will require Michael to stand up on behalf of Israel, because we saw that when that messenger came to Daniel to give him this message, he had to fight some kind of principalities in the heavenly realm. Michael had to come and assist them so that way he can get through to speak to Daniel. And then now, in the end time, Michael is going to stand up on behalf of Israel, because a fight's going to happen sometime in the future. Look up that word stand up in Hebrew. Read that real quick. Let's get Daniel chapter 12, verse 1.
At that time shall arise Michael, the great prince, in charge of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble.
The great prince that what?
Has charge of your people.
Has charge of your people.
And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never has been since there was a nation till that time. But that time your people shall be delivered. Everyone whose name shall be found written in the book. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, some to shame.
Slow down. So the New Testament didn't write this. This is before the New Testament came on the scene. The New Testament is only as good as what it reflects from the Old Testament, or so-called Old Testament, or like Minister Carr says, the original Testament. There's nothing new in there. But you see it with new eyes if you are a convert to Christianity. And you're looking at the book from the end to the beginning. And you miss all the culture. So Daniel's going to stand up and fight on behalf of Israel in the end times. But we see that in the book of Revelation, right? Remember that? That last battle in the book of Revelation? Who's fighting there? It says Michael, right? A great war broke out and Michael fought somebody. This is what this is talking about. But why are they fighting? They're fighting to set the stage for that messenger to come on the scene and establish everything. The messenger's coming through a person, on a person, in a person to do something. Now, so this is going to happen, right? So we got that, right? All right, let's deal with Yeshua real quick. Let's get through him, because this is the end of it. Yeshua received the essence of the Spirit after baptism. Did he get it before baptism?
Nope.
You sure? He got it at baptism, right? That's when he became the Son. I didn't write that. And was inducted into the heavenly sonship community. Because you know the scripture says Bene El, the sons of El, Bene Elohim, the sons of Elohim. Well, he became a divine council member as a holy one. Now this is deep. Get Matthew chapter 3, verse 13. That sonship, y'all thinking it's just some earthly thing.
Come on.
No.
Come on.
No. He was brought onto the panel of the sons of El, and not just as a panel member, but as a bailiff to the judge. Okay. This is why when it says that he's above all principalities and thrones and powers, well, in a court setting, the only other entity that has power next to the judge is who?
The bailiff.
And the bailiff's job is to do what?
In that order. Carry out the judge's
Woo!
instructions immediately.
So you bringing an average person and making him the bailiff to work behalf on side of the Most High, and the Spirit is his uniform, is his badge, is his gun.
That's right.
Because there might be other officers in there, but that bailiff?
That's right.
Are y'all getting this? Wait, they gotta go to court. They gotta go to court. They gotta see it. All right, read that. Matthew chapter 3.
Then Yahushua came from Galilee to
Uh-huh.
the Jordan to Yochanan
Okay.
to be baptized by him.
Okay.
Yochanan would have prevented him, saying, I need to be baptized by you.
Hold on. So John don't understand. Y'all don't understand what's going on. Yeshua's saying, listen, you don't understand. I gotta get into this council because I gotta do something for Israel. If he don't get baptized and he don't get that ruach, which is that messenger, that hand that's gonna use him, and he don't get on that panel, he can't do nothing. This is why he had to fight with John, like, no. You need to baptize me. You don't understand, John. Maybe in the future you'll get it before your head gets chopped off, but I'm saying, right now, get this work done. Let's take care of this. And I'm not sliding John, I'm just saying. John don't understand what's going on. Keep going.
I need to be baptized by you, and do you come to me? But Yahushua answered him, let it be for now, for thus it is fitting for us to fulfill all righteousness.
Woo, fulfill all righteousness. Keep going.
Then he consented. And when Yahushua was baptized, immediately he went up from the water. And behold, the heavens were opened to him. And he saw the spirit of Elohim descending like a dove and came to rest on him. And behold, a voice from heaven said,
what?
This is my beloved son with whom I am well pleased.
There you go. Now he's inducted into the sonship. The sons. So now he can operate with heavenly powers. You know, when he encounters this man that got these legion on him. Oh, will you come to do with me, the Holy One? Now he's the Holy One. Now he's like a council member in the earth. It's deep, man. It's deep. It's deep. Huh?
He didn't say that at Christ's birth.
No, he did not. No, he did not say that. This is the man that will be king of the Jews. That's it. All that other stuff wasn't revealed yet. It took time. Yes, we're recognized as the Holy One of El after baptism. So the baptism process is to make him a Holy One. Y'all missed that. Because now that messenger, who's the Holy One or the Watcher, now can come in his body and use him to do stuff. So now his word can't be his own. It got to be who he's connected to. It's deep. Read that. Matthew chapter 3, verse 13.
Oh, we just read that, right? Yeah, we just read that.
Oh, we did?
Yeah,
3:13? 17. Oh, good John 6:69.
669.
Yeah, I missed it. John 6:69 says the same thing. Read it.
And when he had believed and have come to know that you are the Holy One of El.
So this is the disciples saying this. The verse that I'm supposed to get up here in Matthew is later on in the book of Matthew. It's when he encounters this legion entity. And they said, what have you come to do to us? The Holy One of El. What do you come do us? So now these other entities, fringe entities that's working on behalf of somebody, identifies him as a Holy One. This was not done before his baptism. The sonship now, he's been inducted into the sonship. Now he can execute power in the earth. Read that. Thank you. That's it. That's it. Read that. Sharp. Let's go.
What have you to do with us?
What have you to do with us?
Yahushua of Nazareth.
Yeshua of Nazareth.
Have you come to destroy us?
Uh-huh.
I know who you are.
Whoa, I know who you are.
The Holy One of El.
Slow down. Not the flesh. The flesh don't got no power. They know the messenger in that flesh. That's who they see. That's who they talking to. The flesh was promoted by the Spirit. Okay, go. The prologue of Yahweh, I got to show you this real quick because this fuses that. Describing the fusion of the messenger of YHWH and Yeshua. Now watch this. This is deep. When people read the prologue of John chapter 1, verse 10 to 18, I went over this before in the past, and Minister Collins has as well. You see it with different eyes. Because we're not dealing with a pre-existent Jesus Christ, God the Son of the Trinity. But we see this messenger all throughout the Old Testament that's executing judgment, that's fighting on behalf of Israel, that now reveals himself to Daniel. Daniel's able to see him. Daniel's like, oh, writing down these details of what this messenger looks like. And then Daniel also sees that somebody's being presented and given a crown of thorns. So Daniel's seeing all these different things that was already being spoken about in the Old Testament. It wasn't no Jesus Christ. But read that, John chapter 1, verse 10.
He was in the world.
He was in the world. Wait, it can't be Jesus. So some entity was in the world,
and the world was made through him.
The made was born through him because the Spirit can also manifest as a man. Remember we saw that?
Yet the world did not know him.
It didn't know him. The world didn't know him. Keep going.
He came to his own, and his own people.
His own because the messenger works on behalf of Israel. And YHWH, the name is in the messenger. Keep going.
And his own people did not receive him.
They didn't because he came for their benefit. Keep going.
But to all who did receive him, who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of Elohim.
So now he's also bringing them on. Remember, Yeshua went through the adoption process. Now the messenger through Yeshua can bring these people on as well. Keep going.
Who were born not of blood, nor of the will of flesh, nor of the will of man, but of Elohim.
Keep going.
And the word became flesh.
Wait, and the word, which is the spirit or the messenger entity that was responsible for helping to do everything that El was telling it to do, that was there with him, that messenger, that essence, that extension of him was there. Now keep going.
Dwelt among us. And he had seen his glory.
Slow down. So that messenger, it came into the world through a person. Not Jesus Christ in some regressive state in the past, coming into his own body. No, the messenger of YHWH as a spirit came into that body. He came into the world that he came to protect, which was Israel. And they did not recognize the messenger. They always kill the messenger. The messenger go use Isaiah, he get killed. Go use Ezekiel, he get killed. Everybody the messenger use all these other prophets, they kill the prophets. Why do you think Yeshua says that? You kill all your prophets. Keep going.
Okay. As we've seen his glory as the only son.
As the only son.
From the Father.
From the Father.
Full of mercy and truth.
Okay. What verse is that?
That's the end of 14.
Okay, end of 14. Keep going.
Yochanan bore witness about him and cried out, This was he of whom I said, He who came after me ranks before me because he was before me.
So now when the transition happened from the messenger going into the flesh, now they became one. Hold on. So the messenger, which is the word, because the word of the Most High came unto me and said, and that word that will come unto him will be a spirit or a messenger that will bring the word to the prophet. Now that word, which is an extension, remember the hand, it now is going into the flesh. It has nothing to do with Jesus being pre-existent. No, that messenger is the hand going in him. Because that right hand is the power of the Most High. But it's working in the earth. It hasn't been elevated yet onto the throne in heaven to, okay, we're going to get there. We got a few more slides. Keep going.
For from his fullness we all received mercy upon mercy. For the law was given through Moshe.
Wait, the law was given through Moshe.
Great mercy and truth came through Yahushua.
Keep going.
No one has ever seen Elohim.
Wait, no one has ever seen Elohim.
The only Elohim.
Wait, the text says the only God. No one has ever seen God, the only God.
Who was at the Father's side.
Slow down. Was at the Father. So the messenger, who's a part of the Father, which is his hand and his arm, nobody ain't ever really seen that. You see the works of it, but you don't know it on a personal level like that. So who reveals that?
He says he has made him known.
He has made him known. Yeah. So that messenger, the only power of Israel, the highest power, made it known through Yeshua. It's deep.
Absolutely.
Deep. You done? Yep, that's it. Okay, let's move forward. Yeshua refers to the imagery of Daniel 7 about himself occurring after his death. I'm connecting the dots. We're almost done. Mark 14, 60, 61. It's only a few verses.
Mark 14, 61. But he remained silent and made no answer.
Slow down. This is when he's on trial now before the Pharisees, right? Keep going.
Again, the high priest asked him,
What?
Are you the Christ,
Are you the Messiah,
the Son of the Blessed?
the Son of the Blessed?
And Yahushua said, I am.
I am.
And you will see the Son of Man.
Wait, and you will see the Son of Man
seated at the right hand of power.
You will see it. I mean, it ain't happened yet. So he's saying you're going to see the Son of Man. Remember Daniel chapter 7? Daniel saw the Son of Man coming to receive all of this stuff. Remember, the thrones were laid out. You got a throne he got to sit on. So Daniel's seeing this. So Yeshua says, yeah, that's me. And you're going to see the Son of Man. The same thing he said. You're going to see the Son of Man do what?
Seated at the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven.
That means it didn't happen yet. So here's my question. If God the Son, second person of the Trinity, existed, what throne was he sitting on? This is the question. Luke 22:66.
When day came, the assembly of the elders of the people gathered together, both chief priests and scribes, and they led him away to the council. And they said, if you are Mashiach, tell us. But he said to them, if I tell you, you will not believe. And if I ask you, you will not answer. But from now on, the Son of Man shall be seated at the right hand of the power of Elohim. So they
had the right hand of the power of the Elohim. The right hand power of the judge in the court is who?
The bailiff.
There you go.
So they all said, are you the son of Elohim then?
The son of Elohim, go ahead, because they want to know.
And he said to them, you say that I am. Then they said, what further testimony do we need?
So in one case, he says, yeah, it's me. In the other case, he's like, well, y'all say that's me. Fine, let's so be it. But the point is, he says you're going to see the Son of Man be seated. He has to die first, right? So after completing his earthly assignment, Yeshua was promoted to the right hand of God, or El, or the Father. But after he did, now the scripture's here, but I want to read just one, Mark 16:19. Yes, because I want to show you that this happened afterwards. He wasn't sitting on a throne before then. It happened after he died. He had to be inducted into the sonship community, and then working on earth, he completed his mission. He was killed. He was buried. Mind you, that hand, the messenger, is still on that flesh, preserving that flesh. The soul went down, according to Peter, did whatever it did, came back up into the body after 3 days, and the hand raised the flesh up, because the hand is still in him. Typically, when you die, your spirit, it says, go up where? When you die, your spirit goes where? Back to the Creator. But in this case, it stayed there. It didn't go nowhere. It stayed right there because he got to come back. Because he got to sit him on the throne. It's deep. Okay, read it.
So then the Adonai, Yahushua, after he had spoken to them, was taken up into heaven and sat down.
Wait, after he spoke to him, this is after he died, he chilled with them for 40 days, right? He had to kill time so YHWH can come in. So the same people that executed him during Passover, unleavened bread, can come back and get a message from Kephas and Peter. Use the feast days to do this. Keep going.
Sat down at the right hand of Elyon.
So he sat down at the right hand of him after he completed his mission. Okay, Khan? Okay, you don't have to read all this, but I'm going to read it. Acts 2:33, Acts 5:31, Acts 7:55 to 56, where he's standing up from off the throne to see what's going on with Stephen. Like, oh man, this is the first martyr right here. I got to see this. Yeah, it's real. Romans 8:34, would somebody read that real quick? Romans 8:34.
I'm getting it. Who is to condemn? Mashiach Yahushua is the one who died. More than that, who was raised, who is at the right hand of El, who indeed is interceding for us.
So who he said was doing that?
Mashiach.
Mashiach. Okay, keep going. Let's go to Colossians 3:1, and then we'll go to the next slide. I think there's, how many more slides? Yeah, just 2 more slides.
Colossians 3:1. If then you have been raised with Mashiach, seek the things that are above, where Mashiach is, seated at the right hand of El.
There you go. He's seated at the right hand of El. If you're at the right hand of El, then you're above every other power that's out there. Right? Okay. We got Hebrews 10:12, 12:2, 1 Peter 3:22. The point is, he only was seated on the throne after. So now remember, he died, when he resurrected and he went up, the coronation ceremony took place. He was given all of this stuff. He didn't execute everything yet, but he was given. And then said, like, now here's your throne. This is why when it says the Ancient of Days, all the thrones were laid out. There's a throne for him right there. It was empty. They're like, hold on, why is the empty throne sitting right here next to the Ancient of Days? Council members is looking like, whoa, why I got an empty throne here? I never seen that throne before. And then a man comes, like, whoa, hold on. He get to sit there? What's going on, man? Al, you ain't telling us something. I was like, hey, remember that YHWH character you thought was just one of my sons? That's me. I put him in a man, worked my magic, and now he's sitting right next to me. He's going to execute judgment on all y'all unlawful. Remember, Job said, even the heavens ain't pure in his sight. He got to clean out the heavens too. Why do you think it says new heavens and new earth? Okay. Yeshua has obtained the role of high priest after the order of Melchizedek. This is important. All right, and I'm going to run through the rest because I know it's late and I don't want to keep holding you. But Hebrews chapter 6, verse 19 to 20. Please read that real quick.
Hebrews 6, 19.
What does that say?
We have this as a sure and steadfast anchor of the soul.
Okay.
A hope that enters into the inner place behind the curtain. When Yahushua had gone as a forerunner on our behalf, having become a high priest forever.
Become a high priest. That means it happened at a particular point. It wasn't always that case. The high priest, go ahead.
Having become a high priest forever after the order of Melchizedek.
After the order of Melchizedek. The high priest role happened when he entered into the heavenly realm, into the heavenly sanctuary. Now he can intercede on behalf of Israel. So it doesn't matter who in the heavenly realm accuses Israel. Guess what? The attorney on behalf of Israel is above all the other prosecutors, the defendant attorney. So his discovery is a little bit better. His sessions with the judge is a little bit better. So now he can better intercede for Israel. Okay. Let's do 8:1 real quick.
Now the point in what we were saying is this. We have such a high priest, one who was seated at the right hand of the throne of the majesty.
Was seated. That means, again, it sits up and took place. So the high priest is sitting right next to El. Keep going.
Who is seated at the right hand of the throne of the majesty in heaven. A minister in the holy places, in the true tent. Then the master set up, not man. That the master set up, not man.
All right, let's move forward. Now, I'm not going to read all of this, but if you go back into the Dead Sea Scrolls, because I'm trying to show, again, extra biblical evidence to validate the stuff that I'm saying to y'all. So you don't think I'm just making this up. Remember, the name of this is also subtitled The Narrative. I'm giving you a narrative based on what the text says and extra biblical references say, whether it's archaeology or other material from other culture. And I'm trying to piece together a narrative so you can get the big picture. If you read 11Q13, the Melchizedek scroll, this has to do with Melchizedek, right? And not really Melchizedek himself, but a representative of the order of Melchizedek. And it says, and the Day of Atonement is the end of the 10th Jubilee when all the sons of light, you know, you heard Paul mention the sons of light. You heard that in the scriptures, Paul says sons of light. He didn't make that up. They're gleaming this from other communities that was already there that believed this and didn't subscribe to Yeshua. This is before Yeshua. This is 100 CE. 100 CE, this is 130 years before Yeshua came on the scene. Watch this. And the men of the lot of Melchizedek will be atoned for. That means everybody who's been inducted into the order of Melchizedek by way of the high priest, which is Yeshua, they will be atoned for. This is why when he says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life, well, in order for you to get a ticket for atonement, you have to be inducted into this order. And then the high priest, you know, when Aaron has to put the hands, and first he has to make sure the sins of him and his family and the priest is all done before he can deal with the people. So in order for us to deal with the people, once we inducted into the order, now we can work with the people. But this is your ticket. This is your pass in. It says, and he will by his strength, who? Melchizedek, judge the holy ones of El. executing judgment as it is written concerning him in the Psalms of David, who said, Elohim has taken his place in the divine council in the midst of the powers he holds judgment. And it was concerning him that he said, let the assembly of the peoples return to the height above them. El will judge the people. So now Melchizedek, this entity, is going to be the representative of El, doing all the work that El would normally do himself. So now he's presiding over the divine council. This is according to the Quran community. And it says this concerns all the sons of El. And Elohim, your Elohim is Melchizedek. Your power that's going to execute everything. Remember that messenger was the power of YHWH. Now it's been delegated to Melchizedek, who's the high priest that the author of Hebrews says is now seated on the right hand of El. Now he executes all of El's power, authority, and judgment, not only in the heavenly realm, but also in the earth. I'm not just making this up. There's other communities that see the same thing. Are you following me? Okay. The messenger from Daniel reappears to Yakanah as Yeshua. Revelation 1:1-2, 12-18. You can go back and read that. We know that this character now, who's supposed to be Yeshua, looks like something in the book of Daniel. Of course, that would make sense if the messenger fused into him. Of course, that would make sense. He would resemble that messenger. You're following me?
Yes, sir.
Revelation chapter 1:1-2, 12-18. Right? Last slide. The final war in heaven. Michael stands up on behalf of Israel and fights divine councilmen. People say, well, who's the devil then? Where's he at? Well, he has something to do with divine councilmen, because in Job chapter 1, 6-7, and Job 2, every time the sons of El will come into court to present themselves before El, he there. Because he's one of them. You understand? Get Revelation chapter 12, 7 and 10. Let's end this out.
Revelations 12, verse 7. Now war arose in heaven. Michael and his angels, or his messengers, fighting against the dragon. And the dragon and his angels fought back.
Wait, so the dragon and his angels fought back. Because here, Hashatan, this entity who they're going to assume is Hashatan, he gets access there. Because he's a council member. Of course he's going to get access, but he has to give an account for what he's doing. But he also has his own set apart entities that follow him. A war breaks out, right? Keep going.
But he was defeated. And there were no longer any place for them in heaven.
Slow down. So now he can't get access anymore. He's been kicked out. So he's restricted to the earthly realm. And when that happens, we know it's the end. Keep going.
And the great dragon was thrown down, that ancient serpent, who is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was thrown down to the earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. And I heard a loud voice in heaven saying, now the salvation and the power of the kingdom.
Now the salvation and the power of the kingdom, go ahead,
of our Elohim,
of our power,
and the authority of his Mashiach, have come. For the accuser of our brothers has been thrown down, who accuses them day and night before our power.
Now remember, when we read in Zechariah, that's what he was doing. And then for some reason, he decided he's going to take over. But Michael stood up, like we read in Daniel chapter 12, and they kicked his behind out. Now he's stuck on the earth, doing wickedness and unrighteousness. And now the messenger of YHWH vindicates El against all the nations of the divine council. New Jerusalem is established for El, YHWH, to reign again forever, and the heavens are purged. And now I promise you, that's the last slide. Revelation 19:11-16. Correct. I want to show y'all that New Jerusalem, remember it kept saying, Isaiah and Jeremiah kept saying that he's going to come back, he's going to return to his holy hill and reestablish what? Jerusalem. Because that's where his throne is at. Okay, read it. Revelation 19:11.
Then I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse. The one sitting on it is called Faithful and True. And in righteousness he judges.
Wait, remember it said when that earthly representative come back, his name was going to be called what? YHWH Righteousness, right? Keep going.
And faithful and true, and in righteousness he judges and makes war.
Uh-huh.
His eyes are like a flame of fire.
Uh-huh.
And on his head are many
diadems. Uh-huh.
And he has a name written that no one knows but himself.
Uh-huh.
He is clothed with a robe dipped in blood.
Uh-huh.
And the name by which he is called is the word of El.
Uh-huh.
And the armies of heaven, arrayed in fine linen, white and pure, were following him on white horses.
Uh-huh.
From his mouth comes a sharp sword.
Slow down. Remember we saw that it said out of the mouth of the one who's being given the kingdom, everything, is a rod that's going to smite the nations.
Yeah.
Keep going.
And which to strike down the nation.
Uh-huh.
And he will rule them with a rod of iron.
Uh-huh.
He will tread the winepress of the fury of the wrath of the Almighty.
Now what verse is that?
That was 15, verse 16.
Uh-huh.
On his robe and on his thigh, he has a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
Okay, that means he's going to be over all the kingdoms, like we saw in Daniel, right? 21 1-3.
Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth was passed away.
Wait, remember Yeshua said that not one jot tittle of the law is going to be done away with until what?
The heaven and earth passed away.
This is when it happens. So did that happen yet?
Not yet.
'Cause I must have missed that. That happened. We're in the wrong country or something. Go ahead.
For the first earth that passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, the New Jerusalem, coming down.
What's the city name?
The
New Jerusalem. It's going back to Jerusalem. Keep going.
Coming down out of heaven from El, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband.
Keep going.
And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, Behold, the dwelling place of El.
Wait. The dwelling place of El. Remember they was going to the house of El on the mountain so they can inquire and the laws will come out? Keep going.
The dwelling place of El is with man. He will dwell with them. And they will be his people. And El himself will be with them as their
El himself would be with them. Keep going.
Will be with them as their El.
As their El,
He will wipe away every tear from their eyes. And death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain anymore. For the former things have passed away. And he who seated on the throne said, Behold, I am making all things new.
What verse you at?
Verse 5.
Verse 5, okay. So finish 5 and jump to 10.
And he who seated on, I'm making all things new. And also he said, Write this down, for these words are trustworthy and true. Verse 10. And he carried me away in the spirit to a great high mountain and showed me the holy city.
Again, a high mountain. Keep that in mind. Keep going.
And showed me the holy city, Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven.
So you're seeing it again. What verse you at?
Out of heaven from El.
10 to 12.
Having the glory of El,
The glory of El, the radiance.
Like the most rare jewel, like a jasper, clear as crystal. It had a great high wall with 12 gates, and at the gates 12 messengers, and on the gates the names of the 12 tribes of the sons
12
of
gates
were inscribed.
12 messengers, that's by the gates of the 12 tribes of Israel. The Gentile nations. Their names is up there.
No, it's not.
You sure?
12 tribes of Israel.
Are you sure?
Tribes of the sons of Israel, actually.
They just go, they got that, no. 12 gates. So how did the Gentiles get in? Whatever Israelite you cleaved unto. And if Yeshua is the main Israelite you cleaved unto, you're coming through Judah. That's it. There's nowhere else you can get in the city. Because this is Jerusalem. And don't let nobody tell you, the New Jerusalem, don't let nobody tell you that, the New Testament fulfilled everything in the Old Testament already. When did this happen? I must have missed this. All right? I got left behind. I mean, all did, right? Go to Isaiah 66.
I got it.
I'm trying to show you that there's nothing new in the so-called New Testament.
Isaiah chapter 66, starting at verse 15.
Okay.
For behold, Yah will come in fire, and his chariots like the whirlwind, to render his anger and fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire will Yah enter into judgment, and by his sword with all flesh.
Correct.
And those slain by Yah will be many. Those who sanctify and purify themselves, going into the gardens, following one in the midst, eating pig's flesh.
Wait. What? Wait, hold on. I thought pig was clean. This is end times. They still. That's what they told me. Well, hold on. They told me that swine, you can eat it now. But watch this. Keep reading that.
Eating pig's flesh.
Eating pig's flesh.
And the abomination.
And the abomination.
And the mice.
No script. No lobster. And the mice, keep going.
Shall come to an end together.
You see that? So why keep eating it if you're going to come to an end with the stuff that you engage in, and that's an abomination? It makes no sense. But they'll tell you this has already been fulfilled through Yeshua. Well, I just read some city coming down from there. I ain't see that yet. They said ain't going to be no more sea. I could still go and look for a sea today. And I don't see the lion eating straw. I'm not seeing these things. Keep going.
And then 21 through 23.
Yeah. And we're done.
And some of them also I will take for priests and for Levites.
Wait, you're going to restore what? Say that one more time.
And some of them I will take for priests and for Levites, said Yah. For as the new heavens and the new earth that I make shall remain before me, says Yah, so shall your offspring and your name remain. From new moon to new moon.
What?
And from Sabbath to Sabbath.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. What you talking about?
All flesh.
No. They told me no more new moons, no more Sabbaths.
From new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to worship before me, declares Yah.
You're going to go and get priests and Levites, and then you're going to put back the Sabbath and new moon, and then Zechariah says you're also going to have the Feast of Tabernacles. Wait, hold on. This sounds like the law to me, man.
You want me to read 24 too?
Yeah.
And they shall go out and look on the dead bodies of the men who have rebelled against me. For their worm shall not die, their fire shall not be quenched, and they shall be an abhorrence to all flesh.
Slow down. So what I simply want to do is we're done now. It's wrap it up. We already answered the question. I'm giving the addendum some additional information, additional insight for those who subscribe to the YHWH. What I'm telling you simply is this. There's no God the Son entity as purported and put forth by church fathers and then developed through modern Christianity. There's no second person of the Godhead, of the triune God that's co-equal and co-eternal to the Father, and they have the homoousia, the same substance. We don't subscribe to it. We simply do a plain reading from the beginning of the book. That might be taboo today, I don't know. And we work our way through the culture, through the history, through the spirituality. And then when we get to the so-called New Testament or Brit Hadashah or the renewed covenant, we see that that messenger of YHWH, you know, the one that is a spirit that can also manifest as a man, it transitions into the world. The world cannot know or notice him or recognize him because every time somebody did see him, there was an awe. But he was in the world to work on behalf of Israel. Israel didn't notice him. So Yeshua, you know, the body or the vessel used for it to come into, revealed him. And that happened during the sonship process where Yeshua was now inducted into the sons of Elohim. He became one of the holy ones or the watcher over Israel so he can be the earthly representative to execute the justice on behalf of YHWH, a.k.a. El. And now when this is occurring, he's also the high priest that can atone for the sins of all of those who are inducted in his order. He's giving you atonement so when the time comes, you set. You ain't got to go through all of this other craziness because he's going to atone for you in those days of time. We saw that in the 11Q13. And then ultimately in the end times, he's going to come back to fight and avenge what everybody did to Israel on behalf of YHWH. The nations will be judged through him. So we're not saying, I'm making this up to say, well, man is God and all this other stuff. No, he has the power of Elohim. We see that. He's a son of Elohim. So he has the power of a deity. He's been deified. We know that. Nobody disagrees with that, but we're saying that at one point in time, he was seated. It wasn't always there. He was given throne and the kingdom and authority. He didn't always have it. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? So now that messenger, its last will and testament is to use this flesh from the loins of David in order to execute judgment against not only the divine council to clean the heavenly realm, but to purge the earth as well. Israel, you have a divine heritage that no other nation can lay claim to. Even though you may be a base people in the diaspora in America, Never for a second think that because you're not in Israel, that Yah's not with you. He claimed a people, not a place. He's going to give you power with His presence. And when we praise Him, we can enthrone Him in our hearts. So any challenge that comes before you has to bow before the mighty one of the Most High. This is running through your genes. This is going through your blood. Your spirit is no longer yours anymore. Your life ain't yours anymore. When you allow Him to fight and live through you, things will get that much more manageable. And it's only through you can He show the world what His character truly is. Don't make Him do this in vain. Walk worthy of the calling that has been given unto you, because you were chosen before your mother's womb. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.